Volume 9. Chapter 801, New Party Members. Chapter 801, New Party Members. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Over the next few days, Zhang had assigned another 2 new members to the second party that he was working on. Scorched Cloud, human, male, level 197, pyromancer, possesses Class B hysterical monkey inheritance. Mini Piglet, elf, female, level 195, holy knight, possesses Class B sand inheritance. Actually, the second party that Zhang was working on already had a holy knight on it. Furthermore, the party seemed to be too weak with only a few of them there. So Zhang decided to shuffle the members of the first party and the second party. He moved Endless Starlight, 100 Shots, and Fantasy Sweetheart to the second party. Then he moved Mini Piglet and Chen Shuiyao over to the first party. By doing so, he managed to make sure that each of the parties has 1 priest and 1 holy knight. Because of that, each party would have no problem at all at both single-unit healing and multiple-unit healing, allowing each party to adapt to a situation of a battle. In regard of tankers, Ten Dusk was the only tanker in the second party. So, he would need another tanker with better equipment such as Endless Starlight to cover his asterisk SS. Meanwhile, Endless Starlight was quite an outstanding tanker alone. He could already be independent. He no longer needed to stay under the shadow of Zhang. Now, the first party had 9 members while the second party had 7 members. Their numbers would definitely be sufficient for the 2 parties to go up against a holy tier boss. However, when going up against an ascended boss, 10 players might not be enough to take the boss head on. The 2 parties would need to work closely together in order to defeat an ascended tier boss. Therefore, the remaining 4 empty slots of the 2 parties must be filled up as soon as possible. However, it was really extremely difficult to find those who were good in both attitude and strength which could satisfy Zhang. Although there were quite a number of them for Zhang to pick from his guild, Zhang could still feel that there were something missing in them that prevented him from picking any of them. Well, he best take his own sweet time at determining whether a person is worth hiring before jumping to conclusions. Meanwhile, he assigned Chen Shuiyao to the first party, planning to expose her to Sun Xinu and Haning Shui. Zhang did not expect too much out of it. These 3 ladies in Luo Yuro could have formed a complete team to start a mahjong match on a square table. That would be more than enough for him. As for Yuli, she would only serve as the mistress to Zhang's affair. Well, Zhang could satisfy his idea that the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. There was only one last thing Zhang knew from his past life about the future of God's Miracle, the Demon's Descent. The background theme of God's Miracle had always been about specters and demons threatening to destroy the entire world. Since the officials had already introduced the Spectre Invasion patch to the game before, it would not take too long before the officials would release the Demon's Descent patch. However, the Demon's Descent patch never got the chance to be released in Zhang's previous life before Zhang was reincarnated back to 5 years before he died. Therefore, he basically did not have much prior knowledge about the patch. However, he only needed a rough idea about it. That would be sufficient for him to get himself ready for the upcoming events. Unlike the Spectre's invasion, because the Spectre were born and brought up in this world, they only needed to take the sky and the land before they could begin with their invasion on the world. Meanwhile, the demons did not belong to this world in the first place. They would need to send a small part of their strike force over to our world first to open the portal that connected the demon world and the human world. By then, the demon army would only be able to enter this world to launch their invasions on the humans. Therefore, the Demon's Descent patch would set the story in a way where the demons would succeed at creating portals that allow them to come forth to this world with their massive demon army. Meanwhile, the players would need to fend the demons off and destroy the portals to cut off the advancement of the demon army. After that, the main objective of the players would be destroying the demons that managed to descend on the land of humans. However, the Demon's Descent patch would not be triggered by the players' levels. It would be in the form of a quest. Players would need to search it out in order to trigger the quest. Rumors had it that the players who managed to trigger that quest would get a tremendous amount of rewards. Zhang only knew that the players would be teleported to a dungeon-type region. The region would have several ascended tier bosses for the players to slay. So, the players would not have to fight over the bosses. Zhang did not work on triggering the main story quest immediately. After all, his level had not reached the required level yet. According to the little information he retrieved, the bosses at the highest levels would be level 240. It would be a little too stressful for the players to challenge the bosses with their current levels. Well, they were just reaching level 200 and beyond that, after all. The level gap suppression function would be much for the players to handle. So, there was no need for any of the players to rush. Zhang current main focus was to guide Chen Shuiyao in grinding. After all, he would also be earning experience points at a very fast pace as well. So the situation would be like killing two birds with one stone. On the other side, the shooting of Luo Yuro's new movie was currently at full swing. They were borrowing the facilities of God's Miracle to shoot their movie. Meanwhile, she had also changed her initial name to Daedric Phoenix. Well, that name implied that she was rising from the ashes. Her main objective was to seduce all men in the entire world. Of course, she would still be walking on the path of sexiness in the new movie. She was nicknamed as the goddess of the otakus for a reason. Her understanding towards the term sexiness was extremely deep. Every smile she threw, every hand she waved, and the way she always twisted her waist was just enchantingly sexy. Even her winks were seductive. Although God's Miracle could provide every player a chance to be handsome and pretty, sexy is an intangible trait, a charm that cannot be replaced merely by a pretty face. It could be foreseen that when the movie premieres in cinemas across the entire nation, this Daedric Phoenix would become the new goddess of sexiness. Meanwhile, the belly of Luo Yuro had finally begun to bulge up. She also started to wear loose clothing for pregnant women. Because of her pregnancy, she had suffered quite a number of ordeals. Meanwhile, Zhang was the one to get the blame, after all. So, she would flip her eyes backward at him from time to time. She even bit Zhang out of the blue from time to time. Wei Yan'er was very reverent toward educating a new life. She would kneel by the side of the pregnant Luo Yuro and start communicating with the little new life. However, the personality of the little brat had always been unreliable and strange. She treated the unborn baby like a pet. Then, she also attempted to teach the baby her mischievous and naughty theories. Zhang and the others could not help to laugh out loud. Well, she is definitely going to corrupt the little baby. The pace of Chen Shuiyao's leveling up was shockingly fast, and everyone was shocked to know about it. In just a month, she managed to level up from level 157 to level 191. Well, only Zhang would be able to create such a miracle. However, after she reached level 190, Chen Shuiyao's grinding pace was beginning to slow down a little. Well, she would need to take a step at a time, now. There was no way for her to grind like crazy anymore. At the same time, Zhang had reached level 203. He was only one level before level 204, which was the level that he had before he died in his previous life. However, he had attained level 203 more than 1 year earlier than he had in his previous life. The Professional League Championship had also reached the end of its 4th season. In the first 3 seasons, Silky Soft Battle Team had earned over 8 points to be number 1. Meanwhile, the Crimson Rage Battle Team managed to score 5 points, making them the runner-up of the competition. Meanwhile, the Eternal Flame Battle Team had scored over 5 points as well. However, they were placed as 3rd in place because Crimson Rage Battle Team managed to score some additional points from other aspects of the competition. Well, the Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team only managed to score 2 points, placing them as 4th in place. Because only 2 battle teams would be able to take part in the battle. Even if Silky Soft Battle Team is squeezed out of the top 3 in the competition, they would still be able to acquire one of the openings to join the battles. However, it still remained unknown as to which battle team would be able to secure the second opening to the battles. Theoretically speaking, the Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team still stood a chance at entering and securing the opening. However, their chance was almost zero. At the early stages of the competition, Zhang and the others almost removed themselves from all matches. Currently, they were 7th in place. So there was no hope for them to acquire any of the top 3 positions. Therefore, whoever who performs better would be able to secure the second opening to entering the upcoming competition. Therefore, Crimson Rage Battle Team and Eternal Flame Battle Team would need to compete against each other to get the spot. Currently, the Eternal Flame Battle Team was in the 1st place. They had one additional win over the Crimson Rage Battle Team, which was 2nd in place. However, the Eternal Flame could not avoid clashing with the Silky Soft Battle Team on the final 3 rounds of the competition. They would have to battle the Crimson Rage Battle Team head-on for one time. Although the Silky Soft Battle Team had secured one of the 2 openings to the upcoming competition, Zhang would never go soft on the Eternal Flame. With their current power level, the Silky Soft Battle Team would have a 90% chance of winning the battle. So, it would all come down to the performance of Crimson Rage Battle Team and Eternal Flame. Whoever who does better would take the second opening. Zhang decided to trigger the main story quest Demon's Descent after the finals of the Professional League Championship. That was because there was more than 80% to 90% chance that the ones winning the finals of the championship would get the reward of plus levels. Furthermore, with 1 month of grinding, Zhang would stand high chance of reaching level 210 by the end of it. By then, there would not be any level gap suppressions anymore when he would encounter any level 240 bosses. Bosses that get spawned nowadays had HP recovery skills on them. If players are to be affected by the level gap suppression function of the game, they would suffer greatly while battling the bosses. Just imagine this. After all the effort has been spent to reduce the HP bar of the boss would just recover their HP back up just because the players were restricted by the level gap suppression of the game. How would it be possible for the players to defeat any boss under that circumstance, then? F***ck that. During the Professional League Championship battle, Zhang and the others did not hold back at all when they were going up against the Eternal Flame. They were able to defeat the Eternal Flame by 5 o'clock. Because of that, the accumulated points of Eternal Flame was now the same as the points that the Crimson Rage battle team had. Therefore, the two battle teams would need to compete against each other by next week. Zhang naturally hoped that the Crimson Rage could win. However, things did not go according to his prediction. Well, 5 out of 10 members of Crimson Rage battle team were absent. Because of that, the Eternal Flame won the battle with ease. After the match, Zhang found out that the 5 members of Crimson Rage battle team were absent due to food poisoning. He found out about it through Snowseeker. Although there was no way to prove it, Zhang knew that it was most probably because Zhong Xiuhua did something behind everyone's back. Well, that fellow was infamous for winning by any means necessary. Although the championship still had 1 round remaining, the opponents of Crimson Rage battle team and Eternal Flame battle team were not powerful at all. So, the outcome of the battles had been confirmed since the beginning. This time, the Eternal Flame battle team would be the one who going to the next level together with the Silky Soft battle team. Although Zhang was extremely uncomfortable with the outcome of the competition, he had no choice but to accept it. However, the World League Championship would be filled with top-tier players from all over the world. At their current power level, the Eternal Flame would not even last 1 round. The World League Championship would be held in Rio de Janeiro, a renowned city in Brazil. The championships would be held on the 22nd of January. Everyone had half a month to get themselves ready. Zhang had included Chen Shuiyao, Scorching Cloud, and many piglets in the battle team as well. He did that not because he hoped to keep an element of surprise for the opponents. He did it because the 3 of them would be able to acquire the plus level reward if they are able to secure the champion seat for the World League Championship. If that works, the 3 of them would be able to instantly improve themselves. As expected, during the final round of the Professional League Championship, Eternal Flames succeeded in acquiring the champion seat for the 4th season of the championship. They won by scoring a total of 8 points. So, they would be joining the Silky Soft battle team in the World League Championships in Rio. On January 17th, Zhang and his gang of 10 had bought their plane tickets to Brazil. Then, they departed for the country to join the World League Championship. Rio was once the main capital of Brazil. At that time of the year, the temperature of the place was just pleasant. The beaches were filled with sexy scenes. The statue of Christ the Redeemer seemed to be welcoming them with open hands. All of the sceneries combined could really give a person traveling from foreign land a feel of the exotic atmosphere of Rio. Little Yang, it seems like it's our time to strike back on them. Fatty Han came along with his own money. His face was filled with murderous intent when he saw the members of Eternal Flame walking into the hotel. He. Zhang nodded. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Well, Zhong Xiuhua would have the absolute power to protect himself in his own country. However, the situation became totally different the moment he set foot on the soil of another country. So what could happen next, then? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802, Tesseract. Chapter 802, Tesseract. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Something as famous as the football team of Brazil would be the local gangsters of Brazil. They were so bold that they were daring enough to raid the police station. They even dared to break their gang members out of prison. Even the Italian mafia would have to stare with their eyes wide open. Meanwhile, tragic incidents tend to happen to those who do not really understand the place, especially the tourist from other countries. The 10 members of the Eternal Flame were gathering up to have some fun before the competition. That was when they stumbled across the lair of local gangsters. Well, it wasn't their intention to walk right into the lair of gangsters in the first place though. After a small conflict, Zhong Xiuhua and his goons were all taken. They let Long Rich go, just because they wanted him to come back with some ransoms. However, even though all of them were saved by the end of it, Zhong Xiuhua and the other 8 were poked in their asterisk Cs for 2 long days while they were held by the gangsters. That left a permanent scar in each of their memories, for sure. When Zhong Xiuhua and the others were escorted back to the hotel, Zhang and Fatty Han looked at each other with a smile. They seemed to understand each other through their eyes. Well, these two had been adding fuel to the flame right behind everyone's back. Zhang Yang and Fatty Han had secretly offered $1 million American to the local gangsters for them to F***ck Zhong Xiuhua up. Well, $1 million for kidnapping a few foreigners sounded like a deal too great to be true. That amount of money would be more than enough to send the local gangsters to raiding the police station. To them, as long as they are not kidnapping anyone related to their own country's government, they would even be daring enough to kidnap the Queen of England. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiuhua and his goons were poked in their ****s for more than just a couple of times. Those who poked their ****s were also carrying sexual transmitted disease and AIDS. The worst part about it was that they had poked them without condoms. Although Zhong Xiuhua and his goons swore to keep their mouths shut about this incident, they would still have to go to the hospital for medical attention after they get back to their own country. When that happens, Zhang Yang would only need to expose Zhong Xiuhua's medical record to the public if he wants to destroy Zhong Xiuhua's reputation and name. Well, Zhong Xiuhua was not the only one who knew how to frame people. Fatty Han was once involved with the gangsters before he joined God's Miracle. So if he suddenly decides to play rough, he would be able to outperform Zhong Xiuhua in a more professional manner. Zhong Xiuhua could only swallow his grudge quietly himself this time. Although he is a prince back in China, he had no power to influence the affairs that happen in Brazil. Furthermore, this incident was really embarrassing. He would really want to handle it as quietly as he could. If this thing ever gets out to public, not only would he become the laughingstock of the entire nation, he would also drag his father down to the mud of shame with him. That night, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han were drinking to themselves in the hotel room. Both of them were laughing out loud whenever they spoke about Zhong Xiuhua's miserable experience. Well, by the looks of it, it seemed like they coincidentally went straight into the lair of the gangsters and got themselves F***ed. Zhong Xiuhua would not be able to link Zhang Yang to the incident. However, that incident happened because Zhang Yang was very much involved indeed. Zhang Yang could not help to smile vaguely whenever he thought of it. Well, that little hiccup did not affect the progress of the competition at all. The finals of the championship were held as scheduled, on January 22nd. The opening ceremony was held on schedule as well. As the champion of the last season's championship, the Silky Soft Battle Team was the first team to perform on stage. Their first opponent would be the Pepsi Cola Battle Team from the Australia region. Upon handing in the lineup list for the match, Zhang Yang traded the Book of Revelation over to the little brat who was the first to walk into the arena. That item could add a boost of 50% damage of the person who holds it. Although she was forbidden from using the special function to resurrect in the arena, an increase in her attack power was good enough for her to slaughter up her opponent. Other than that, the 3 enhanced skills needed 24 hours to cool down. The little brat would not be able to enjoy those perks as well. Wei Yan'er's damage output was extremely powerful in the first place. She became even more threatening after she got boosted by the Book of Revelation. It did not take long before she slaughtered her opponent up and claimed victory over the first match. Upon leaving the arena, Wei Yan'er traded the Book of Revelation to Sun Xinu, who was going to walk into the arena for the second match. After Sun Xinu won the match, she passed the Book of Revelation to Han Yngshui. Because the item was not bound upon pickup, they could take turns at using the item. 5 o'clock Silky Soft Battle Team was able to secure the first win of the championship with their absolute strength. Meanwhile, the official was forced to implement one more new rule: all items on the contestants would be bound to themselves once they enter the arena's preparation room. They would not be able to trade items to other players when they're inside. Meanwhile, the eternal flames that carried the eternal buttpoke memories were soaking in depression together. They were wiped out cleanly by their opponents. Because of that, they had created a new record, the worst result of China region in the championship since the past 3 times. However, Zhang Yang and his gang had put their eyes on the rewards of the champion position itself. This time, the rewards were extremely attractive. Other than the $5 million American, every single one of the champion battle team would be able to receive a +3 level reward. They would also be given a chance to draw an item. The best equipment tier in the lucky draw would be an ascended tier equipment, while the lousiest would be a holy tier equipment. No matter what, the rewards were handsome and well worth it. Other than that, the MVP of the finals would get 1 extra chance to draw another item. Zhang Yang and his gang managed to progress from the quarterfinals into the semifinals, and from the semifinals into the finals. The Silky Soft Battle Team was progressing towards the final like a hot knife cutting through butter. Even the powerful battle teams such as Hell Family, Land of Savages and Dark Palace only managed to last until the team battle before they get eliminated by the Silky Soft Battle Team. Every match with the Silky Soft ended with them scoring 2 o'clock as the final score. It was obvious that the Lone Desert Smoke could still dominate in regards of top-tier power level. By the end of it, the Silky Soft won the championship as the champion once again. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang managed to get the MVP title, at last. In other words, he would have 2 chances at the lucky draw. Chen Shuiyao, Scorching Cloud, and Mini Piglet also got the chance to take part in the lucky draw. However, Scorching Cloud was completely out of luck. With a 50% chance of acquiring an Ascended Tier equipment, he only managed to get a Holy Tier equipment. Meanwhile, Chen Shuiyao and Mini Piglet had both acquired an Ascended Tier equipment for themselves out of the lucky draw. Well, Scorching Cloud was not the only one who was out of luck. It seemed that the name Silky Soft was a little low on luck recently. Lost Dream and 100 Shots only got a Holy Tier equipment. On the other hand, Hanning Shui and the other ladies managed to get an Ascended Tier equipment. Everyone could not help to feel superstitious for the moment. As the captain of the battle team, Zhang Yang was the last one to put step up for the lucky draw. He kept praying in his heart that he would get lucky. Then, he pressed the round button on the stage and let fate decide. The big screen behind him immediately began to flash. Then the indicator stopped on one of the boxes on screen. After that, the screen zoomed into the box that the indicator had stopped on. Thor's helmet, Ascended, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 1,280. Vitality, plus 43,128. Agility, plus 3,208. Level 7 Socket 1. Level 7 Socket 2. Level 7 Socket 3. Equip, increases maximum HP by 86,250 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 12%. Equip, absorbs 3,312 damage when being hit. Required level, 220. Special, reduces required level by 30 levels. Well, it seemed that the gods finally felt pity on the Silky Soft battle team. Zhang Yang did not share the same fate as Lost Dream and the other men. He finally broke the curse and acquired one piece of Ascended Tier equipment. As Zhang Yang was the MVP of the final, he got the chance to make another draw. Upon pressing the round button again, the big screen behind him immediately began to flash once again. Then the indicator stopped on one of the boxes on screen again. After that, the screen zoomed in on the box that the indicator had stopped on. Everything seemed to repeat itself, however, the indicator stopped on a different box this time. The item that appeared on the big screen was labeled with the name, Tesseract. However, the details of the item were not shown on the big screen. It seemed that the only way of knowing what the item can do would be by signing into the game and studying the item up close. The championship was over. Zhang Yang and his gang decided to take a few days off to enjoy the beach. After that, they went back to China. This trip to Brazil was a perfect one. Not only they were able to win as a champions, they also heard Zhong Xiuhua big time. Meanwhile, that was just the beginning of everything. Now, all Zhang Yang needed to do was to expose the fact that some spoiled rich brat had been contracted with some sort of sexually transmitted disease. That should be enough to destroy his good name for good. That should force that F***Kerr to take the high road and commit some crimes that he could not walk away from. By then, Zhang Yang would be able to watch from the sidelines while benefiting from Zhong Xiuhua's fall. He would be able to finally take that F***Kerr out of the picture for good. After logging back into the game, Zhang Yang's body flashed 3 times. He instantly got elevated from level 204 to level 207. Meanwhile, the rewards that he acquired from the lucky draw were currently lying quietly in his inventory, waiting for him. He quickly equipped the Thor's helmet. His other attributes immediately got boosted up massively. Under the support of his Vitality Aura, his HP had reached 4,200,000. Meanwhile, his attack had increased up to, ranging between 414,679 and 474,359. When Wei Yan'er's Strength Aura is present, Zhang Yang's insanely high attack would increase by 10% again. After that, he took out the Tesseract to begin studying it. Tesseract, special item. Use, combines 2 equipment of the same type into 1 better equipment. Cooldown, 1 hour. Required level, 200. Bound upon pickup. Oh. So this item can combine 2 equipment to form a new one which is more powerful than the 2? Zhang Yang quickly checked on the rules and regulations of the combine function of the cube. Number 1, there is a certain risk in combining the equipment. The success rate of combining is not always 100%. Meanwhile, the rate of success would depend on the matching rate of the 2 equipment. For example, if one combines a pair of shoes with a pair of gloves, even if the fail rate of combining them would not be 100%, it would still be 99%. Other than that, the type of the equipment was extremely important as well. For instance, cloth armor should be paired with another cloth armor. Leather armor should be paired with another leather armor. Well, different types of armor seem to be highly incompatible. Meanwhile, combining two equipment with different tiers would result in a high chance of failure as well. Once you failed, you'll lose both equipments. Upon a successful attempt, the players would have 20% rate of improving the tier of the equipment and a 80% rate to enhance the attributes of the equipment. However, the sad case about this Tesseract was that the players would not be able to improve Holy Tier, Ascended Tier, and Celestial Tier equipment. That being said, players would not be able to get Ascended Tier equipment by combining two Holy Tier equipment. The best that this Tesseract could do was to enhance the Holy Tier, Ascended Tier, and Celestial Tier equipment. If the two equipment had different levels and the combining process is a success, there would be only two outcomes. Number 1, if the equipment gets an improvement on its tier, then the level of the newly formed equipment would follow the level of the equipment with the lower level. Number 2, if the equipment did not get a tier upgrade, then the level of the new equipment would be based on the level of the equipment which was higher. Zhang was very eager to try it out. He took out two ethereal tier gauntlets. Both of them were level 180 heavy metal gauntlets. When he put the two equipment into the Tesseract, the system immediately notified him with a message. Ding! You're about to combine Obscured Lunar Gloves and Dark Putrefying Gloves. The success rate is 70%. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Instantly, the Tesseract began to radiate in a flash of colorful blinding light. The flash of light was shining into the surroundings like neon lights for 10 seconds. Ding! You've succeeded at combining Obscured Lunar Gloves and Dark Putrefying Gloves. You've acquired Obscured Lunar Dark Putrefying Gloves. Obscured Lunar Dark Putrefying Gloves, Enhancement +1, Ethereal, Heavy Armor. Defense, +320. Vitality, +4,400. Strength, +1,500. Agility, +650. Level 7 Socket. Equip, increases maximum HP by 8,800 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 8%. Equip, absorbs 1,132 damage when being hit. Required level, 180. Zhang made a comparison and got what he wanted to know. If a successful fusion of two equipment did not improve the tier of the combined equipment, then the new equipment would acquire a 10% increase in all of its attributes. Other than that, if one of the equipment was an attack type while the other was a defense type, the combined new equipment would combine the two types together as well. The only thing that remained unknown was, if the two equipment of attack type and defense type were combined successfully, how would the attributes turn out to be, then? The Tesseract had a 1-hour cooldown. So Zhang could only do another experiment 1 hour after his current attempt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803, Baljula the Imposter. Chapter 803, Baljula the Imposter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 1 hour in the game is equal to 20 minutes in real life. Zhang had spent over 10 days studying the Tesseract. After combining junk over 500 to 600 times, he finally got a rough idea on how the thing worked. The lower the quality of the equipment used for the combination, the higher the chance that the tier of the new equipment combined would improve. For instance, by combining two black steel tier equipment, the players would get approximately a 70% chance to improve the tier of the new equipment to green copper tier. Meanwhile, combining two green copper tier equipment would grant players approximately 60% chance of improving the tier of the new equipment to gray silver tier. As for the others, combining two gray silver tier equipment would grant players approximately 50% chance of improving the tier of the new equipment to yellow gold tier. Combining two yellow gold tier equipment would grant players approximately 40% chance of improving the tier of the new equipment to violet platinum tier. Combining two violet platinum tier equipment would grant players approximately 30% chance of improving the tier of the new equipment to mythical tier. Combining two mythical tier equipment would grant players approximately 20% chance of improving the tier of the new equipment to ethereal tier. Last but not least, combining two ethereal tier equipment would grant players approximately a 10% chance of improving the tier of the new equipment to holy tier. Zhang tightened his teeth and used two of the holy tier equipment that he had acquired from clearing hardcore mode of the Spectre's Cavern as the materials for the combination process. By the end of it, he was surprised by the outcome. He actually only managed to get one equipment with both offensive and defensive stats. Although the equipment had the special that reduces required level by 20 levels, it was still an unfavorable outcome for him. Well, the holy tier equipment that comes out from the dungeon would be bound upon pickup. Furthermore, only players who reach the required level of the dungeon could enter the dungeon. Also, being eligible to enter the dungeon would also mean that the equipment acquired from the bosses could be equipped immediately on the spot. So, whether or not the equipment had the special that reduces the required level by 20 to 30 levels, it would not really matter that much anymore. Other than that, the combined equipment would stay bound upon pickup. So, there was no way that Zhang Yang could sell the equipment to anyone. What's worse was that if he gets an equipment that was bound upon pickup by combining one equipment that has bound upon pickup function with another equipment that does not have bound upon pickup function, his inventory would soon be full of rubbish. However, this Tesseract had proved its usefulness. At least the combined equipment would still have the special that reduces required level by 20 levels. After all, only equipment that was dropped by super bosses in every map would have such a special on each of them. Because of that, the equipment allowed players to equip them earlier on so that their power level could improve on the spot. Even though the Tesseract could not improve the tier of the equipment that goes beyond Holy Tier, it could still be used to enhance that powerful equipment. Well, now that all of them could not even collect a full set of Ascended Tier equipment, how would they be able to spare some Ascended Tier equipment to enhance the equipped ones? Therefore, they could only consider enhancing their high tier equipment when they finally collect a full set of their equipment. Although he had spent most of his time figuring out the function of the Tesseract, Zhang Yang only took tens of seconds to combine the equipment once every hour. That did not delay his grinding at all. Later on, Zhang Yang assembled Chen Shuiyao, Mini Piglet, and Scorching Cloud to aid them at grinding. He wanted to boost their levels to level 200 as soon as possible. By doing so, the three of them would be able to join the main story quest Demon's Descent as well. On the other hand, Zhang Yang was also running around the entire map, hoping that he could discover the method of unsealing Felice's third seal. By doing so, he would be able to improve Felice's tier up to Ascended Tier. Unfortunately, he had not been able to locate any locations that would trigger Felice to feel something even after he had gone through almost every corner of all level 240 maps. Well, there was a possibility that the location to unseal Felice's third seal would be located in maps beyond level 240. In real life, the private investigator that Zhang Yang hired came back to him with something he had been wanting to have: Zhong Xiuhua's medical record and the photos that showed him leaving the hospital. Zhang Yang immediately contacted one of his members from overseas and told him to post all the information on the net. The post had attracted quite a lot of attention. After all, the title of the post was something like "An infamous spoiled rich brat involved in prostitution and got AIDS ed." Well, they had photos on the net to prove it as well. Well, speaking of which, Zhong Xiuhua had been quite passive in the past. If the post did not appear, the people in China region might not even get to know that the person who was about to become the president would have such a son hidden somewhere. Of course, that could be because Zhong Xiuhua's father was either protecting his son or himself. Usually, no one would know the sons and daughters of the person who was going to run the country. However, thanks to the appearance of this post, a large number of people began to investigate the identity of Zhong Xiuhua. After all, the post had quite a lot of clues about his identity, which made people wonder. Once the curiosity of the people was triggered, they would not stop until they finally found out about the truth. By the end of it, the identity of Zhong Xiuhua was no longer being concealed. Instantly, an uproar had been set upon the public opinion. Everyone was beginning to discuss the topic that appeared earlier on. That was truly a disgrace to the country. Zhang Yang could no longer imagine Zhong Xiuhua's current facial expression. Well, he must have looked like a burned pig right now. He might be throwing things and breaking stuff all day long after the news was spread across the world. Truth to be told, it was not really a hopeless situation for Zhong Xiuhua, even he had been infected with sexually transmitted disease and AIDS. Though he might need to spend some real time to get treatment, however, that would have given him a hell of a time to be mentally tortured. It would be unwise to go up against an educated hoodlum. Zhang Yang humphed lightly. Well, if he could take Zhong Xiuhua off the chessboard, it would be a big accomplishment that would even be considered as committing a good deed for the public. That should be enough for the gods to bless him with a fat baby son in the future. Thinking of which, he immediately smiled. The only thing that kept him unhappy was because Luo Yuro was not willing to do an MRI scan to identify the gender of the baby. Zhang Yang could not understand it at all. Either it's a boy or a girl, the result had been confirmed the moment she was pregnant. So, why the secrecy then? Because of her, Zhang Yang could not calm his anxious heart or the urge to know whether it would be a boy or a girl. Another month had passed. Zhang Yang had finally succeeded in aiding Chen Qiuyao and the other two new members at reaching level 200. Well, he paid a price for babysitting them as well. He was currently level 207 only. Sun Xinu and the others were about to catch up to his current level. However, he did not really mind it that much even if they had surpassed him at the moment. Well, one of the reasons was because there were no rewards for the first player to reach level 210 or level 220. Furthermore, he was finally done with babysitting the new members to grind. So he would be able to grind like crazy for the upcoming days and secure back his number 1 seat in leveling up. because he only had some vague memories of it, so he went over to the Hanyu town alone. Well, in Zhang Yang's previous life, the quest that triggers the demon's descent was found on that map. However, Zhang Yang had no idea at all on how to trigger the quest or which specific spot to trigger the quest. Hanyu town was a heaven for the dwarfs and the goblins. It was really difficult to imagine the two vertically challenged races staying together in harmony. Zhang Yang began to clear out the quests available in the town. However, he was only requested to slay a few monsters or to gather some mining ores from the mining sites. There was no difficulty or whatsoever for him. Well, of course. He had also earned quite a substantial amount of experience points. Furthermore, the quests that he completed did not have any follow-ups at all. For the next few days, Zhang Yang had spoken to almost all NPCs with an exclamation mark on top of their heads. So he was about to run out of quests to do on that map. Hey, human. Help me deliver this batch of goods to Baljil. He is located by the west side of the town. I shall reward you with 1 gold piece if you complete my request. A goblin raised his head and looked at Zhang Yang. At that moment, Zhang Yang had completed 7 delivery quests consecutively. If he had known how to trigger the demon's descent, he would not have to clear out so many quests on the same map. Zhang Yang would have slashed the goblin to his death by then. This goddamn goblin had really used him well to deliver stuff to others. He had already sent Zhang Yang back and forth multiple times. Now, the goblin was requesting that Zhang Yang get over to the far end of another map which was 7 maps from here. Zhang Yang flew for over 2 full days before he had finally completed the delivery quest. And now, he was about to be used by the goblin again. All he could do was to endure it. Zhang Yang took the goods over and placed them in his inventory. Then, he left town on the back of Whitey. Upon exiting the town, he switched the phoenix pet out and flew towards the west. It did not take long before he saw a small valley by the mountainside. That was the location where he was requested to drop the goods. There was a lake at the middle of the valley. However, the lake was dark. The water seemed so dark that the lake was filled with black ink. Yuck! The water also had a kind of fishy smell. Yuck yuck! By the side of the lake, there was a wooden house. There was a simple dock with a small boat floating on the water right in front of the door of the house. A human, an old man, was sitting on his rocking chair. He was fishing by the dirty lake with his fishing rod, calm and relaxed. Baljil the imposter, normal, humanoid. Level, 230. HP, 303,150. Note, according to someone in Hanyu town, they have seen that Baljil are turning into a dragon. Therefore, even the goblins that treasured treasures over their own lives were not daring enough to deal with Baljil personally. They were terrified that Baljil would swallow them alive. Zhang Yang hopped down from his mount and walked towards Baljil. Then he said, "Old man, you've got a delivery." Baljil turned his head around and looked at Zhang Yang for a brief moment, then he said, "Just leave it on the doorstep and off you go." Zhang Yang followed the instruction and walked up to the doorstep. Just as he was about to take the item out from his inventory, he suddenly heard a long roar that shook the surroundings. Followed by the sound of a huge wave of water whipping from the lake, a dark blue western dragon suddenly leaped out from the lake. In an instant, fishy-smelling water sprinkles that were splashed out from the lake began to rain down from the sky as if it was raining. That western dragon was not too huge. It was only approximately 30 meters long and 10 meters tall. The size of the dragon was about the size of the dragon that the Dragon Knights ride back at White Jade Castle. Judging from the size of a dragon type, a dragon that is 30 meters long is still not yet a fully grown dragon. It could only be considered as a dragon youngling. Black Dragon Andomark, Elite, Dragon. Level 235. HP, 117,500,000. Defense, 14,270. Melee attack, 98,394 to 158,394, based on melee attack, however, causes chaos damage. Skills. Dragon Wing Strike, uses its wings and tail to sweep the surroundings. Other than the conical area right in front of the dragon, all enemy targets within the range of 30-meter radius will receive 120,000 physical damage. Dragon's Dominion, affects all enemy targets within the range of 30-meter radius with chaos effect with its dragon's domineering aura. Targets will run around aimlessly. Lasts for 8 seconds. Dragon Claw Strike, causes 150% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Note, Andomark was once a gigantic and powerful dragon. However, ever since it was heavily wounded, it had never recovered to full power. The moment when the black dragon appeared, it immediately charged towards Zhang Yang, after letting out an intimidating roar. With its gigantic wings flapping at full speed, the air was swept around as if Zhang Yang was standing in the middle of a tornado. Aya, it seems that this old man has fished up something unimaginably scary. Baljula was still teasing while he was sitting his *SS on a chair. He seemed to be enjoying the show from the sidelines. His eyes were filled with ferociousness while he was looking at what was going on. Zhang Yang did not get infuriated. Instead, he felt joyful. It seemed that he had finally found the quest that could trigger the demon's descent. Little Phoenix, Felice, come out now. Zhang Yang cried out loud and summoned Felice and Phoenix Pet out into the open. A legendary beast versus another legendary beast. Zhang Yang did not falter at all. There was no reason for him to get scared. The Phoenix Pet and the gigantic dragon seemed to be mortal enemies. The moment when Phoenix Pet was summoned out, it began to open up its mouth and whip its enemy with its flaming tongue on the dragon. At the same time, Felice had transformed into her dragonhawk form. She levitated into the sky and started bombarding the dragon with her fire missiles. Speaking of attack power, Andomark could only be as powerful as an ethereal tier. However, the Phoenix Pet had become as powerful as the ascended tier. They were on completely different levels. 128,034. 347,161. One could deal approximately 120,000 damage while the other one could deal up to approximately 340,000 damage. The difference was too obvious. However, Andomark was still an elite tier monster, after all. It had over 100 million HP on it. On the other hand, the Phoenix Pet only had over 4,400,000 HP even after it got support from the Vitality Aura. So in terms of HP amount, the difference between the two of them was quite obvious as well. Although the attack power of the Black Dragon was far weaker than the Phoenix Pet, it had the advantage of having a super high amount of HP. If the two huge birds ever face off each other head-on, Phoenix Pet would lose by the end of the battle. However, the Phoenix Pet was merely an additional damage output for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was actually much more powerful than the Phoenix Poet himself. With every slash landing on the Black Dragon, Zhang Yang looked like the ancient god of war. Every swing of his axe left a cold and sharp mark in the air as if they broke through the dimension itself. He managed to cause a tremendous amount of damage to Andomark. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804, Death Source Stone. Chapter 804, Death Source Stone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Following the improvement on the tier of the weapon, it just kept looking better and better. With every solid hit on the target, the hit would look like it had broken the dimension itself. The dimension was cut open and block holes were seen floating in the middle of the air. The visual effect of the scene was just gorgeous. 3,407,176. Zhang Yang could deal approximately 3,400,000 damage with each normal attack. He did not even use his skills yet. So how did he deal so much damage with his normal attacks then? Upon taking a closer look at his battle logs, he finally noticed that his normal attack had triggered the special effect of the axe. That allowed him to deal 8 times of his initial damage. The special effect of the axe was not easy to trigger at all. Since Zhang Yang picked up the axe, the special effect had only been triggered over 10 times. The rate of triggering was extremely low to the point that people would just ignore the description of the special effect. However, that was because the special effect was a little too oppressive once it triggers. If the rate is quite frequent, it would become too oppressive that the game would become unbalanced. How could you expect the monsters and the players to survive against the person with the axe, then? Judging from an extreme perspective, Zhang Yang's normal attacks could trigger the special effect that could cause 8 times his initial damage. The special effect would also cause 10 times the initial damage that his Rising Dragon Strike could deal. The special effect of the axe could also cause 3 times of the initial damage that Zhang Yang's critical hit and Lucky Strike could deal, but although there was no telling if the weapon's special effect and the Rising Dragon Strike could stack or not, however, the critical hit and the Lucky Strike would definitely let Zhang Yang deal a damage that would be 6 times higher than he initially could. That too could stack, after all. Even though Zhang Yang could deal a damage that would be 18 times higher than the initial damage he could deal, based on the stacking of his Dragon Rising Strike, with the special effect of the axe, he would be capable of causing 108 times of the initial damage that he could deal with his normal attack. That would be equal to causing an additional 10,800% melee attack with his skill attack. With Zhang Yang's current basic attack of 400,000, he would be able to deal 40 million damage with each attack. If he just activates his God of War transformation and the discussed circumstances work, then he could become capable of dealing more than 100 million damage. Obviously, the system could not allow that to happen. Therefore, no matter if it is the 8 times damage of the weapon or the 10 times damage of the Rising Dragon Strike, the rate of triggering them was extremely low. So, it would be impossible for the two to be triggered at the same time. It would be even more impossible for Critical Hit and the Lucky Strike to be triggered at the same time as well. Andomark was inflicted with massive damage. So it instantly roared out into the sky in rage. A shapeless wave of dragon's aura was beginning to expand into the surroundings. That was the monster's, dragon's dominion. Zhang Yang, Phoenix Pet and Felice were running around in random directions like flies without heads. They were afflicted by the terror effect. However, it was just a futile attempt made by the gigantic dragon. After all, the monster had only 1 billion HP. That was not even nearly enough to go up against Zhang Yang alone. Now, the gigantic dragon had to face the wrath of 3. The 3 of them combined their firepower and focused their attacks on the poor giant lizard with wings. It only took them approximately 3 minutes to slay the black dragon. Unfortunately for Zhang Yang, Andomark did not even drop a single thing upon its demise. The dead body of the black dragon was as huge as a small mountain lying by the side of the lake. Although it was already dead, people would still feel intimidated just by looking at it. Clap. 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 Baljuler stood up from his chair while clapping his hands. He walked up to Zhang Yang with a smile. Then he said, "That's some strength in you. Young man, you have the potential to become a great warrior." "Old man, is this how you treat your guests?" "Ha ha. Young man. I've no idea what you're talking about. Why can't I understand what you're saying?" Zhang Yang had no interest in arguing with the old man about the ambush of that black dragon. His main objective was to trigger the main story quest on the old man. He smiled and said, "Alright, since that the goods are delivered here safely, it's about time I leave." Wait. The tactic of retreat for the sake of advancing took effect. Baljuler quickly stopped Zhang Yang from leaving. "Young man, that was just a small test. I hope you won't be too offended. If that happened in the real world, the sudden ambush of the black dragon would have killed 99% of the players who come here. Obviously, this NPC was not a friendly person at all. So, he could be related to the main story quest, Demon's Descent." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Old man, so why did you arrange such a test for me, then?" "Young man, you can't really believe that the world is at peace, right? Even though the world looks peaceful at the moment, darkness is spreading slowly. The specters are lurking in the shadows and the demons are waiting for the perfect time to reveal themselves as we speak. They might just launch a large-scale invasion over the entire world. Are you willing to live in a world filled with the imminent danger of death? Are you willing to sit on your *SS waiting for impending doom to hit you in the face?" Baljuler was speaking in an earnest tone. Zhang Yang pouted and said, "So, what's the deal then? Those who are aware should take the initiative to eliminate the dangers before the dangers could spread to the others. Young man, this is a great opportunity to become a warrior to be remembered over 1,000 years. As long as you can succeed, every poet, every man on earth will sing your name and shout out your deeds. Your name will be carved on history itself." Baljuler tried to convince Zhang Yang with all his own imaginative words. Zhang Yang held the urge to slam his feet on the face of Baljuler. Then he said, "So, how do we get rid of the dangers that you speak of?" I have a good idea. Unfortunately, I'm too old and I'm not powerful enough to carry out my own plan. But you're different, my young warrior. You've defeated a black dragon and passed my test. You have the potential to become the hero that everyone deserves. Now, let us act on it. Allow me to make you into a fine and renowned hero." "Old man, just get to the point already. What's the first step then?" You've got to be a little more patient, young man. Steel is not forged in a single day. A hero is not born in a single day. Allow me to explain my plan to you. I'm planning to make a sacred enchantment to shield our world. The enchantment will be spread across the entire sky. By then, the demons and the specters will automatically die as long as they are standing within the effective area of the sacred enchantment. By then, the specters will no longer be able to be born ever again, while the demons will not dare to invade our world." Baljuler grinned and said, "However, we will require too many rare and unique materials in order to make the gigantic sacred enchantment. Young man, if you want to be a hero, you must first gather all materials and come back to me. When the sacred enchantment is created, you will become the hero of this world. Alright, tell me about all materials that you need." "Calm your man tits. This cannot be completed in a day or two. Firstly, you'll need to bring me some Death Source stones." Ding. Baljila the imposter has given you a quest, Death Source Stone. Do you accept? Accept. Death Source Stone, difficulty, rank C. Description: Baljil wants to build a gigantic sacred enchantment to fend off demons and specters. Meanwhile, creating a sacred enchantment will require a large number of previous and valuable materials. The first material required is the Death Source Stone. You can acquire them by slaying Death Shadow Canine Zoan by the Death Shadow Mine. Of course, if you're an outstanding miner, you can also choose to mine for the Death Source Stone yourself. Completion: mine for the Death Source Stone 0/200. The difficulty of the quest was only rank C. That being said, the monsters must be only elite tier. There might not even be an ethereal tier boss around the area. Zhang Yang did not contact Sun Xinu and the others. He decided to complete the quest on his own. After flying through the sky for about 2 hours, he had finally arrived at the Death Shadow Mine. There were a few monsters with dogs' heads. Their bodies looked just like the dwarfs. They were pushing carts in and out of the mine at the moment. So these must be the Death Shadow Canine Zoan, the description of the quest mentioned earlier on. These monsters slung a mining hoe over their shoulders. They had gold teeth all over their mouths as well. Just like the dwarfs who are born to be blacksmiths, these dog-head monsters are born to be natural miners. Whenever there is a mine, there would basically be Death Shadow Canine Zoan around. Death Shadow Canine Zoan, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 225. HP, 112,500,000. Magic attack, 62,920 to 82,920. Skill: Fireball, causes 200% magic attack of fire damage to the target. Casting, 2 seconds. Faced with a bunch of elite tier magic type monsters, Zhang Yang would really have a hard time if he engages into battle with these monsters without the support of Felice's Tree of Life. Well, with Felice by his side, things were much simpler. Although Felice's power level was currently stuck at Holy Tier, however, these monsters only had the power level of an ethereal tier monster. So, she would not have any problem maintaining Zhang Yang's HP during the battle. Zhang Yang patted his mount and descended down to the ground. He managed to lure the monsters in the surroundings of the mine entrance with one go. Well, naturally, Zhang Yang would not put himself at risk of being swarmed up by luring more than 6 magic-type monsters at the same time. Instead, he let Phoenix Pet be the tanker in this battle. Because the Phoenix Pet was immune to fire damage, even if there are 60 of these monsters or 600 of these monsters, the Phoenix Pet would still be able to stand there and tank against the monster horde. Zhang Yang only maintained luring one monster at a time. He would activate his Thunderstrike and Horizontal Sweep from time to deal some damage to the other 5 monsters as well. Because the Phoenix Pet had the damage output of an ascended tier and its flames were AoE attacks, the aggro of the other 5 monsters were firmly fixed on the Phoenix Pet. The battle was so simple and easy for Zhang Yang. It only took him 3 minutes to slay the first Death Shadow Canine Zoan. Meanwhile, the other 5 monsters only had approximately 70% HP left on each of them. Well, they were being bombarded with Phoenix's attacks and Zhang Yang's AoE skill attacks at the same time. In another 7 minutes, Zhang Yang and Phoenix Pet had taken care of the remaining monsters. Well, the Phoenix Pet could really perform like a god when it comes to battling these fire-type elite tier monsters. Zhang Yang commanded Phoenix Pet to charge into the mining cave. They would shoot the moment they see monsters. Once they managed to lure the monsters, they would run or retreat to a safe position before killing them. Well, this time, they lured over 100 Death Shadow Canine Zoans before camping at a corner and slaughtering the monsters up. Theoretically speaking, magic-type monsters behave differently compared to melee-type monsters. Once their numbers become abundant, players would no longer be able to deal damage to the monsters. These 100 monsters could definitely attack their target at the same time. They could deal an average of 14 million damage at a time. Even with Zhang Yang's insanely high defense, he would still receive approximately 8 million damage if all 100 monsters attack him once at the same time. That amount of damage would have been more than enough to instantly kill Zhang Yang. However, encountering the Phoenix Pet was a tragic experience for all the Death Shadow Canine Zoan. All magic attacks that landed on the Phoenix Pet were immune. Because of the aggro system, the monsters could not abandon Phoenix Pet and switch their target over to Zhang Yang. So, they were only able to throw countless ineffective fireballs at the Phoenix Pet. About 20 minutes later, 100 elite tier monsters were all dead on the ground. Zhang Yang had earned over 10 billion experience points from slaying them all. His experience bar had obviously increased by a large chunk. Awesome. Zhang Yang bent down and picked up all the loot. The money and the equipment could come later. The most important thing would be the quest item. However, it was quite depressing because out of the 100 elite tier monsters, only 32 of them dropped a piece of Death Source Stone. It seemed that the drop rate of this quest item was a little too low. Well, judging from the current pace of his progress, he would need to repeat the same process over 6 times to accumulate a total of 200 pieces of Death Source Stone. However, when he cleared out all monsters in the mine, he only managed to collect a total of 107 pieces of Death Source Stone. So Zhang had to wait for another 15 hours before the monsters in the mine are respawned. Only then, he could repeat the process until he completes the quest. If Zhang chose to be a miner in the start, he could have used the free time to mine around. According to the quest description, miners could acquire the Death Source Stones by mining in the Death Shadow Mine. By doing so, he would be able to collect more Death Source Stones to complete the quest. Therefore, he could not do anything now. He could only grind at another spot around the area until the Death Shadow Canine Zoan are respawned before he comes back to the mine to finish what he had started. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805, Poseidon's Pearl. Chapter 805, Poseidon's Pearl. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 15 hours later, Zhang returned to the Death Shadow Mine once again. The Death Shadow Canine Zoans had been respawned. Zhang went back into the mine to finish up what he had started. Once again, the Phoenix Pet was able to show off its might. It only took up about an hour before they cleared out the monsters in the mine again. By doing that, Zhang had finally acquired 200 pieces of Death Source Stone. Upon getting back to Baljilr, that old man took the bag full of Death Source Stones and had a look at them. Then he revealed a contented expression on his face and said, "Young man, you're truly remarkable. You've not let me down a single bit. The hope of acquiring the title of hero who saves the world is real now." Zhang almost popped a vein or two. This old man was obviously a cheater. F***CK. Ding. You've completed a quest, Death Source Stone. You've received a reward, 50 million experience points. However, now is not the time to feel proud just yet. Now is not the time to feel relieved yet. Baljilr's face suddenly turned serious as he spoke. Now, we need the second item. That's called the Poseidon's Pearl. However, the Poseidon's Pearl is currently in the possession of Auriano, the king of the Gunhar Kingdom. It will not be easy at all to get the item. Zhang did not say a word. He knew better than anyone that there would not be a quest that cannot be completed. There must be some hidden agenda or drama mode behind it. As expected, Baljilr continued to speak. However, Auriano's a lustful bastard that loves to F***ck around. Recently, he's obsessed with a widow. He will just visit her and stay over at her place once every few days. To avoid being blamed by his fellow ministers and chancellors, he will only bring a few guards along with him. That's an opportunity that we can't just pass on. Young man, go to the widow's house and wait there. You can wait for Auriano to arrive and snatch the Poseidon's Pearl from him. Ding. Baljilr the impostor has given you a quest, Poseidon's Pearl. Do you accept? Accept. Poseidon's Pearl, difficulty, rank S. Description: Baljilr needs you to locate the Poseidon's Pearl and bring it him so that he can continue to create the sacred enchantment. The Poseidon's Pearl is the possession of Auriano. You can go to the house of Lydia the widow and for the arrival of Auriano. Then, you can snatch the Poseidon's Pearl from him. Number of players, 1. Completion: acquire the Poseidon's Pearl 0/1. A quest with a rank S difficulty? Could there be an ascended tier boss that he needs to face by the end of the quest? Well, he's all alone in this quest at the moment. How would it be possible for him to take on an ascended tier boss all by himself then? The quest limited it so that only one person could complete the quest. What the F***CK? However, the game would not give players a quest that cannot be completed. So Zhang was very sure that there would be an opportunity that would change the situation. So, he decided to go along with it for the moment to observe. Zhang left the valley on Phoenix Pet and flew towards the Gunhar Kingdom. That kingdom was just on the same map. Although Auriano had the King of Gunhar Kingdom title, Gunhar Kingdom was just a small city, so to speak. The firm and strong castle walls had half of the city protected. However, the other half of the city was just built by a cliff. The geographical spot of the city seemed to be very vulnerable. Zhang did not ride into the city by force. He landed before he entered the city. Then he switched Whitey out and rode all the way to the entrance of the city. Upon paying 10 gold pieces as the entrance fee, he finally entered the lonely city which was hanging by a cliff. The army force of this city was extremely powerful. The place was crawling with soldiers that wore shiny armors. Every single one of them was elite tier as well. Zhang was not idiotic enough to cause trouble so that he could get himself killed. If he ever tried to do something stupid, he would not be capable of F***ing up so many elite tier monsters at the same time. Instead, he would be the one who gets F***ed up by them. After all, not all soldiers in the city were fire-type users. Zhang asked around and realized that Lydia the widow was quite famous among the locals. She appeared pretty and sexy as well. In other words, she's seductive, all the time. She's been known to be the king's favorite social butterfly. However, her attitude seemed to have suddenly changed since a month ago. There was no longer any news about her having affairs with other men in the city. The people in the city could not help but feel curious as to why. Well, that was obvious, actually. Who would still so daring enough for lining up to stick their D***CKs into the king's favorite woman? Lydia was currently living in a 3-story building with a little sprinkle of the Europe style. There were 2 peasants guarding at the entrance to the building. Well, because the streets were filled with soldiers patrolling around, it would be a very bad idea to charge into the building like an idiot. If anything were to happen, the king would never set foot in that building ever again. Well, it would not be impossible for a person to sneak into the building. The best way to do it was to use stealth approach like how thieves did. As for players of other classes, they would be needing a little help invisible potion, effects, and void type of effects that could provide players a 10-second invisibility period. Zhang would be an exception. He activated his Shadow of the Void and walked right into the building like a king. He went straight to the 3rd floor of the building and lay quietly below a bed. With the bed sheets covering the sides of the bed, even if someone squats down, they would not be able to see Zhang at all. Zhang came in while he was in the void, where time stopped. After that, he waited for over an hour. It was about midnight before he heard something. He heard a man and a woman talking to each other. Well, they were basically teasing each other in a sensual manner. It did not take long before they opened the door and head into the room. After that, Zhang heard a sound again. It was the sound of them getting onto the bed. After a short while, the bed began to shake in a regular rhythm. Zhang could not help to frown intensely. Could the game be virtually projecting a sexual scene as well for the players to see? However, thing happened too suddenly and ended too suddenly as well. Before Zhang could react, the bed stopped shaking. Right after the bed stopped shaking, he could only hear them snoring. Zhang quickly crawled out from the bottom of the bed. All he could see was a man and a woman cuddling each other on the bed. The man was only wearing a pair of short pants while the woman was wearing a complete set of pajamas. Her exposed skin was so snow white and she had a pretty face that could mesmerize any man who lay their eyes on her face. No wonder the king was so obsessed with her. Alriano, normal. Humanoid. Level, 235. HP, 303,390. Note, he's the king of the Gunhar Kingdom. He's a lustful man. There was an aquamarine pearl hanging right around the king's left wrist. The pearl was flashing constantly to remind the players that it was a quest item. However, the quest seemed too easy to be true. This did not look like a rank S quest at all. Zhang could not help to feel uneasy about the current situation. However, his hands were already set into motion to retrieve the pearl. After Zhang took the pearl of the wrist, suddenly, Alriano opened his eyes wide and stared at Zhang like his life was depending on it. That glare. It was horrifying. He was awakened by Zhang presence. The king quickly shouted with his dense and loud voice, "Guards! Guards!" A visible ripple impact was seen passing through Zhang. Instantly, he was afflicted with a negative effect. Traitor of the kingdom, you cannot mount onto any pet mounts, battle mounts for the moment, inheritance transformations will not be allowed to fly in the sky as well. You cannot use any teleportation items or your teleportation skills. The soldiers of the Gunhar Kingdom are pursuing you. Lasts for 24 hours. As the king of Gunhar Kingdom has enforced martial law, you will not get any help from anyone. Anyone will not be allowed to leave or enter the kingdom. If you're killed during this period of time, the Poseidon's Pearl will be lost automatically. So this should be the reason why the quest was ranked as a rank S quest now. What kind of insane setting is this? Protect the king, the guards by the entrance charged into the room. For soldiers fully equipped with a complete armor set raised their weapon up and launched their attacks at Zhang. Palace Elite Guard, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 230. HP, 115 million. Defense, 14,270. Melee attack, 98,335 to 158,335. Skill. Punt, causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target, pushing the target backward. Zhang Yang quickly summoned Felice. However, summoning a pet would require 2 seconds, which was longer than the time the enemies needed to land their attacks on Zhang Yang. After some pondering, Zhang Yang activated his accessory to grant him invincibility before he began to summon his phoenix pet. Although the negative effect trader of the kingdom had disabled Zhang Yang's ability to mount onto his pet, Zhang Yang still had beast taming for him to summon his pet out to use as a companion in battle. With Felice's ability to heal and Phoenix Pet's insanely powerful attacks to aid him in battle, Zhang Yang could easily receive the attacks of the 4 elite tier soldiers without any worries. After all, Zhang Yang had a super high offense and super high defense at the same time. The only thing that got Zhang Yang annoyed was the gi punt that the soldiers used on him. The attacks would send Zhang Yang flying back a little, knocking him into the walls for a bit. About 7 to 8 minutes later, Zhang Yang had finally taken care of the 4 elite tier monsters. He quickly seized the opportunity and ran like hell. If he ever delays his escape, he would be swarmed up by countless NPCs and die. After charging down to the ground floor, Zhang Yang disappeared into the streets. He had already found a quiet spot to hide himself for the moment. Intruder detected. Right before he could sit his hot *SS down, another 6 elite tier soldiers suddenly appeared and launched their attacks at Zhang Yang without mercy. Kill, kill, kill. Zhang Yang quickly struck back at them and took out the 6 elite tier monsters. However, that consumed quite a lot of his time. When he was done, he could already hear the harsh footsteps coming from afar. The sounds of those metal boots stomping on the surface of hard pebbled roads were sharp and harsh. Zhang Yang quickly moved his *SS and blended himself into the streets again. However, he would be discovered no matter where he tried to hide. The patrols were so sharp that they could identify Zhang Yang in a matter of seconds. Then, a fierce battle would be triggered between Zhang Yang and the soldiers that found him. Each encounter had exactly 6 elite tier soldiers. Each encounter would take approximately 15 minutes. If he could not take out the 6 guards within 15 minutes, there would be a second wave of soldiers, 12 of them to be precise, arriving to aid the first wave of the soldiers in taking Zhang Yang out. Even though Zhang Yang had never been caught up by a platoon of 12 soldiers before, he could predict that if he does not take out the second wave of 12 within a set period of time, there would be a third wave with more soldiers coming to get him. Therefore, he could never afford to be captured by the second wave soldiers. Or else, he would have to face endless waves of soldiers until his HP bar gives out. The first 2 hours of hide and seek was simple for him. However, the first wave of the soldiers had increased to 8 soldiers. That was when the situation became more challenging than he could anticipate. Fortunately, Phoenix Pet was still performing at its best. Even though there were 2 extra soldiers in the battle, the Phoenix Pet could spread its attack on all target within range as long as Zhang Yang make sure the monsters were all gathered within the attack range of the Phoenix Pet. Therefore, the battle was not prolonged much at all. The DPS of the Phoenix Pet was approximately 170,000 damage. Clearing out a HP bar of approximately 100 million HP would only take about 11 minutes. Well, the attacks of the Phoenix Pet were AoE in nature, after all. So it would not matter if the number of monsters are abundant or not, only under the circumstance that the monsters are standing close enough to each other. Therefore, Zhang Yang needed not to worry about the attack power of his side. The only thing that he needed to worry about was the number of monsters. If the number of monsters becomes so abundant that the situation might get out of hand, then the monsters would only need to use punt on him until he no longer can keep the monsters in one spot for the Phoenix Pet to do its work. By the 5th hour, the number of elite tier monster each wave had increased to 10. Furthermore, they would also bring along 20 normal tier soldiers. Although these normal tier monsters could not really cause much damage to Zhang Yang, they were also equipped with punt. These normal tier monsters really had Zhang Yang staggering around without having much chance to stand on his feet. Therefore, the monsters in the surrounding were beginning to scatter around, causing quite a hassle for the Phoenix Pet to focus attacks on them. Fortunately, normal tier monsters only had about 300,000 HP on them. Zhang Yang could have wiped them all out with his horizontal sweep. Although that might give him a little problem, it would not be a fatal one at least. Phew. Zhang Yang gave it some thought before he decided to use the Demon's Portal on the 8th hour. Then, he would use his God of War transformation on the 10th hour. So let's see who turns out to be better, then. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, Read Gates of Hells. Chapter 806, Read Gates of Hells. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Come the 6th hour, and the number of soldiers in each wave had been increased up to 12 elite-tier soldiers and 40 normal-tier soldiers. If Zhang only has to deal with so many monsters at the same time, he could not be worried at all. The problems lie in the fact that each of these monsters could use punt on him. With more than 50 monsters chaining their punt consecutively on Zhang would not even get the chance to fall. He would be hit consecutively to the point that he would stay in the air for all eternity. Fortunately for him, Zhang still had help from Phoenix Pet and Felice. The pet and the battle companion were told to focus on wiping out the normal tier monsters first, before turning their attention towards wiping out the elite tier monsters. Although the elite tier monsters were still a little too abundant, Zhang could still take it. Furthermore, Felice could also constantly heal Zhang, so Zhang would not face any life-threatening situation for the moment. However, the number of elite tier monsters had been increased up to 12 in each wave. Zhang spent substantially more time in the air now. Therefore, the monsters would scatter into the surroundings a little, because Zhang was not there to keep them in line. Because of that, Phoenix Pet was affected as well. They actually took almost 15 minutes to clear out the entire wave of monsters this time. Moreover, the next wave of soldiers had arrived as well. The second wave of reinforcement had 24 elite tier monsters and 80 normal tier monsters. What the F***ck? Zhang did not dare to go head-on with so many monsters. So, he quickly put Felice back into the battle companion slot and unsummoned Phoenix Pet. Without any hesitation, he activated his Shadow of the Void, and went into another dimension before the reinforcements could reach him. The moment he was in the other dimension, he ran like hell. After 20 seconds of insane running, Zhang managed to run over quite some distance before he was forced to jump out of the void. Currently, he had ran over to another street. Phew! Zhang tried to catch his breath. Then he quickly looked for another place to hide. He knew he needed to be ready for the next wave of monsters. A brief moment later, a new wave of soldiers had been spawned near Zhang. Well, Zhang had already summoned out Felice and Phoenix Pet earlier on while waiting for the soldiers to be spawned. So, they quickly wiped out the 40 normal tier monsters first. His luck was good this time. The three of them only took 12 minutes to wipe out the entire wave of monsters. So Zhang had a bit more time to run away. The duration required to clear out the entire wave of soldiers would depend on luck as well. Sometimes, the monsters would use their punt at the same time, and sometimes they would use their punt consecutively to form a chain attack. Because of that, the duration of clearing out the soldiers would differ, based on the situation. If the chain attack was a long one, it would require much more time to kill all the monsters. When that happens, they might spend more than 15 minutes to clear the monsters out. When that does happen, the reinforcements would arrive and Zhang would have to deal with more tons of sh**t. Fortunate for him, Zhang had a very useful skill in such situations, his Shadow of the Void, for him to escape with ease. However, in none of the battles, the monsters had chained their attacks together so perfectly that two of them were still alive after Zhang spends 15 minutes trying to wipe them out. Even though Zhang had activated his Shadow of the Void to escape, when he reappears after 20 seconds, the two monsters were leading an entire army of soldiers to pursue him from the back. Only he knew by then that he could escape. However, he must make sure that the first wave of every encounter must be wiped out first in order to escape safely. That was the system's setting. Or else, he would have to be pursued by the remaining monsters and the reinforcement monsters altogether. If he ever delays the battles any longer, he would be as good as dead when the next wave of monsters arrived to join into the battle. After killing the two soldiers in the massive army, Zhang did not have enough time to even keep Phoenix Pet into the inventory. He could only activate his rearm to clear out all the cooldowns of his skills before he could use his Shadow of the Void to escape again. However, even though he could not ride on the back of his pet mount, it did not mean that the Phoenix Pet could not fly in the sky. All the big bird needed to do was to flap its two gigantic wings and send itself into the air. Then the Phoenix Pet would no longer need to worry about being hurt by the soldiers. After Zhang came out from the Shadow of the Void, the Phoenix Pet descended lower to engage back into battle with the monsters. As summoning and unsummoning Felice did not require chanting time at all, Zhang had kept Felice back into her slot long before he acted on this. So Zhang had been hitting and running for the entire time. He would need to repeatedly do the same thing until he wipes out the first wave of the monsters. Well, he had Shadow of the Void. So he had one less thing to worry about. Even if he is swarmed up by the monsters, he would still be able to get away easily. It was fortunate that the system did not design the soldiers to have the ability of a radar to detect their target. The next 2 hours were tormenting and long for Zhang. However, he had managed to survive the ordeal. He laughed out loud because he knew it was about time. It was his turn to strike back at the monsters that were pursuing him. When the new wave of the monsters were spawned, the number had been increased up to 14 elite tier monsters and 50 normal tier monsters. Gate of Hell, activated. Zhang Yang summoned a Gate of Hell and took out the normal soldiers in an instant. Because the Phoenix Pet was completely under Zhang Yang's command, the Phoenix Pet would just stop attacking at the final moment right before the monsters were about to die. Then, Zhang Yang would strike out the final blow to all the monsters afterward. It only took about 20 seconds before all 50 normal tier monsters collapsed onto the ground. Then, one after another, the souls of the monsters were flying into the Gate of Hell. The next thing was the dark radiating Gate of Hell that was beginning to open its door. Then, countless demons with 2 large twisted horns right on their foreheads walked right out of the gate. The situation suddenly changed. Zhang Yang suddenly had over 50 elite tier brothers to beat up the remaining 14 elite tier soldiers in the vicinity. Beat them up. The demonic monsters that came out from that gate were not weaker than the elite tier monsters. At the same time, the demons had the advantage in their number over the monsters. It only took a while for the demons to take care of the remaining soldiers. However, the demons would not listen to Zhang Yang's commands at all, even though they would not attack him. Meanwhile, the demons would pick their targets based on their aggro system. Well, 8 out of 14 elite soldiers died in the hands of the demons, so Zhang Yang only managed to gain extra 6 demons by the end of the battle. Because Zhang Yang only took approximately 3 minutes to clear out this wave's monsters, he would need to wait more than 10 minutes before the reinforcements could arrive. So Zhang Yang decided to take the initiative to strike. He went around the streets to lure any guards or soldiers that he could find over to the Gate of Hell before slaying them. The Gate of Hell could only last for 20 minutes. So, Zhang Yang must slay as many monsters as he could within that period of that in order to turn the souls of the slain monsters into demons. After all, he still had 4 hours to go before he can complete the quest. About 10 minutes later, the reinforcement had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the number of the soldiers were shockingly high this round. There were a total of 28 elite tier soldiers and 100 normal tier soldiers charging towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang did not sit around, waiting for them to come. He charged towards the monsters and launched the first attack on them. He activated his invincible skills and took out the 100 normal tier monsters in one go. Because the attack power of the elite tier monsters were much higher than the normal tier monsters, the demons had fixed their aggro on the elite tier monsters naturally. Meanwhile, 98 out of 100 normal tier soldiers died by the hands of Zhang Yang. Instantly, Zhang Yang gained a total of 98 elite tier demons. So how would the 28 elite tier soldiers be able to hold their ground against that many elite tier demons then? They were instantly wiped out clean, of course. Meanwhile, the tragic part about the incident was that Zhang Yang only managed to kill 2 of them with his bare hands. He only managed to earn 2 extra demons because his other demons had swarmed over the remaining soldiers like a tidal wave. After a brief moment of rest, another new wave of soldiers was spawned. This time, the number of monsters had been increased up to 14 elite tier soldiers and 50 normal tier soldiers. As usual, Zhang Yang took the liberty to slay the monsters first before his other goons could make a move. By doing so, he managed to add another 47 demons under his ranks. Meanwhile, the Gate of Hell had collapsed before the remaining 14 elite tier soldiers could be killed. 20 minutes had passed. Fortunately for Zhang Yang, the demons that came out of the Gate of Hell would not vanish even after the gate is destroyed after the effective duration. As long as they were not killed, they would be able to stay and slaughter their prey for 4 hours before they are banished back to their underworld. Of course, these demons would not be able to roam any more than 1,000 meters from the spot where the Gate of Hell was summoned. Well, that range was already vast enough for Zhang Yang to run around without having any worries in his mind. Zhang Yang did not have to leave the range to hide. He could just find a spot and camp there until the quest ends. He could just kill whatever number of soldiers that come at him. 9th hour, 10th hour. The new wave had over 16 elite tier soldiers and 100 normal tier soldiers. Zhang Yang could not help to feel an itch for thinking aloud. If only he could have the Gate of Hell by his side, he could have summoned another 100 to 200 demons to join under his ranks, but although the number of soldiers had substantially increased, they were never going to be able to survive the onslaught of Zhang Yang's 200 plus demons. Well, all of the demons he had were elite tier, after all. They could easily crush the soldiers. That was how war looked like. If the number of both sides were equal, then the two sides would basically suffer equally if they went against each other head-on. However, if one of the two sides had the advantage in numbers, then that side would be able to reduce their losses. Meanwhile, if the difference in the number of two sides is too great, the side with more soldiers would be able to crush their opposing side with even lesser losses. Just imagine this. Under the circumstance where every man has the same strength, 100 strong men could instantly end one strong man. There was nothing to explain here. It was pure math. That one man would not even be able to deal any damage to anyone before he is taken out. Therefore, even though there was no way of healing the demons, but the demons still had the absolute advantage in number over their opponents. So they were able to take out their enemies without taking much damage. They could also take out their enemies and get out of their battle mode to recover their HP. Initially, Zhang had intended to use his God of War transformation to stay alive. However, after noticing that he had over 200 demons working for him, he knew that he could crush his enemies with ease. Well, the 200 plus demons would be enough to crush anything in the vicinity. It was a total slaughter. Zhang went through the remaining 2 hours with ease. After that, the negative effect on him vanished. Meanwhile, the first batch of demons he summoned were kicked back to the initial spot where they were summoned. The number of demons was getting smaller and smaller by the second. However, that did not matter anymore. Well, Zhang had completed his quest. Time to go. Zhang hopped onto the back of Phoenix Pet and left the city, leaving the 100 plus demons behind to cause chaos over the soldiers in the city. Unfortunately, soldiers and monsters that were slain by the demons would not give Zhang any experience points. After all, these demons were borrowed from the underworld. Their real master was the Hell Lord of the Abyss. So, the benefits would all go to him, of course. As he hustled back without any interruptions, Zhang arrived back at Baljila's location after flying for a while. "You stinky old man. You almost got me killed." Zhang threw the Poseidon's pearl over to Baljil as he was scolding the old man in rage. Aha! Baljil actually laughed out loud. Then he quickly kept the Poseidon's peel into his sleeve and said, "My young warrior, please calm down. There's no need to be angry. How about this? I'll give you my family heirloom as a compensation." Ding! You've received an item, Snake King's chestplate. Snake King's chestplate, ascended, heavy armor. Defense, plus 1,280. Vitality, plus 45,088. Strength, plus 7,933. Agility, plus 3,353. Level 8 Socket 1. Level 8 Socket 2. Equip, increases maximum HP by 90,170 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 12%. Equip, absorbs 3,434 damage when being hit. Required level, 230. Special, reduces required level by 30 levels. Now, that's something worthy of Zhang effort and time. Finally, a piece of ascended tier equipment as a reward. However, this is one of the main story quests. It had the feature that needed it to be unlocked by players through searching the correct NPCs. So if the quest is completed by someone in the server, the other players would not be able to do the same quest anymore. In other words, the reward of this quest would only belong to the first and only player who completes it first. Although an ascended tier equipment was given as a reward, only one person in the entire server would be able to get this special piece of equipment. So, it would not cause the value of ascended tier equipment to degrade. Zhang quickly put on the newly received equipment and smiled at Baljil. "This reward is plenty much. So, I won't say much about it now." Baljil forced a smile on his face as well. Then he said, "Young warrior, these materials are still not sufficient for my plan to work. We have to search for the next item now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 807, The Spectre's Heart. Chapter 807, The Spectre's Heart. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. So, what's next? Baljil did not answer Zhang immediately. He gave Zhang a quick glance before he slowly said, "The Spectre's Heart of Evil Necromancer Cheryl." He was obviously worried that Zhang might ask for the reason as to why creating a sacred enchantment would require an evil and tainted Spectre's Heart. However, as a player, one should just dedicate oneself to completing a quest that NPC provides in order to get the rewards for completing it. That's the natural order in the game. So Zhang had no reason to ask much of it. Therefore, Baljil's worry was for nothing. Zhang nodded and said, "So where's Cheryl?" Baljil was relieved as he let out a heavy breath. Then he said, "Cheryl is located at the far side of the Wind's G Kingdom. She's known to live in the Dark Castle somewhere in that kingdom. Take her out and bring her Spectre's Heart back to me." Ding! Baljil the imposter had given you a quest, the Spectre's Heart. Do you accept? Accept. The Spectre's Heart, difficulty, rank A. Description: Baljil wants you to acquire the Spectre's Heart in order to progress with setting up his sacred enchantment. You can find the evil necromancer Cheryl in the dark castle located by the southeast side of the Wenji Kingdom. Young man, you better bring along a bunch of friends for this. Cheryl is not an easy foe to take on. Completion, acquire the Spectre's Heart 0 to 1. The Wenji Kingdom is a level 210 to 240 map. It's located quite far away from Kanjar. Zhang had to use a teleportation scroll to get back to the holy city. Then he summoned Phoenix Pet out and headed straight towards his destination. The difficulty of the quest was rank A. It seemed that Cheryl would probably be a holy tier boss. Furthermore, Zhang still had his God of War transformation ready at hand. So, it would be possible for him to take out the boss all by himself. Also, he could still use his party summon order if things do not go the way he expects it to be. He could still summon Sun Xinu and the rest of his gang over to support him in battle. Along the way to his destination, after flying across the sky for over 7 to 8 hours, Zhang finally entered the Wenji Kingdom. He spent another 2 hours venturing further towards the southeast of the map. Finally, he could see the dark castle right on top of his small map. At the same time, Zhang could see a magnificent ancient castle in front, not far from him. The appearance of the castle seemed anciently vicissitude. Zhang could not help to feel a sense of misfortune and dread creeping through his spine. Well, there were also dark clouds shrouded over the castle. The gloomy and creepy sense of the atmosphere had completely destroyed the magnificence of the castle. The appearance of the castle was currently ghastly. Zhang flew straight into the castle. Because the interior of the castle was an indoor environment, he could only leap down from the back of his mount and venture deeper into the castle on foot. Living human! It's your doom for trespassing into this land, an insidious voice was heard across the hall. 2 beams were shot right at Zhang without any warning. The beams turned into 2 dark skulls and flew towards Zhang at high speed. 88327. 92712. 2 damage values popped right on top of Zhang head almost at the same time. Right after that, Zhang noticed that 2 monsters wearing dark wizard robes suddenly appeared right in front of him. Their hands were the only body parts that were exposed. They were so dry and skinny that they looked like the claws of a chicken. Shadow Wizard, Elite, Spectre. Level, 230. HP, 115 million. Defense, 14,270. Magic attack, 66,112 to 86,112. Skill. Shadow Bomb, causes 200% magic attack of shadow damage to the target. Chanting, 2 seconds. Note, Shadow Wizards are the loyal servants to evil necromancer Cheryl. Their strength is so powerful that even the expedition forces of the Wenji Kingdom could not do anything to cleanse the Dark Castle from the corruption of the evil necromancer Cheryl. So far, none of the expedition forces have managed to return alive. King Magic-type monsters. As a guardian warrior, Zhang had hated these magic-type monsters the most. They always rendered his defense useless. Zhang let out a clear roar and charged forward at high speed. Upon reaching the effective range of his charge, he immediately activated it and dashed forward like a piercing arrow towards one of the wizard monsters. Upon stunning the monster he clashed into, Zhang swung his axe and acquired enough rage points. Immediately, he turned towards another wizard monster beside him and activated his crash magic. The chanting of the monster was interrupted immediately. Truth be told, even though the attack power of the monsters were not weak, Felice could easily heal up Zhang, maintaining his HP bar at its maximum level. However, Zhang had gotten used to playing safe. He would use the methods that could minimize his damage received in order to win the battle. So he could not help himself but try limiting the damage output of the monsters. With his current attack power, it would not take long before he could slay the 2 monsters. So after a brief moment, he managed to empty out the HP bars of the 2 monsters. By doing so, the 2 monsters instantly turned into a pile of bones, clattering down to the ground. The entire castle was filled with similar types of monsters. Zhang could not afford to lure too many of these monsters at the same time. After all, the damage that these monsters could deal to him was a little too painful for him to take them all on. Once the number of monsters become too many for him to handle, he would be in deep sh*t. With no intention of wasting so much time on the monsters, Zhang activated his Burrow and Shadow of the Void in order to go deeper into the castle without having the need to fight the monsters. However, he still had to battle some of them though. So he slew quite a number of monsters as well as he was making his way deeper into the castle. 4 hours later, he had finally arrived at the deepest area of the castle. There was a gigantic pool in the area. 12 spectral maids were standing respectfully on the edge of the pool. They were holding jade plates on top of their hands. Right on top of each plate, there was delicious food such as fresh fruit and fine wine. Meanwhile, right in the middle of the pool, a beautiful lady with a long hair was enjoying a swim. From time to time, she would swim to the side of the pool. A maid would get near so that she could pass the food to the lady in the pool. Well, it seemed that the lady knew how to enjoy her life. Zhang thought to himself that he could really learn from this lady. He could let Sun Xinu and Han Shui serve him like how these maids were serving the lady as well. However, if he ever voices out his current opinion, Sun Xinu and Han Shui would not be the ones serving him by the side of the pool. He would become the one who would serve the two ladies while they are enjoying life in the pool. Furthermore, he would also need to serve that little brat who loved to join in for any occasion. That kept Zhang thinking. Should he build a pool at his company? Well, watching 6 beautiful secretaries wearing bikinis, while competing against each other to see who would appear prettier would definitely be an enjoyable sight for any man. Zhang was having some lustful thoughts while he was observing the attributes of these monsters. Evil Necromancer Cheryl, Holy Spectre. Level, 240. HP, 2,400,000,000. Defense, 23,330. Magic attack, 118,744 to 158,744. Skills. Shadow Arrow Barrage, causes 200% magic attack of shadow damage to all targets within the range of 40-meter radius. Casting, 2 seconds. Darkness Restoration, recovers 10% HP of all her maids. Spectre's Constitution, recovers 1% HP every 30 seconds. The amount of HP recovered will not be affected by any other effects. Note, she's the master of the Dark Castle, the most poisonous cancer to the Wenji Kingdom. She will consume a large amount of human blood just to maintain her young and beautiful appearance. There is no telling that how many people had died by her hands. Loyal Maids, Elite, Spectre. Level, 230. HP, 115 million. Defense, 14,270. Melee attack, 108,455 to 148,455. Skills. Uppercut, pushes the targets away and causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Shared life, damage received will be shared among all other maids. Sacrifice, sacrifices own HP to recover 50% of Cheryl's HP. Meanwhile, the monster will immediately die. Note, they are Cheryl's loyal maids. They will sacrifice everything for their master. That includes their own lives. If the 12 loyal maids were left aside, they could heal a total of 14,400,000,000 HP for Cheryl. So obviously, leaving those maids by the side was not a wise option. He must take out all the maids first before he could focus on taking out the boss. Because the maids had shared life, Zhang must deal approximately 1,400,000,000 damage in one shot in order for him to get rid of all the maids in one go. Meanwhile, he would have to sustain the attacks of the 12 monsters and the boss. Although the monsters could only deal melee damage, their attacks were actually quite high. These monsters could actually deal an average damage of 40,000 with each hit. In other words, if the 12 monsters attack him at the same time, they could deal a total of 500,000 damage under the circumstance that each monster only hit him once with a normal attack. That amount of damage would exceed Felice's maximum healing capacity. Furthermore, Zhang would have to sustain the damage dealt by the boss at the same time. He would definitely not be able to handle the battle. The only thing that remained uncertain was the cooldown period for the boss's Darkness Restoration. If the boss could use the skill frequently, then he should consider killing the boss first instead of focusing on the monsters. Zhang kept Phoenix Pet into the inventory. He decided not to use any transformations to fight the battle before him. He wanted to at least know about the cooldowns for the boss's skills before doing anything rash. So, time to rock. Zhang immediately charged forward in huge pace and dashed towards one of the maids. You arrogant mother *Cur. How dare you trespass into Master Cheryl's resting ground? You shall pay for your crime with your blood. The maid screamed in a screeching tone and raised her 2 fists up towards Zhang. The aggro of these monsters were chained together. The moment when the maid detected Zhang and engaged in battle with him, the other 11 maids and the boss also sensed Zhang presence and joined the battle. They also roared in rage and charged towards Zhang. Because the boss was a magic-type monster, she only stood up in the middle of the pool. She took out a staff out of nowhere and started to attack Zhang with her spells. A dark flashed across the side of Zhang, followed by countless skulls flying right out from the tip of her staff. If Fatty Han was there to see what had happened, he would definitely have smiled wretchedly and said that the boss was rather hardcore. He would say that the boss had been using the staff as her rod to please herself, she had been sticking the staff into her, Or else, where would she keep that staff then? How could she keep such a thick staff from everyone's plain sight? Then, block. Zhang Yang activated his Thunder Strike to slow his enemy's movement speed. Then, he began to kite them around. This would be a battle for him to test out the cooldown period for the boss's skills. Zhang Yang did not stop to see whether he was dealing high damage to the monsters or not. He only intended to drag it long enough for the boss to use her skills. Of course, he would need to deal a certain amount of damage to the boss in order to get the boss into using her Darkness Restoration. After battling for 30 seconds, Cheryl used her very first Darkness Restoration. She was spamming her Shadow Arrow Barrage throughout the remaining time, shooting shadow arrows into the surroundings. The arrows were so frequently fired that they were like raining down into the surroundings. Zhang Yang had acquired his first conclusion after observing for a while now. The Darkness Restoration would be affected by his Destructive Smash. However, the boss could still heal the 12 maids. Meanwhile, his Destructive Smash would theoretically affect only 2 targets at a time. Therefore, it would not affect the boss significantly. 60 seconds later, the boss had activated her Darkness Restoration for the second time. 90 seconds later, she activated her Darkness Restoration for the third time. Before Zhang Yang could wait for the boss to activate her healing skill for the fourth time, Zhang Yang quickly kept Felice back into her slot. Then, he quickly used his Shadow of the Void to disengage from the battle. His HP bar was about to get emptied out. If he stays, he would be as good as dead. With his calculation based on the battle, Zhang Yang could confirm that the boss would activate her Darkness Restoration once in every 30 seconds. In other words, the boss could heal over a total of 138 million HP for the 12 monsters. The boss could heal an amount of 4,600,000 HP in each second. Meanwhile, when Zhang Yang activates his God of War transformation, his horizontal sweep could deal approximately 440,000 damage to each monsters in each passing second. Meanwhile, he could deal a DPS of 45,000 damage to each monster with his Thunder Strike. Then, he could deal a DPS of 18,000 damage to each monster with his Blast Wave. He could deal a DPS of 13,000 damage with his God of War Crushing Strike as well. On the other hand, the Phoenix Pet could deal a DPS of 340,000 damage upon activating its transformation skill. All these were AoE skills that could spread damage to all targets within the effective range of the skill attacks. Therefore, Zhang Yang could actually deal 44 plus 4.5 plus 1.8 plus 1.3 plus 34, * 12 equals 10,270,000 DPS. That amount of damage had exceeded the amount of HP that the boss could recover in each second. Theoretically speaking, it would only take approximately 4 minutes to slay these monsters. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808, Enhancing the Equipment. Chapter 808, Enhancing the Equipment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After getting a rough calculation, Zhang Yang no longer had any fear left in him. He immediately activated his God of War transformation without any hesitation. Instantly, he acquired quite a boost to all of his attributes. HP, 139,560,000. Basic attack, 1,036,166 to 1,176,166. Zhang Yang did not charge into battle immediately. Instead, he was waiting for his God of War energy bar to accumulate 11 EP before he heads out. He used his Charge Up Strike in conjunction with his God of War Devastation, causing approximately 9 million damage to the 12 monsters at the same time in less than 6 minutes. It was definitely worth the wait. When Zhang Yang had accumulated over 11 EP, he also activated the Phoenix Pet's transformation skill. At the same time, Felice had also transformed into her Tree of Life form. The monsters were easy targets to kill. However, the boss had her Spectre Constitution to back her up. She could recover over 800,000 HP once every passing second. Obviously, this was going to be a drawn-out boss battle. So, Zhang Yang would need Felice's healing support. Time to settle this. Zhang Yang flapped his radiating wings and slid over to the side of a maid monster. Then, he swung his axe towards the monster to begin. -1087, 622. Damage values that went beyond a million popped right on top of the monster. Zhang Yang's rage bar was instantly filled up to its maximum cap. Kill this filthy intruder. Those who offend our master will be executed. Use his blood to wash away his sins. All of the maid monsters began to charge towards Zhang Yang with their fists raised. It seemed that they were all combat ready. -0. -0. 0. Under the support of his God of War transformation, Zhang Yang's defense had gone up to a total of 174,900. That was a terrifying amount of defense that even a boss would have to fear. Even without his 20% passive damage immunity and his 31,673 damage absorption, the monsters would still fail to penetrate Zhang Yang's high defense. So, it seemed that the ultimate skill of the game, the inheritance transformation, was not just for show. After all inheritance transformations had a 72-hour cooldown period. Charge up strike. God of War Devastation. -9889065. -10 321. -9 572 344. 12 damage values that went approximately over 10 million was seen popping out on top of the 12 monsters. With Zhang Yang's God of War transformation boosting him up, his God of War Devastation was able to deal unbelievably high damage to the monsters. The monsters were roaring out in rage at the same time. Under the slashing of Zhang Yang's axe, each of the maids were cut open, leaving them off with large deep wounds. However, there was no blood coming out from their wounds, not even one single drop of it. The phenomena was quite bizarre, to be honest. "Human, you must pay with your pitiful life." Cheryl roared out in rage as she waved her staff around. Countless dark skulls were beginning to float into the air, flying rapidly at Zhang Yang, Phoenix Pet and Felice, causing a tremendous amount of damage to the three of them. "You ugly old B***TCH. You're the one who should die and perish." Zhang Yang laughed out loud. Then, he activated his horizontal sweep and dealt approximately 2 million damage to each of the 12 maids once again. Among the 12 monsters, 3 of them were afflicted with a critical hit which boosted the damage up to over 4 million. Zhang Yang was attacking the monsters while he moved around accordingly. By doing so, he succeeded in kiting the 12 loyal maids over to the boss. Although he could only deal some damage to the boss with his AoE attacks, however, a mosquito's leg is still a leg. There was no reason for him to waste any opportunity to deal even a little damage to the boss. Long live the specters. The boss suddenly roared out and raised her staff up high. Immediately, 12 dark radiants were shot right out of the tip of her staff and fused into the bodies of the 12 maids. Well, 11 of them managed to recover over 10% HP, while the other one maid only managed to recover 2.5% HP because she was afflicted with the effect of Zhang Yang's destructive smash. Thunder Strike. Blast Wave. Zhang Yang prioritized on using all his AoE attacks whenever he could. Since the boss could recover her HP with her Spectre Constitution, Zhang Yang focused all his single target attacks on the one monster with the least HP amount remaining. Every time he could slay one loyal maid, the boss would have one less target to heal. In other words, Zhang Yang had earned back the chance to deal 11,500,000 damage. Slash. Slice and dice. Zhang Yang went all out on his enemies. In less than 4 minutes, he had taken out all 12 loyal maids. After that, he only had one boss left to handle. "Living soul, you should just die 10,000 times over." Cheryl began to curse in rage. She repeatedly shot out her shadow arrow barrage into the surrounding to kill Zhang Yang. She only had that one skill to use. From a certain perspective, that was the special ability of a super world boss. Unfortunately, her HP amount was too underwhelming for her to be considered as a world boss. Furthermore, the attack power of a holy tier boss in the current stage of the game seems so much weaker now. Or else, even a large-scale party would not know how to beat this boss. However, AoE skills would only be able to perform at their best potential when there are more targets in the surroundings. After all, the AoE attack could only deal that much damage to one single target at a time. The attack power of the AoE skills would not increase, just because there are lesser players in the vicinity. The boss's single target attacks could only deal approximately 180,000 damage to Zhang Yang. In other words, the boss's DPS would only be 90,000 damage. Felice did not even have to transform in order to heal Zhang Yang. Meanwhile, Felice had to heal 3 targets, which included herself, of course. Therefore, she must activate her Tree of Life transformation first before she would be capable enough to heal 2 persons and 1 powerful, legendary pet. Zhang Yang's DPS had exceeded 1 million because he was under the support of his God of War transformation. With Phoenix Pet supporting him from the sidelines, he could now deal up to a DPS of 1,440,000 damage in each passing second. Taking in account the boss's HP recovery where she could heal over 800,000 HP, Zhang Yang could still deal over 640,000 effective damage to the boss. So, he would only need 63 minutes to empty out the HP bar of the boss. Because the monsters were all dead and the boss would only use one skill to attack, Zhang Yang's victory was inevitable. So, Zhang Yang kept dealing damage to the boss throughout the entire battle while Felice heals him from time to time. And then, the boss died by the end of it. Splash! That spectral lady collapsed by the side of the pool. A small portion of her naked body, well, her vital parts of her body were censored by some mosaic boxes. Among the loot, well, if Wei Yenair, that little brat is here to see all that, she would definitely waste her time on asking questions, like where did all those loot come from? The boss had dropped 2 holy tier equipment and 5 ethereal tier equipment. Zhang Yang swept all of the ethereal tier equipped 0 meant into his inventory. Then, he turned his attention towards the 2 pieces of holy tier equipment. One of them was a hat made of cloth. So, he shoved it into his inventory, straight away. Meanwhile, the other one was a necklace that glimmered in the light. Glimmering necklace, holy, necklace. Vitality, plus 5,601. Strength, plus 1,338. Agility, plus 583. Equip, increases maximum HP by 11,200 points. Equip, absorbs 1,132 damage when being hit. Equip, recovers 5,000 HP at a certain rate when being hit. Required level, 240. Special, reduces required level by 30 levels. Well, Zhang Yang was currently wearing the level 180 holy tier, Berserker's Charge necklace. That piece could only provide him offensive power. There was no boost to his defense power, at all. According to the rules for combining equipment with the Tesseract, if combining the Glimmering necklace and the Berserker's Charge necklace would turn out to be a success, only could the holy tier equipment be enhanced. The tier of the new product would not be improved to ascended tier. The level of the new product would be based on the level of the Glimmering necklace. Zhang Yang put the 2 mentioned equipment into the Tesseract, and he immediately received a system notification. Ding! You're about to combine/fuse the Glimmering necklace with the Berserker's Charge necklace. The success rate will be 90%. Do you wish to continue? 90% rate of success. It seemed that the success rate of enhancing equipment was much higher than the rate of improving the tier of equipment. Zhang Yang did not continue with the process. Well, he was just level 207 at the moment. The equipment could only be equipped when he becomes level 210. So, he could just keep the equipment for the moment. After picking up the quest item, Zhang Yang went back to see Baljil so that he could hand in the quest. Hey, young warrior. You're indeed impressive. You actually took such a short time to slay Cheryl the evil necromancer. Baljil laughed out loud. Then he took the Spectre's heart and kept it safe. After that, the upcoming quests that Baljil offered seemed to be insignificant. Although he did ask Zhang Yang to gather all sorts of items, the difficulty of the quests were rank B, at best. Zhang Yang only felt tired of running errands for the old man. Who would have thought that setting up a sacred enchantment would be so troublesome and tiring? Zhang Yang had currently reached level 210, but the quest chain had yet to reach its end. Meanwhile, a small number of other players had arrived at the valley as well. They were looking for Baljil for his quests. Among those players, some were top-tier players from other regions, while some were just some random players that were not known to Zhang Yang. Well, none of them were aware that the final quest that Baljil offered would trigger the main story quest, Demon's Descent. So, some of them thought that the NPC was just fooling them around. Meanwhile, others were staying behind in an attempt to complete the quests. Well, they stayed because they noticed that Zhang Yang was there to complete quests as well. Main story quests such as this would only be unlocked by certain NPCs, regardless of whichever link of the quest is completed. Other players would still be able to continue on with the quests. Of course, quests that are completed would not be available to the other players anymore. Everyone could accept the same quest. However, only one player, or one party, could complete the quest and claim the prizes all to themselves. The quest that Zhang Yang sought for would require players to enter a location similar to a dungeon. There would be quite a number of ascended tier bosses for the players to slay. However, after so many days of completing the endless quests given by Baljil, Zhang Yang was beginning to feel frustrated and speechless. The main story quest was not even triggered yet. However, upon reaching level 210, he could finally fuse the Glimmering necklace and the Berserker's Charge necklace. A blinding light flashed across the Tesseract. When the light dimmed and stopped radiating, the 2 equipment he put into the Tesseract were gone. Instead, a new necklace came out of the cubic box. It was glowing with a soothing light. Ding! You've succeeded in fusing the Glimmering necklace and the Berserker's Charge necklace. You've acquired Glimmering Berserker's necklace, upgrade +1. Zhang Yang was speechless with the rules of naming the newly fused equipment. However, the name was not important. The important thing was the new set of attributes of the equipment. Glimmering Berserker's Necklace, upgrade +1, Holy Necklace. Vitality, plus 6,000. Strength, plus 1,500. Agility, plus 650. Equip, increases maximum HP by 12,000 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, absorbs 1,132 damage when being hit. Equip, recovers 10,000 HP at a certain rate when being hit. Required level, 240. Special, reduces required level by 30 levels. The enhanced equipment could still be enhanced even further. However, the success rate for enhancing the equipment again would drop tremendously. +2 enhancement would still have 80% rate of success. +3 enhancement would still have 70%. However, it would probably be less than a 1% success rate to enhance the equipment up to +10, Well, that actually made sense, though. If players could enhance their equipment with a high success rate, they could just enhance their holy tier equipment until the equipment are as powerful as the ascended tier equipment, or even maybe as powerful as a celestial tier equipment. However, this piece of holy tier equipment had become much more powerful than Zhang could ever anticipate. Not only the 3 basic attributes of the equipment were slightly increased, the special effect of the equipment had also been enhanced. Under the circumstance that a player has enough equipment to spare, the player could really consider combining large quantities of equipment in order to get powerful ones. After all, the success rate for fusing the 2 equipment was rather high. Well, at least the rate was still very high for enhancing the equipment to +1. Although everyone had basically acquired ascended tier equipment, Zhang and his gang still had a few pieces of holy tier equipment on them. Furthermore, the hardcore mode for the Spectre's Cavern would spawn a new batch of holy tier equipment once in every 30 days. That should provide Zhang and his gang sufficient amount of equipment to enhance every one of their equipment at least once. However, the situation would be different for ascended tier equipment. They could not even get enough ascended tier equipment to wear for themselves. So how would they even think about fusing them? Zhang enhanced the Crimson Goblin Gauntlets, and the result was a success. He managed to acquire a Crimson Goblin Gauntlets, upgrade +1. Refined Crimson Iron Gauntlet, upgrade +1, Holy Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 640. Vitality, plus 12,000. Strength, plus 2,700. Agility, plus 1,200. Level 7 Socket. Equip, increases maximum HP by 24,000 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, absorb 2,102 damage when being hit. Required level, 220. Special, reduces required level by 30 levels. Because Zhang still had one extra holy tier gauntlet to spare, he decided to combine the equipment with the spare. With 80% rate of success, he decided to go with it. Zhang tightened his teeth and put the 2 equipment into the Tesseract once more. Upon seeing a flash of light radiating out from the Tesseract, the 2 equipment had been combined into one. It was a successful bet. Refined Crimson Iron Gauntlet, upgrade +2, Holy Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 640. Vitality, plus 13,000. Strength, plus 3,000. Agility, plus 1,300. Level 7 Socket. Equip, increases maximum HP by 26,000 points. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 10%. Equip, absorbs 2,102 damage when being hit. Required level, 220. Special, reduces required level by 30 levels. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809, The Search for the Wind Essence Pearl. Chapter 809, The Search for the Wind Essence Pearl. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Upon enhancing the equipment, the percentage of the additional damage and the amount of damage absorption would not change even by a bit. However, the vitality, strength and the other attributes would increase by 10% every time the equipment is enhanced. That would make the equipment quite powerful. Theoretically speaking, the attributes and other additional effects that a +8 holy tier equipment had could have exceeded the attributes of an ascended tier equipment. Of course, the success rate of enhancing the equipment up to +8 would be extremely low. One failure in the fusion of 2 equipment would result in the destruction of both equipment. There will not be a second attempt. That being said, the rate of success would theoretically be 0.9 *0.8 by 0.7 *0.2 equals 0.3%. It would not be that easy, of course. However, the Tesseract would still be a useful item, no matter what. Well, would he be the only one in the entire server to have possessed such a great item then? The game had socket gemstones, weapon runes, and many other enhancement systems. Those were some great money generators for the game company. So, how would they able to pass on this piece of cubic, tesseract, and not make it into another of their new money generators then? After all, the tesseract had a 1-hour cooldown. Furthermore, the item could not fuse and improve the tier of equipment that were higher tier than holy tier. The tesseract could only enhance those high tier equipment. However, because of that, when the holy tier equipment begins to depreciate in the hands of high tier players, they could take those holy tier equipment as ingredients to fuse or combine. As long as they get a large quantity of holy tier equipment, they would stand a chance to achieve a +5 enhancement on their equipment. Meanwhile, a +5 upgrade holy tier equipment would be almost as powerful as a basic ascended tier equipment without any enhancement. Zhang could choose to shout out to the public, telling everyone about the existence of the tesseract and its functions. By then, there should be tons of players coming up to him asking for his services in enhancing their equipment. Super rich top-tier players like Hourglass Figure and Dusk Phoenix would definitely be willing to pay over $1 million for each enhancement. They would not even care about money anymore, since they were so rich, but... However, would the system really allow that kind of opportunity to make more money just slip by? Zhang would not believe they would, even 1,000 years after his death. Well, the system would definitely introduce a large-scale equipment fusion system in the game. The question would be, when? However, that would not concern Zhang much because all he needed to do now was to focus on getting as many ascended tier and celestial tier equipment as he could possibly find in the entire server. That would matter most, because he could enhance his future equipment to obtain even more powerful equipment. When others managed to get +8 upgrade holy tier equipment, Zhang could have easily beat the other players by having a +1 upgrade ascended tier equipment. Upon going back to see Baljil once again, Zhang received another quest that required him to gather more materials for the NPC's plan. The search for the Wind Essence Pearl, difficulty, subject to change. Description: Baljil wants you to find the Wind Essence Pearl so that he can carry on with setting up his sacred enchantment. According to legend, the Wind Essence Pearl belonged to the god of wind, Ainz. When Ainz fell, the Wind Essence Pearl was dropped into a cave. Because the Wind Essence Pearl can take the form of a tornado, that cave was named the Gale Cavern for that reason. You can find the Gale Cavern in the Mount Polo 400 kilometers from where you stand right now. However, it will not be easy to pass through the Gale Cavern and acquire the Wind Essence Pearl. Warrior, you need luck in this quest. That's right. Luck. Completion: acquire the Wind Essence Pearl 0 to 1. A quest without a specific difficulty, huh? This must be a quest that would put the player's reaction to test. Even though everyone had the same class, same equipment tier, same skills, some could pass a test with flying colors while some would fail in misery without even know how to react to the situation. Zhang immediately departed. He rode the Phoenix Pet and flew over 400 kilometers into the Mount Polo. It did not take long before Zhang located the entrance to the Gale Cavern. It seemed that Zhang was not the only one who was completing this quest at the moment. When he arrived at the entrance to the cavern, there were already more than 10 players standing right in front of the entrance. Well, just like the Chinese say, the name of a person is like the shadow of a tree. The more famous you are, the more influential you are. Even though Zhang did not reveal his character information to the public, the gigantic blazing bird underneath his butt had betrayed his name out to the people who saw it. Those players were so worried the moment they recognized that he was Zhang. They did not really know him well after all. Who knows if he suddenly loses himself and kills everyone he sees? He might even want to kill everyone so that he could take the quest all to himself. Instantly, the players began to charge into the cavern with the intention of hiding from Zhang. Zhang could not help to smile bitterly. Well, is he really that scary to others in the game? However, these people could really become his pathfinders. They could explore and let Zhang know what lay beyond the entrance of that cavern. Not long after did the player charged into the cavern, Zhang suddenly heard a bunch of miserable screams coming out from the entrance of the cavern. Instantly, the players were being shredded into pieces across the ground. They were running into a blender and getting themselves blended into pieces by white visible air current. Countless pieces of blood and bones were scattered into the surroundings of the cavern, like it was raining blood and bones. Well, it was not like people had not seen such scenes that involved bloody killing and gore. However, seeing people getting shredded into pieces like that was an extremely rare sight in the game. Some of the shredded blood and bones of the dead players splattered on the other players who were still alive. Instantly, those players started feeling uncomfortable. Some of them were even beginning to feel like vomiting. Arg! Arg! The miserable screaming were heard one after another. Many more were shredded as they attempted to go forward. Any players would actually see that there were countless holes across the ground of the cavern. The holes were packed so closely together as if they looked like the design of a honeycomb. Countless white air currents were seen shooting out from the holes, killing whoever who touched them. The remaining players who were still alive quickly took a few steps back, one after another. However, the passage they came from was not necessarily safe even though they managed to get through alive. Countless miserable screams continued on. Another 4 players were shredded into pieces. Initially, there were more than 10 players who went straight into the cavern. However, only 2 of them made it back out. Furthermore, everything happened very swiftly. The entire incident was only about 10 seconds. Well, if they went deeper into the cavern earlier on, no one would have made it out alive. It did not take long before Zhang acquired a conclusion after observing them for a bit. So these air currents that come out of the hole on the ground would definitely ignore everyone's HP bar. They would just kill the players instantly upon touch and shred the players into pieces. So whoever who touches it will definitely not survive. Even if the players could survive the shredding process, how would the players proceed when they are already shredded into pieces? Crawl forward in the form of meat chunks? U as F***CK. Zhang had already activated the recording function of the game and recorded everything that happened a moment ago. Then he immediately took out the footage and began to study it. Meanwhile, the difficulty of passing through the cavern was too much for the players to handle for the moment. Some even came up with the assumption that there must be some special hidden reward buried deep in the other end of the cavern. So those who were not afraid to die took off their equipment and charged straight into the cavern. Well, since they would be dead the moment they touched the air current, it would not make any difference as to whether they were wearing any equipment or not. Well, they took their equipment off because they would not have to bear the cost of having to repair their equipment after they die. Currently, everyone was waiting for someone to come up with a solution. There must be some pattern in order for the players to get through safely. Therefore, none of them intended to battle other players. These players were coming from different regions. If they were currently standing at a different location or different map, they would have pulled out their weapons and slaughtered each other up. Zhang did not rush. He took his own sweet time to analyze the pattern of the deadly air currents and how to get through them without touching any one of them. The air currents seemed to be the powerful effects of the wind essence pearl. As for why the air currents were all in white in color, well, if they were invisible, players would have nothing to look at, wouldn't they? When there was no player entering the cavern, everything would stay peaceful. However, the moment when a player steps foot into the cavern, every single hole on the ground would constantly shoot out white air current like the blades of a blender. Anyone who got touched by the air currents would be shredded into pieces. It would not matter even if you have 1,000,000 points of HP on you. It would just be an instant kill. Therefore, the difficulty of the quest would subject to change. Upon mastering the pattern of the air currents, players would be able to pass through safely even if they do not have any equipment on them. However, if the players decide to charge in without any plan like idiots, they would be shredded into pieces and die, even if they are wearing a full set of celestial tier equipment. The number of players by the entrance of the cavern was getting more and more by the minutes. The players had tried out all sorts of methods in an attempt to get through the cavern's traps. Some of them sent their battle companions in while the others tried to send their pets in as well. Some even attempted to bodily hurl their servants into the cavern to see if they could go through without triggering the air currents. However, everything would trigger the traps and be shredded to bits the moment they went into the cavern. Stealth, ineffective. Use of potions to get invisible, attempt failed. Activating invincibility effect, shredded to pieces like nobody's business. Countless methods had been used in an attempt to get through the cavern. Everyone was playing by the rules, knowing that getting into the cavern was the only way to complete the quest. However, these countless air currents seemed to show no patterns of attack at all. Some of the holes did not react at all until they sensed the presence of players around them. When that happens, they would just shoot the air current out and shred everyone that is in the cavern. Zhang recorded every method ever attempted by the other players so that he could take a closer look at determining the patterns of the air current. Well, he must also memorize over 100 possible changes of the pattern before he charges out and gets through in a single attempt. Any hesitation would end up with him taking the wrong step and putting him right on top of the traps. By then, he would be shredded like how the other players had been. Zhang continued to focus on familiarizing himself with the possible patterns of the air current even though they looked irregular and complicated as F***CK. He was meditating like an old monk without moving a single muscle of his body. However, his eyes were moving around intensely as if he was able to see every single detail that was happening in the cavern when the players were challenging to get into the cavern. Quite a period of time had passed, some players had totally given up on getting themselves killed pointlessly. They decided to leave the cavern so that they could grind someplace else. Meanwhile, some of them were still willing to believe that there must be some very handsome rewards waiting for them by the end of the cavern. They were not willing to give up just yet. Well, up till this point, no one could figure out the patterns of the trap in the cavern just yet. Or maybe some of them had it figured out. However, it would take quite a while before they could get familiarized with the pattern of the trap in order to get through the trap safely. Another hour had gone by without notice. Zhang stood up to his feet and decided to make his move. However, he summoned Han Shui over to his spot with his lover's charm first. Then he traded the Book of Revelation to her for safekeeping. Well, just in case if he ever fails and dies in the attempt to get through the trap, he might risk being killed by others after he gets resurrected on the spot where he dies. By then, he would definitely drop the Book of Revelation and risk losing it forever. So, safety comes first. It would be much better to let Han Shui take care of the book for the moment. Well, she could just escape into the sky if anyone tries to attack her. After all, she was riding on her flying mount at the moment. If she really gets herself into deep trouble, she could just activate her inheritance transformation. However, normal players would never dare to attack any high-tier players first unless the temptation is too great to be ignored. Zhang took in a very deep breath. Then he suddenly stomped the ground and charged towards the entrance of the cavern at top speed. Is that Zhang Yu? That's right. He came here on a phoenix pet. Well, there's another player, a fat wretched hunter, who also has a phoenix pet. Other than these two, I don't think there's anyone else who has a phoenix pet in the entire server, but... Pooey. The traps installed in this cavern are too much. Their attacks even ignored our HP. Anyone who gets touched by those deadly air current will be instantly killed. Let's not talk about Zhang Yu, even a powerful boss would have to kneel and die if the boss ever steps into the cavern. Well, that's really unfortunate. If I've known about it earlier, I would have hit him once before he ran into the cavern. Who knows? He might drop some celestial tier equipment after he gets himself killed by the traps in the cavern. Even though Zhang overheard the discussion among the players right outside the cavern, he did not waste his time on reacting to their words. He was currently focused on calculating the holes on the ground that would shoot out deadly air currents. Left. 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 Right. Right. Left. 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 Zhang was running in a zigzag route. However, he suddenly ran in a straight line after a while of running across the cavern in zigzag route. It seemed as if he was running in an irregular pattern. However, if there were clever players in the vicinity to see how Zhang ran, they would have noticed that Zhang had mastered the pattern of the route. That was why he was able to charge forward without getting himself killed. Or else, the air current coming out from the holes would have killed him instantly. The cavern was extremely long. It did not take long before the people by the entrance could no longer see Zhang shadow in the cavern. How could he pass the traps by simply running forward like a crazy person? I don't think he just simply ran forward. If he did, he would have been killed. Look at him. There's no pattern at all. It's just random steps. It must be luck. He must be lucky. Didn't you see the description of the quest? You need luck. That's right. It's definitely luck. However, the cave is so deep and long. His luck will run out sooner or later. I'm afraid that he's dead by now as we speak. Yeep. He must be dead now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 810, The 4 Essence Pearls. Chapter 810, The 4 Essence Pearls. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang was charging forward against the direction of the wind current. He was sweating so profusely that his sweat was dripping down across his face as if he had just come out of water. For every single second, his mind was set to calculate and predict. Well, any slightest mistake he makes will doom him to pieces. Using his brainpower over a period of time was exhausting as F***ck Zhang felt dizzy, as if he was about to pass out. He was on the verge of losing his focus now. Just when his face became pale as snow, he saw that his front view became clear and sunny. There was a stone room with the size of 40 to 50 meters square with a boulder in the middle of the stone room. There was a snowy white large bead placed right on top of the boulder. It was about the size of a fist. That must be the Wind Essence Pearl. Zhang burst into joy and quickly took 7 large steps. He charged right into the stone room before he even realized it. Meanwhile, there were no trap holes on the ground inside the stone room. He should be safe for now. It was just tiring. King tiring. It was only a few minutes, and Zhang Yang had felt like going through centuries of time. He felt his head swelling as if he was having a hangover. He sat down on his *SS and took in a deep breath. After resting for quite some time, he finally found the strength to stand back up on his feet. Then he walked up to the boulder and picked up the Wind Essence Pearl. After shoving it into his inventory in a swift manner, Zhang Yang quickly informed Han Yingshui saying that the quest had been completed. He wanted her to teleport him out of the goddamn place with her lover's charm. When Han Yingshui arrived at the holy city, Zhang Yang gave some thoughts on it. Would he be able to save more time by running out of the cave and all the way back to Baljil, or would it be faster for him to use his teleportation and get back to Baljil then? Well, it was actually obvious that he could save more time by running all the way out of the cavern and back to Baljil. However, the moment when he remembered how torturous it was for him to focus so much within a period of time, he could not help to feel the intense chill up his spine. He decisively used his teleportation scroll and got back to Holy City. Meanwhile, a few more players that did not fear death charged into the cavern. However, they managed to make it quite deep into the cavern based on their understanding. They believed that by jumping left and right in an attempt to dodge, they would be able to get through the traps alive. They were so excited about it. They were beginning to praise themselves for being clever. However, many of them immediately noticed that they made it not because they had mastered the patterns of the traps. It was merely because the traps were no longer deadly. The air currents no longer shredded people. Therefore, everyone quickly charged into the cavern. However, when they reached the stone house in the cavern, there was no sign of the Wind Essence Pearl. Could it be Zhan Yu who took the pearl then? Well, I'm pretty sure it's him. The Wind Essence Pearl functioned just like how its name suggests. Since the insanely deadly air currents no longer threaten us and the traps no longer hurt us, I believe that the pearl has been claimed by Zhan Yu. But what the F***CK? How did that fellow do it then? Zhang Yang did not know that after he took the pearl, the traps in the cavern had lost their functions. Well, he went through all the trouble traveling for over tens of hours. It would be best that he never finds out about this. Wind Essence Pearl. You've got the pearl. Yeah. That's great. We're one step closer to my objective now. Baljil slammed the table with excitement and joy. He revealed his excitement on his face while handling the Wind Essence Pearl like a precious lover. His eyes looked wretched to the point that Zhang Yang could feel an intense shiver across his entire body. Cough. Cough. Baljil cleared his throat and said, however, now is not the time to be proud though. Not yet. Although we have the Wind Essence Pearl, we still need to get our hands on the Fire Essence Pearl, Ice Essence Pearl, Shadow Essence Pearl and Light Essence Pearl. These pearls once belonged to the Fire God, the Ice God, the Shadow God and the Light God. Following their falls, these pearls had been dropped into a mysterious realm called the Ambros. Only the Wind Essence Pearl can open the portal to that realm though. Baljil looked at the Wind Essence Pearl like he was about to leave his lover before passing it over to Zhang Yang. Then he said, young man, take this Wind Essence Pearl. It can be used to open Ambros, the Gate of Time. Well, that should bring you into Ambros for sure. By then, you should be able to gather the Essence Pearls of 4 in that realm. Ding! Baljil the imposter has given you a quest, Essence Pearl of 4. Do you accept? The mysterious realm Ambros must be a secret dungeon in the game. Meanwhile, the 4 pearls should be kept safe by 4 different types of ascended tier bosses. So Zhang Yang had finally progressed to a new stage now. Accept. Ding. You've acquired an item, Wind Essence Pearl. Essence Pearls of 4, difficulty, rank S. Description: Baljil wants you to locate the Fire Essence Pearl, Ice Essence Pearl, Shadow Essence Pearl and Light Essence Pearl for him so that he can continue on with the construction of the sacred enchantment. You can use the Wind Essence Pearl to open up Ambros, the Gate of Time. However, please take note that each of the 4 Essence Pearls are in the possessions of 4 powerful monsters. You must bring a group of friends in order to retrieve the pearls. Other than that, the Wind Essence Pearl will only stay in your possession for the next 90 days. The pearl will return to the hands of Baljil when the time is up. Completion: acquire Fire Essence Pearl 0/1, Ice Essence Pearl 0/1, Shadow Essence Pearl 0/1, Light Essence Pearl 0/1. Number of players, 20. Quest reward, Demonic Seal. Demonic Seal, Ascended, Accessory. Equip, increases both damage and healing efficiency by 12%. Equip, when being hit, there is a rate of activating the demon's strength. Causes the user to acquire the immunity to any damage and status restriction effect. Lasts for 10 seconds. Use, controls a demon and lets it serve you. The duration differs based on the difference between your level and the demon's level. However, the duration will not exceed 5 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Required level, 240. Special, reduces required level by 30 levels. An Ascended Tier accessory. That's awesome. Furthermore, there were a total of 4 Ascended Tier bosses in the dimension of Ambros. How many Ascended Tier equipment could they harvest when they managed to slay all the bosses then? Because the Wind Essence Pearl was a one-time item, the Essence Pearls of 4 could only be completed by one party in the entire server. So there would not be others to snatch the boss from them. However, the system had also set a limit over the players that accepted the quest to prevent any unforeseen circumstance that would disfavor the system. Well, the players must complete the quest within 90 days or the Wind Essence Pearl would return to the hand of Baljil so that the other parties would stand a chance to complete the quest. Firstly, it could guarantee the party who completed the quest for getting the reward. After all, the party would have 90 days to challenge the boss. That should consider as one of the rewards provided by the boss. Secondly, even if the first party was not strong enough to complete the quest, the other parties who would find the quest would have an opportunity to attempt completing the quest. Thus, the 90-day limited period of time. The server was vast and the number of players were tremendous. Sooner or later, there would be some other party that could complete the quest and trigger the next main story quest. With a limited period of time to settle this, Zhang decided not to waste any more time. Well, he had no idea how many monsters would he need to stay before engaging the boss. So he quickly gathers his men and gathered all 16 members of his 2 main parties. There were still 4 empty slots on the second main party at the moment. Furthermore, the reward for completing this quest was too nice to be passed on. It would be a waste that nobody could forgive. Zhang would be selecting 4 members of the guild. These 4 players must be the best among the Lone Desert Smoke. Everyone must at least has an inheritance transformation. However, the final 4 players that Zhang found only had Class C inheritance. So their power level could not match the rest of his gang, naturally. Well, that was because they were compared to Zhang and his insane friends. If these 4 players were compared to the other players in the server, the players with Class C inheritance would be extremely powerful in their own ways. They were basically an existence that normal players dream of becoming. Upon getting ready and getting equipped with the required supplies, Zhang gathered everyone in one spot and summoned a portal with the Wind Essence Pearl. Everyone entered the portal, one after another. After that, they found themselves in a mythical place. It was mysterious. They were standing in the middle of a lower ground. The landscape of the ground was like a basin. There were 4 mountains in the surroundings. One of them was blazingly hot that it looked like there was melted metal flowing from the top of it. Meanwhile, the other mountain looked snowy and frosty. It looked like a gigantic ice mountain, completely formed from ice. The third mountain was shrouded by dark clouds so densely that the tip of the mountain was not visible to them. Last but not least, the 4th mountain was shone upon by the sacred light coming down from the heaven. Well, it looked completely otherworldly. Without the need to guess, everyone knew clearly that these 4 mountains would have the essence pearls that they had to collect. Each mountain represented the elements of each of the 4 pearls. They were allowed to summon out their flying mount, however, they were restricted from flying in the air. They could just ride on their flying mount and run on the ground. In other words, the system would not allow the players to take the easy way and fly straight to the mountains. They would need to follow the rules and travel all the way to all 4 mountains on foot. Well, they would need to clear out the monsters along the way, of course. Let's go now. I want Ascended Tier equipment. Wei Yan was an impatient little B***TCH as she had always been. So she rode on her mount and shouted out loud. So which mountain do we go first then? Zhang gave it some thoughts and said, we shall go to the Fire Mountain first. Well, since they were going to take down all 4 mountains, it would not matter much by which mountain they would go first. So naturally, no one voted against Zhang opinion. However, the moment when the party stepped foot into the territory of this mountain, they were afflicted with a negative effect. Burning aura causes 50,000 fire damage to all once in every 3 seconds. Although 50,000 damage was not a high amount, however, with 20 players, a bunch of battle companions and a lot of pets in the vicinity, the numbers would really start adding up. Once every 3 seconds, the burning aura effect could deal a total of 2,050,000 fire damage. There were 4 healers in the party. So, each healer would need to heal over an amount of 500,000 HP. That amount of stress was quite a pain in the *SS, though. Therefore, everyone quickly kept their battle companion into their slots. As for 100 shots, he just hopped onto his red dragon. Well, his red dragon pet could still provide a decent amount of damage, still. Meanwhile, the phoenix pet was immune to fire damage. Therefore, Fatty Han could just sit on the Phoenix Pet and roam around without the need to worry about being burned to crisp. Since the area had restricted players from flying, everyone could only walk across the mountain on foot. Well, naturally, the mountain was not a place for the players to relax and look at the scenery around. The moment they entered the area, they saw 8 elemental monsters wandering around in that area. The moment the monsters detected the presence of the players, they waved their hands around and charged towards the party. Fire Element Meister, Elite, Elemental. Level, 230. HP, 115 million. Defense, 14,270. Melee attack, 98,335 to 158,335, based on physical attack, however, causes fire damage. Skills. Flamethrower, spits out a stream of blazing flame and causes 130,000 fire damage to all targets within the range of 30 meters. Self-destruct, detonates the blazing core deep in its body, causing 200,000 fire damage to all targets within the range of 30 meters. Furthermore, the targets will sustain an additional 100% fire damage when being hit by fire-type attacks. Chanting time, 5 seconds. Note, Fire Element Meister are the underlings of Fire Elemental Lord Ganesh. They will react violently at any trespasser who enters their territory. The maximum number of players for this quest had been set as 20. Meanwhile, a normal party of 20 would have 4 tankers. The system was obviously asking each of the tankers to tank against 2 elite-tier monsters, at the least. The party would not be able to meet the requirement to progress forward in the dungeon even if one of the tankers could not do that. Zhang swung his axe and lured half of the number of those Fire Element Meisters over to him. Then he said, "The rest are all yours. You two decide how many do you want to take." "Boss. How can you do that? I can tank 5 of them at the same time." Endless Starlight immediately screamed like a little bee *tch. Then he threw a shield toss and a provoke in an attempt to lure the other 4 elite-tier monsters over to him. However, even though 10 Dusk does not speak much, he still had his pride. So how could he allow that 2 to show off in front of the others, then? He also quickly activated his charge, followed by a normal attack to accumulate rage points. Then he immediately activated his Thunderstrike and Blast Wave, consecutively in an attempt to get the aggro of the monsters. The 3 of them began to snatch the aggro of the monsters in their vicinity. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 811, Fire Elemental Core. Chapter 811, Fire Elemental Core. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. For a tanker, the best achievement would be seeing the aggro of the monsters were firmly fixed on him or herself. Well, that would cause all DPS players to not go to OT. That would be the glory for the tankers. Therefore, Zhang, Endless Starlight and 10 Dusks could not help but begin snatching the monsters' aggro over to themselves. To exhibit their true strength in such regard, the 3 of them did not use their provoke anymore, other than luring the monsters in the beginning of the battle. They were competing against each other in the aspect of controlling the monsters' aggro. If their strength and skills did not differ much from each other, their equipment would be the one aspect that would decide who would win in the end. Zhang attack power was so powerful that he could oppress any DPS players around him currently. So he should be the top to get the aggro of the monsters. There shouldn't be anyone who could match his capability right now. As long as he is willing to do it, he could easily lure the aggro of all 8 monsters over to him. However, he needed to hold back a little so that the others would not feel awkward and lose their confidence. So, Zhang only focused on getting the aggro of the 4 monsters fixed on him. He did not even touch the other 4 monsters. Meanwhile, Endless Starlight had 2 pieces of legendary equipment on him, especially his celestial tier equipment. That weapon had bestowed him the ability to create a large amount of aggro over a brief period of time. His capability to create aggro had far exceeded the capability of 10 Dusk in creating aggro for the monsters. Therefore, he managed to get the aggro of 3 monsters to himself, leaving only 1 monster for 10 Dusk to deal with. Of course, the best tanker in the vicinity currently would be the Phoenix Pet. Not only it was immune to all fire damage, it could also deal AoE attacks to the targets in its surroundings. Therefore, the Phoenix Pet had an absolute advantage in dealing with a large number of monsters at the same time. Under the insanely powerful suppression of the party, one of the Fire Element Meisters had been bombarded so critically that it only had 10% HP left. At the same time, a progress bar suddenly appeared right below the head of the monster. It was the monster's self-destruct. Zhang would never have let a monster do what it wants. Immediately, he activated his Crash Magic in an attempt to interrupt the monster's casting. However, the skill, self-destruct, was not considered as one of the magic type attacks. Zhang Yang failed to interrupt the skill. He quickly activated his brutal smash in an attempt to interrupt the monster again. Instantly, the monster was stunned. Finally, its chanting was interrupted successfully. For seconds later, the monster attempted to use its self-destruct. However, it was too late. The monster would require 5 seconds to chant for the spell. Well, it was surrounded and beaten to death within 3 seconds. The monster raised its hands towards the sky, turned into some fiery red light pieces and scattered across the ground. One after another the monsters were killed. However, one monster managed to activate its self-destruct, dealing quite a substantial amount of damage to the whole party. Meanwhile, even though the monsters that succeeded in detonating themselves would still provide players experience points, there would not be any dead bodies left after the explosion. Therefore, there would not be any trace of any loot left on the ground after the monsters die. As usual, Wei Yan went up to pick up the loots. There were quite a number of useless stuff. However, there was also 3 fiery red pill-like stuff as well. Fire Elemental Core, consumable. Use, causes 200,000 fire damage to all living things in the range of 10 meters. Also causes the targets to receive additional 100% fire damage when being hit by fire attacks. Lasts for 10 seconds. Effects cannot stack. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Required level, 200. Wow! The effect of the bomb seems to be very powerful. These seem more powerful than the bombs that Uncle 100 Shots has to offer. It would be super great if every monster drops these bombs. Everyone was expressing their joy and excitement for stumbling across such items. These fire elemental cores only had 5 seconds of cooldown. Meanwhile, because these were considered as items, using them would not clash with the player's skills. Furthermore, 200,000 AoE damage sounded pretty decent as well. Theoretically speaking, as long as the number of fire elemental cores is abundant enough, anyone could get an increase in DPS of 40,000 damage. Meanwhile, the higher the number of monsters in the vicinity, the more damage the players could deal. Because those were items belonged to the monsters for self-destruct purpose, the monsters would only drop the item if they were unsuccessful in activating their self-destruct. However, that skill was not easy for the players to handle though. Well, because the firepower of Zhang Yang and the party was powerful enough, everyone did not have to run away from the monsters whenever they activate their self-destruct, and stay the hell out of the effective range of the explosions. Initially, Zhang Yang intended to use the 2 phoenix pets to lure the monsters away and let them unleash their AoE skills on the monsters. However, everyone seemed to be very eager to collect the fire elemental cores and use them as grenades or bombs. Therefore, Zhang Yang decided to play along and gave up doing that. The purpose of using AoE attacks was to increase the speed of clearing out the monsters. It would not be possible for the players to control the monsters. Therefore, it would become impossible for the party to collect fire elemental cores from killing the monsters. By then, everyone would be furious. The passage across the mountain was not straight at all. Instead, the passage spiraled up to the top of the mountain. So all they needed to do in order to get to the top was to follow the passage. Well, the size of the mountain was not small at all, especially the bottom of the mountain area. One circle around the mountain was more than 20 kilometers. So, anyone could imagine how many freaking monsters the party had to slay before they could reach the top of the mountain. However, the party would be able to collect more fire elemental cores if they could encounter more monsters. Upon getting familiar with the methods used to battle the monsters, the party managed to form a chain of status restriction. No monster could successfully activate self-destruct if they were ever present in the radar of the party. Every single one of them had to obediently drop the fire elemental cores for the party to collect. As they progressed on, the number of fire elemental cores in everyone's inventory was getting higher and higher by the minute. Fortunately, the slots available in the inventory of everyone had reached over 300 to 400 slots. They would have to cry miserably if the available slots in their inventory turned out to be similar when the game server was newly opened. 3 days later, the party managed to push up to 10% of the mountain's height. Judging from their current speed in their progress, although the passage seemed to become shorter as they progressed up, it would still require at least 21 days for the party to reach the top. That would mean 7 days in real time. Even if the boss turns out to be easy to kill, it would still take 28 days for the party to take down all 4 mountains. That was approximately 1 month. Meanwhile, the Wind Essence Pearl would only stay in Zhang Yang's possession for 90 days. Under the circumstance that the game time and the real time are in the ratio of 3 to 1, the party would only have barely enough time to complete the quest. Therefore, Zhang Yang would basically could not do anything else for an entire month. He could only stay here until they defeat all 4 bosses in this realm. However, the ascended tier bosses aside, these elite tier monsters could really provide the players quite a substantial amount of experience points. Well, no one was there to snatch the monsters from them. Furthermore, the fire elemental cores were really some good stuff. Just imagine this. These things could actually increase a player's DPS by 400,000 damage. How great was that, right? The designers of the realm probably did not anticipate that Zhang and his party would turn out to be so insanely powerful. They stopped almost 100% of the fire element meisters from detonating themselves up. They had really outdone themselves in collecting the fire elemental cores. Well, it was really exciting and intense to collect fire elemental cores. The party was willing to beg for more fire element meisters to be spawned. They were not tired of slaying the monsters because they could get good bombs from slaying them. When they had finally reached the top of the mountain, each of the members of the party managed to acquire 4 to 5 sets of the item. That would mean that each of them have managed to acquire approximately 1,000 fire elemental cores. Finally, we can take a closer look at the boss. Upon looking back at the past month, the party had been slaying monsters for the entire month without doing any other thing. They were about to vomit whenever they thought of battling the monsters. If they were asked to do that for another month, they would surely quit immediately. However, engaging in difficult battles like that had to earn everyone on the party a substantial amount of experience points. Zhang Yang's experience bar had reached 78% of his level 211 currently. Meanwhile, Hanning Shui, Wei Yan'er, and the other core players had also reached level 210 by now. Right at the top of the mountain, there was a gigantic round platform. The platform was not tall. However, the diameter of the round platform was at least 500 meters. A gigantic elemental monster was standing right in the middle of the platform. The monster was approximately 30 meters tall. The entire body of the monsters was in dark red. Lava was dripping constantly from the monster's body, flooding out the 100-meter area around it, turning the area into dark red color. Although there was not even the slightest flame visible on top of the lava, well, anyone could use their common sense to know that the lava would definitely be hotter than those red-hot metallic plates after they are heated up. This elemental monster looked humanoid. It had legs and hands just like a regular human. However, the face of the monsters did not have the 5 facial features, nor did it have any hair on its head. The body was flowing with the dark red lava, though. The monster was holding a hammer in its red dark right hand. Its size was approximately 3 times the size of a regular person. Fire Elemental Lord Ganesh, Ascended, Elemental. Level, 240. HP, 12 billion 10 million. Defense, 37,330. Melee attack, 370,873 to 450,873, based on melee attack, however, deals fire damage. Skills. Burning Ground, scorches the entire area into a land of blazing fire in the range of 100 meters. All targets in the effective area will receive 300,000 fire damage once every 3 seconds. Immolation Smash, smashes the target with the hammer, causing 100% melee attack of fire damage on the target. Fire Tornado, randomly put 10 fire tornadoes. The fire tornadoes will be formed successfully after 2 seconds and burn everything that catches up to them, dealing an amount of damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum HP. Lasts for 5 seconds. Raging Flame, each player's death will provide Ganesh with an additional 100% damage. Elemental Constitution, recovers 1% HP in every 30 seconds. The HP amount recovered will not be affected by any other effects. Note, this is Fire Elemental Lord. The Fire Essence Pearl has absorbed all the fire elemental particles and give life to the Fire Elemental Lord. It's the symbol of fire. It seemed like an easy boss. Upon seeing the skills of the boss, everyone felt relieved. Based on its single unit, the boss was worthy of being an ascended tier boss. However, bosses were not called bosses because of their single unit attacks, but their AoE attacks. Judging from the boss's skill, the boss only had a Burning Ground, which the party could not avoid at all. Although the Fire Tornado was so powerful that it could reduce 50% HP of the players could just dodge the attacks. Meanwhile, the Burning Ground would deal 300,000 damage to the players each time it hit. With everyone's current tier of the equipment, everyone should be able to absorb 10,000 damage. That being said, they would be receiving 290,000 damage once in every 3 seconds. Furthermore, the Burning Aura could deal 50,000 damage once in every 3 seconds. Well, practically, it could only deal 40,000 damage, though. Therefore, each player would receive over 110,000 damage in each passing second. The 4 healers on the party would definitely be able to heal everyone up nice and steady. Therefore, the key to survival would be dodging the fire tornadoes with care. If those attacks hit the players, the healers would be in deep sh*t. Upon activating their inheritance transformations, everyone could finally maximize their DPS output on the boss. Well, the total DPS of the entire party had actually reached over 6,500,000 damage now. However, 6 of them had not reached level 210 yet. So they were restricted by the level gap suppression effect of the game. Therefore, their attack power was heavily affected and nerfed. However, most of the core DPS players had reached level 210 and beyond that. They were not restricted by the level gap suppression effect of the game. Therefore, the DPS of the entire party could easily exceed 5,500,000 DPS. Of course, that amount of DPS only included 2 Phoenix pets, 1 Red Dragon pet, Felice and Sun Xin use Holy Tier Armadaman. The recovery rate of the boss was approximately 4 million per second. Therefore, the effective damage would only be 1,500,000. The party would still require 133 minutes to kill the boss. Because inheritance transformations could only last for 120 minutes. So the 13-minute gap could become the fatal moment that causes them to lose the boss battle. Once everyone had left their inheritance transformation state, the DPS of the entire party would be reduced by half. If they could not deal at least 4 million DPS, the boss would only recover more and more HP. Fortunately, the party had acquired quite a number of fire elemental cores. So each of the players could add a DPS of 40,000 damage to the total DPS of the party. Well, 20 of them would be able to deal up to 800,000 damage in every passing second. That could definitely cover the shortage of damage during the 13-minute gap now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 812, Flame Elemental Lord Ganesh. Chapter 812, Flame Elemental Lord Ganesh. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang jumped into the fight, closely trailed by the party. Everyone! It's morphin' time! Fatty Han laughed out loud while the rest of the team giggled as they activated their transformation skills. One by one, all sorts of forms were unleashed. Each time they went through this, Wei Yan'er would never fail to laugh at Endless Starlight the King Kong, and Fatty Han the overweight vampire. It was also the first time Cheng Shuiyao was using her transformation skill in front of anyone else. As an A-class inheritance, her transformation was both flashy and beautiful. Unlike the others, Cheng Shuiyao's transformation caused all her equipment to fade away. 80% of her naked body was exposed to the world, and her skin had turned ice blue. The air around her crystallized and dropped on the floor as snowflakes. She looked like a beautiful ice sculpture. The sort of elegance she gave off was extravagant, paired with the icy crown resting on her forehead and metallic brassiere that only covered her breast and private parts. As expected of the Ice Queen inheritance, her presence in the field was exactly like the Hindu goddess Shiva. Everyone, including Zhang, had to stop and stare at the beauty of it. Fatty Han would never hold back against women, hence, when Cheng Shuiyao transformed, he immediately went ahead and tried his luck to sweet-talk his way to court Cheng Shuiyao. Endless Starlight had to hide away to conceal his red face. Amongst the men around, Endless Starlight was the only person around who had never seen a woman dressed in such an alluring manner. That was probably the closest thing he could go to seeing a woman naked. As the other men were behaving as expectedly when greeted by the sight of a beautiful lady, female Raid Covent was behaving oddly. Instead of being infatuated with Cheng Shuiyao's most alluring appearance, the weird fellow was not flustered. Instead, he had only taken a short glance at Cheng Shuiyao before turning to Wei Yan'er, the flat-chest lowly. Alright, guys. Get killing now. Zhang spread his wings and soared into the sky. When he was close to the boss, he shot down like an eagle. The environment they were in had forbidden true flying. Hence, Zhang was not able to properly gain altitude and could only glide his way at a certain height. Despite that, he was still able to move at a breakneck speed. Humph. Attackers? Ganesh hummed softly as he turned his head. His lips were sealed tightly, yet he was still able to speak. His calm facial expression suddenly turned sour. He lifted his hammer and smashed it towards the ground where Zhang stood. Who sent you? Antoine? Dustin? Margular? All 3 names that he had uttered must be the names of the other bosses. That's for me to know, and for you to find out. The hard way. So be it. I shall pry the truth from your body. One bone at a time. Ganesh roared, and his hammer slammed downward. Zhang lifted his shield, planted his feet solidly into the ground, and took the hit. Pang! The hammer struck the shield, yet Zhang stood as still as a mountain during a blizzard. However, the ground beneath him cracked, causing Zhang to slip. Lava started pouring down from the shield. Zhang Yang immediately felt the burning heat in his grip and he quickly jumped away. The lave was oozing out of the boss hammer like a water from a wrung sponge. Ha ha! Newbie Tank couldn't keep his balance. Looks like it's time for the Black Ranger to kick his steamy butt, cried Wei Yan as she glided across the room like a black crow. Zhang Yang stomped the ground and re-established his stance, prepared to strike back. The attack that had exceeded more than 1,000,000 damage had generated more than enough rage points that his gauge could hold. With a quick combo, Zhang Yang chained, charge up strike, after, God of War devastation. -11, 687, 895. When the boss could deal only 1,000,000 damage on Zhang Yang had turned around and returned 10 times the damage to his face. Such a powerful smack to the face had made Ganesh grunt in pain. Imbecile! Mortals like you will never understand the gravity of your crimes. Only death shall teach your kind. Zhang Yang laughed. Oh really? Well, you're nothing but a burning pile of gas that was spawned from the fire essence pearl. Even if you're the real god of fire, I'm the inheritor of the god of war. I am stronger than a god. A true god killer. The only thing you should do is to start kneeling down and grovel beneath my feet. Ganesh burst into flames. His breath was literally fires coming out of his nostril. May Hades have mercy on your soul, for I shall wipe it from the face of this earth. The boss wielded his hammer and spun around, trying his best to strike Zhang Yang, while sending out countless of lava droplets flying everywhere. Ha ha! What is going on with little Young? He has never talked down a boss like that before, cried Fatty Han. TCH, TCH, TCH. Wei Yan clicked her tongue demeaningly and shrugged. Looks like Newbie Tank is just being childish. Everyone laughed hard when they heard Wei Yan, leaving the little girl twitching as she was genuinely confused. The party went all out with the fight. Every 5 seconds, the party will hurl a ball of fire elemental core that will deal 200,000 damage to the boss. Although the boss is technically made out of fire, unlike the Phoenix, the boss did not have immunity to fire attacks. It was fortunate for the party, or else both the Phoenix and Daffodil Daydream would be attacking the boss like throwing salt into the sea. Cheng Shuiyao and Lost Dream had inheritances with ice attributes, hence, their attacks were amplified on the boss. Sadly, Cheng Shuiyao was underleveled by more than 30 levels. With the level suppression system acting up, her amplified damage was suppressed down to a normal level. At times, if she was unlucky, her damage will be reduced down to 50% and sometimes even 10%. Lost Dream was already level 210 by then. Unlike Cheng Shuiyao, he was able to deal full, unaffected damage to the boss. His overall damage, in this match, was on par with both Wei Yan and Daffodil Daydream, despite being a thief. His inheritance was AB class. In a non-transformed state, the damage difference between him and an A-class inheritance player would not be large. Note that the damage bonus difference between a class and B class was only 5%. On the other hand, during his transformed state, the difference will be large, since the damage boost was 300% and 400%, respectively. The reason why Lost Dream was able to deal more damage during this fight was all due to the elemental conflict of ice and fire. However, even though he could deal higher damage than the norm, fire damage would also inflict stronger damage on Lost Dream and Cheng Shuiyao. Hence, amongst everyone else, those two were taking more damage compared to the whole team. Furthermore, Cheng Shuiyao was suffering from the level suppression damage amplification. Hence, to make sure she stays alive, Zhang Yang had proactively used surrogacy on her. Little did Zhang Yang know that both Sun Xinu and Han Shui were madly envious of her. It was all because of the skill name. If only the name was Protect Teammate instead. The boss skill, Burning Ground, was putting a lot of pressure on the team instead of the boss attacks himself. All battle companions that dealt little to no damage were unsummoned to lighten the load on the healers. While the others were facing quite a challenging situation, both Zhang Yang and Fatty Han's Phoenixes were doing extremely well, since they had never taken any damage. Flames after flames being burst on them, and they literally felt nothing but comfort due to their natural constitution. Fire Tornado, the boss growled and unleashed his skills. Molten lava started to appear all around the battlefield, 100 meters away from him. There were 10, 5 meters wide pools of lava that were slowly circulating on their own. In just a short amount of time, the pool started to give off hot steam that formed a small tornado that gradually grew in size. Without any word of warning, everyone moved about to get away from the pool of hot lava. The spinning pillar of hot air had grown too large to a point of no return. If anyone were to get close to it, the suction power will suck them in and burn them for 50% HP. If they are burnt twice, it's sayonara for them. Luckily, the skill, Fire Tornado, had spawned the tornadoes, only within 100 meters around the boss. Since the entire battlefield was wide and spacious, the team did not need to worry much about moving around. In fact, everyone had taken their sweet time to adjust their positions. The problems started to double up after 1 minute. The boss had cast the second fire tornado, increasing the number of tornadoes in the battlefield to 20. Zhang Yang and everyone else got serious and moved around swiftly until the boss had finally stopped casting the skill, when most of the area around him was surrounded by the deadly tornadoes. Zhang Yang predicted that the tornadoes would not disappear until the boss is killed. Luckily, the entire fighting arena was so huge that everyone could find a safe spot even after the boss had continually cast more and more of those tornadoes. If they find themselves unable to attack the boss due to the tornadoes around them, Zhang Yang would then kite the boss somewhere else and continue the fight there. The fight continued on with loud banging sounds of the fire elemental core. 1 hour in the fight, and the boss was left with only 31% HP. Thanks to the bombs, only was the team able to deal so much damage. That or, they might not have been able to deal so much damage. The boss probably would have over 50% by then. At the 1 hour mark, Zhang Yang cast Glare of the Death God, but it failed to activate. However, it was not much of an issue as long no one dies. If someone dies, the boss will gain a 100% attack boost. If one person dies, the damage dealt by Burning Ground would increase to 500,000. That would take more than 4 healers to support the party. Die. Scum of the earth. Rot in hell. The gods shan't not be sullied by the likes of you. The sea of flames shall purify your soul. Surrender and be cleansed. At one point, everyone was sick of the boss random screaming and decided to tone down the game volume. 25%, 22%, 20%. Eventually, the boss had reached 20%, which was its most vulnerable state. The DPS of the party had increased dramatically and was able to deal more damage than usual. However, it was still a short burst of damage, since skills like Kill and Cleave do have a cooldown and are not able to deal high enough damage to end the boss right there and then. 20, 254, 352. Zhang Yang's axe glowed vibrantly for a brief second, and the damage that Zhang Yang had dealt during that instance had breached past 20 million damage. "That's not Rising Dragon Strike, is it?" asked Daffodil Daydream. It was not. If it was, an ethereal dragon will appear and everyone would know it. Zhang Yang quickly reviewed the battle log and found the reason. It was the axe's special effect to deal 8x normal damage. Furthermore, it was stacked with a critical strike. The total damage dealt was 16x the normal attack. Oh damn son. Newbie tank. How are you doing that? I want that axe as well. Everyone screamed with excitement. Zhang Yang could only smirk at them. That was the benefit of wielding a two-handed weapon. Although the total damage of a two-handed weapon will lose to a dual-wielding configuration, the single instance damage dealt with a two-handed weapon will always be stronger than any one-handed weapon. 15%, 10%, 5%. Truth be told, Ganesh was probably the weakest among all 4 bosses, since the battle was not too complicated, nor did the boss possess strong AoE attack skills. The only dangerous skill the boss had was the Yi Fire Tornado. All the players had to do was to avoid them, and they could kill it easily. After less than 10 minutes, the boss was killed, and rewarded the party with a large pile of loot. GGEZ. No. It's GGWP. Nah, the best one for this fight would be Easy Game Easy Life. Everyone cheered happily, while Zhang Yang remained unfazed. He was contemplating about the difficulty of the quest. He recalled the extreme difficulty of retrieving the Wind Essence Pearl, yet this boss was all too simple. It's like the system was compensating players for the extreme difficulty of the previous quest by giving them an easy boss to defeat. Somehow, Zhang Yang felt that it was unfair, for he had to put out so much effort. All by himself. Wei Yenair chirped happily as she hop-skipped her way to the loot. She tidied up the loot and arranged all the shiny, glowing loot in an orderly manner. The boss was kind enough to give 10 Ascended Tier equipment and 7 Holy Tier equipment. Furthermore, all of them had the special 30 level requirement reduction. Although the Ascended Tier weapons were good enough for both attack and defense, the Holy Tier equipment were not too good. It was all too one-sided. Wei Yenair first distributed all 7 Holy Tier equipment. It was plainly obvious that a level 240 Holy Tier equipment would be stronger than the level 170 Holy Tier equipment farmed from the Spectre's hidden cavern dungeon. After the lower tier equipment was distributed, Zhang Yang shared the Tesseract and combined 2 of the equipment into one to upgrade them. Since it had an hour cooldown duration, the rest would have to wait for their turn. The Ascended Tier equipment distribution was different. Priority would be given to those from the main party. If anyone required the equipment, they would be put in front of the list. While the others managed to haul weapons, Zhang Yang had only received a cape. Cape of the Flame Lord, Ascended, Cape. Vitality, plus 11,762. Strength, plus 2060. Dexterity, plus 2060. Level 8 Socket. Equip, increases maximum HP by 23,520. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 12%. Equip, absorbs 1,778 damage from attack. Use, grant immunity to all fire elemental attack. Last for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Level requirement, 240. Special, level requirement reduced by 30 levels. Note, this cape was weaved with the essence of fire. You can feel the pulsing power of fire by touching the cloth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 813, The Ice Weaver Set Equipment. Chapter 813, The Ice Weaver Set Equipment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After all of the equipment was distributed, all was left to give out were random ETC items including Skill Point Crystal, Advanced Aura Stone, a few Level 8 Gemstone, and a few skill books. Zhang Yang did not participate in the role for the Skill Point Crystals and the Aura Stone, for he already had more than enough. Phew. What's this, Aura Skill Book, said Wei Yin Air as she picked up a red leather-bound book. Skill Book, Burning Aura. Use, teaches you the skill, Burning Aura. Class requirement, nil. Level requirement, 200. It's an aura book. Dimwit. Zhang Yang pinched Wei Yin Air's cheek and said, "Alright, those with their aura skills maxed out are forbidden from rolling for this. Please allow your juniors to have a chance." Everyone else rolled for the skill book and it was won over by Lost Dream. Even though he was part of the main party, he had not invested a single skill point in his aura skill, even though it would not stack with Sun Xin's. Burning Aura, Level 1 unleashes an aura 30 meters around the user to deal 10,500 fire damage every 10 seconds. Damage will increase with both skill level and player's level. Player can only have one aura skill active. There were more than enough aura stones of all tiers for Lost Dream to use. Plus, the few Advanced Aura Stone that were dropped by the boss were all given to Lost Dream to pump his aura skill up. Lost Dream went back to town and had his skill maxed out before posting the skill to the party channel. Burning Aura, Level 10 unleashes an aura 30 meters around the user to deal 105,000 fire damage every 10 seconds. Damage will increase with both skill level and player's level. Player can only have one aura skill active. Unlike Vitality Aura or Strength Aura, Lost Dream's Burning Aura was not a party-boosting aura effect. It was an offensive aura which could increase his overall DPS by 10,000. Naturally, the intensity of the skill will be enhanced if Lost Dream is in the middle of a swarm of monsters. That being said, he will also be the first target to be eliminated in a GVG war. "Woohoo, I want that aura as well," said Wei Yin Air after knowing its prowess in a fight with multiple targets. Zhang Yang came over to her and made a pinching hand gesture to scare her. "Rather than standing in the middle and doing nothing, you'd be better off using your stronger Strength Aura." Wei Yin Air's Strength Aura increases all allies' strength attribute by 20%. For physical attack class, that was a boost of 10% DPS or more, even. The more allies she has around her, the stronger the effect would be, in terms of overall DPS. Burning Aura was different. Rather than surrounding yourself with allies, Burning Aura's effect will only stand out if Lost Dream surrounds himself with enemies. Both auras were strong in their own way and in different circumstances. After Zhang Yang collected the quest item, Fire Essence Pearl, he led everyone to the next objective. There were no breaks in between. The entire party rode down the volcanic mountain and headed next to the neighbor Snowy Mountain. They had only taken less than an hour to reach their destination, for they were lucky enough to not encounter any monsters during the journey. Ding! You have received the effect of Frostbite Aura. Once they left the foothill of the fiery mountain and stepped onto the first pile of snow, the burning aura on them disappeared and was replaced with another dot effect. Frostbite Aura, receive 50,000 frost damage every 3 seconds. At that point, the prowess of the two phoenixes had dropped exponentially. Due to the elemental conflict, they received additional damage. Zhang Yang and Fatty Han hopped onto the mounts to help reduce the load on the healers. After advancing for a bit, they encountered the first of the snowy monsters. As expected, it was a snowman. Or rather, a huge monkey-like monster with thick white fur that stood on its hind legs like a gorilla. It looked rather cute when it moved around, exposing its belly whilst scratching its head with a massive hand. However, when it picked up a long spear of ice on the ground, its cuteness was immediately shattered. Guardian Snowman, Elite, Elemental Being. Level, 230. HP, 115 million. Defense, 14,270. Magic Attack, 66,112 to 86,112. Skills. Frost Arrow, launches a long arrow made of pure ice and deals 200% magic frost damage to a target. Slows targets for 50% movement speed. Last for 5 seconds. Casting, 2 seconds. Note, the Guardian Snowmen are the creation of the Ice Lord Antoine. They were created to patrol and to secure his domains. Similar to the previous fire monsters, the Guardian Snowman were all walking in a group of 8. However, since they were all magic-type monsters, they would start chanting their spells from a great distance and launch 8 long ice arrows, or rather spears, towards the party. Luckily, monster count was only 8 at a time. If the number were to increase to 12, one single wave of attack would immediately kill players with lower-tier equipment like Cheng Shuiyao. Zhang Yang, Endless Starlight, and Ten Dusk took the lead, each taking on a few monsters to their limit. Zhang Yang went ahead in Kite 4 to allow the other 2 tanks to have a better time at tanking. With his current defensive ability, each attack will deal around 80,000, 4 of them would be 320,000 damage. Although the DPS of the monster attacking Zhang Yang was around 160,000, it was a number which Han Shui could heal easily. As per the rules of gaming, magic-type monsters or players will naturally have lower defense and HP as to compensate their powerful destructive attack. Unfortunately, the monsters were all elite tier, hence, both their attack and defense were high enough to create a problem. They were as tanky as a physical attack monster. Still, Zhang Yang's party was the anomaly among all parties in the world. In a few seconds, the entire group of 8 Guardian Snowmen were all reduced to a pile of lifeless snow. Ah, ease. There are set equipment, cried Wei Yan as she picked up a long, translucent, one-piece dress. Ice Weaver long dress, ethereal, cloth armor. Defense, plus 64. Vitality plus 10,224. Intelligence, plus 3,360. Spirit, plus 1,490. Level 8 Socket 1. Level 8 Socket 2. Equip, increases maximum MP by 6,720. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 8%. Equip, reduces 10% frost-type damage. Level requirement, 230. Special, level requirement reduced by 30 levels. Ice Weaver set equipment, 1/3 Ice Weaver long dress, Ice Weaver gloves, Ice Weaver sandals. 3 set effect, reduces 20% frost damage. If each of the set equipment has a 10% frost attack reduction, the total frost reduction gained from equipping all 3 sets will be 50%. Said Daffodil Daydream. Since the boss will undoubtedly use frost attacks, we should gather a few more sets to reduce the attack of the boss, said 100 Shots. It's a wise move. Even though they are only ethereal tier equipment, 3 of them would not reduce our overall attack by much. Zhang Yang nodded and dumped the dress to Han Shui. All cloth armor will be handed to her in the future, while leather armor will be taken care by 100 Shots. All heavy armor will be in his hands. If the boss does have too high of a damage, they might actually need the set equipment to survive. The party continued through the thick snow mountain. They managed to haul more of those sets after a few encounters with many groups of snowmen. Although the drop rate was not too good, they would not have trouble farming more of them, since the snowy mountain was just too huge. There are bound to be more snowman groups patrolling around. The problem was that the monsters used magic attacks. Zhang Yang nor the other tanks dared to kite too many at a time. At most, Zhang Yang would take 5 while Endless Starlight took 3, and Ten Dusk took 2. As such, the hiking speed was extremely slow. The party had taken more than 20 days to find their way to the peak of the snowy mountain and find the boss, the Frost Lord, Antoine. Despite being a boss, it was only a 30-meter tall, larger snowman. Somehow, due to his nature as a snowman, its massive building-like size was a little cute. The boss was wielding a long white magic staff instead of the snow spears. Antoine, the Frost Lord, ascended, elemental being. Level, 240. HP, 12 billion. Defense, 37,330. Magic attack, 210,392 to 270,392. Skills. Cold to the Bone, deals 300,000 frost damage every 3 seconds to a target. Inflicts 100% bonus damage to targets that is frozen. Reduces 10% movement speed every second. When a target's movement speed reaches 0, the target will be frozen in place, and cannot engage in any action. Fire Beacon, randomly inflicts 100,000 fire damage every 3 seconds to a random target. Lasts for 15 seconds. Fire Beacon will dispel the effect of Cold of the Bone, Frozen effect. Targets that are released from Frozen effect by this skill will gain an effect of Beacon's Radiance, dispelling all targets that are frozen within 20 meters. Frost Arrow deals 200% magic frost damage to a target. Gains 100% critical strike rate whenever used against frozen targets. Casting, 2 seconds. Note, the King of Ice, Snow, and Frost. Birth from the Ice Essence Pearl after absorbing all the essence from the water elementals on the mountain. Ha! That's surprising. The boss does not have any recovery skill. We can kill it easily. Don't be too happy just yet. Pay attention to the skill, Cold to the Bone. Damage aside, the slow effect and the frozen effect will kill us all. True. The only way of dispelling the frozen effect is the Fire Beacon. That would put a lot of pressure on the healers and the DPS of the entire party. If the boss does have any recovery skill, where be popsicles for the snowman? Don't forget that after frozen, the boss will deal more damage to us. I don't think players can be healed during a frozen effect. Unless the boss decides to use Fire Beacon, we will be ice cubes instead of popsicles. Correct. The main point of this fight is to rely on the player that receives the Fire Beacon to rescue the rest of the teammates that are frozen. Accessories, skills and status removal skills will not be enough to save our butt. Zhang nodded at the party's serious discussion and praised them for the effort. He then formulated a plan and a formation to allow for maximum coverage of the Fire Beacon. Since the boss did not have any recovery skills, there was no need to prioritize on DPS. Instead, this match called for survivability instead. Frozen effect will only allow the boss to kill the party faster and easier. Although it cannot instantly kill a player in a transformed state, it will still be a massive pain in the butt in terms of attacking. Everyone in the vicinity will be frozen after 10 seconds. In fact, after being freed again, they will only have a 10-second attacking window before they will be frozen again. In terms of defeating the boss, they might not stand a chance if something goes horribly wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 814, Frost Lord, Antoine. Chapter 814, Frost Lord, Antoine. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Those who were attacked with the Fire Beacon will gain only one chance to use Beacon's Radiance. Hence, the formation they had come up with was to stick together to make sure Beacon's Radiance could cover everyone. Instead of using their transformation skill to charge in recklessly, Zhang had ordered one to have a test run without transforming. Naturally, Zhang was the first to strike the boss. Mortal! You have sullied the holy land of the gods. Is it death that you seek? Antoine roared and shot out a frost arrow to deal 350,000 damage to Zhang. Following closely after the first attack was the Cold to the Bone skill. Zhang was immediately inflicted with a debuff, causing him to take 300,000 frost damage every 3 seconds and a 10% movement speed reduction for every second. This is bad. That skill is a single target skill. Zhang frowned and grunted. Contrary to normal playstyle, if the skill is a multi-target skill, it would be easier to handle, since everyone will be frozen together and it would only take one use of the Beacon's Radiance to dispel the frozen effect on everyone. However, if Cold to the Bone is cast on one player at a time, players will be frozen sequentially. Hence, when one is about to save, the other will be frozen, causing an uneven rate of dispelling. Bear in mind that Beacon's Radiance will only dispel the frozen status and not the movement reduction effect. As expected, the boss had continued to cast Cold to the Bone on the party members, one person at a time. Zhang had concluded 2 things. 1. Cold to the Bone did not have any cooldown skills. 2. The boss will randomly cast the skill and stop at random as well. At times, the boss will cast thrice on 3 players and stop there. Other times, he would only cast on 1 player and stop there. Before all 20 players there were inflicted with Cold to the Bone, Zhang was the first to be frozen in place. Since the boss had not used Fire Beacon, Zhang had to use Warrior's Will to save himself. Once Cold to the Bone has successfully frozen a player, the player will continue to take the damage while being immobile. After being thawed out, Zhang still continued to receive it, but no longer suffered from movement speed reduction. Sadly, the boss will continue to randomly cast the skill on the players. At that moment, Zhang scrapped the original plan. His plan was to get everyone frozen at the same time and have everyone to dispel the frozen state with their own status removal skills. All in all, the plan was completely screwed up since the boss skill was not described properly. It was only after all players have received Cold to the Bone, the boss would cast Fire Beacon on a random target. When the chosen player receives the skill Fire Beacon, the system will grant the player an additional, usable, one-time skill called Beacon's Radiance. The skill could be used anytime to dispel the frozen effect from all players within a certain area. When the Fire Beacon effect on a player disappears, so does the skill Beacon's Radiance. The estimated time of effect would only be 15 seconds. The frequency of the skill cast was rather strict. It will be used once every 10 seconds. Within that time, the player must use the skill to dispel or the timing for dispelling would be off. Theoretically, the skill must be used once every 10 seconds. As for the usage of the Beacon's Radiance, to be efficient, it would have to depend on the number of healers being frozen in that instance. If there are more than 2 healers frozen, the chosen player who has the Beacon's Radiance may use the skill to thaw the healers out, or the entire party's healing rate would be affected greatly. Since it was still during their test phase, Zhang had tried to use the War Chariot to fight the boss. However, although all players in the War Chariot will receive one tick at a time, the frozen effect was rather F***ed up. Once any player in the War Chariot is frozen, the effect would apply to all players on the War Chariot. Basically, all the players on the War Chariot were constantly being frozen. Although the damage was painful, it was not much of a trouble for the party. Unfortunately, it would only be a complete waste to use the War Chariot for that particular boss fight. Without transformations, everyone in the party only had a small margin error. Players like Cheng Shuiyao had only around 1,500,000 HP, and that was already with the help of the Vitality Aura, but under the frozen state, 3 attacks would be enough to kill her. Although healers were able to cope with the intense healing requirement, it was only lasting for 10 seconds at a time. When 1 or 2 of the healers are frozen in place, the other healer would not have enough time to heal the other moving players. Hence, just a few minutes into the fight, more than 10 players had kicked the bucket. The boss still had more than 80% HP. Zhang quickly ordered anyone who was still alive to get out of the battle before they are killed unreasonably. Zhang unsummoned the Phoenix and waited for everyone in the battle to erase their aggro before he left the battlefield with Shadow of the Void. Everyone returned from the nearest graveyard while the survivors had waited for them to further discuss the battle plans. For the next attempt, they would use their transformations. However, since transformation skills had 72 hours of cooldown duration, they would have to make their next attempt count. That, or they could attempt to dominate the next mountain, either the Light Mountain or the Shadow Mountain. "Let's try using the Ice Weaver set equipment," said Daffodil Daydream after being silent. She continued to elaborate. Since the main point of the battle was to stay alive instead of focusing on attack power, the party could sacrifice a little of their DPS to increase their survivability. At most, the entire party would lose 10% of their total DPS in exchange for a 50% increase in frost resistance. It was a worthwhile trade-off. Zhang nodded his head to agree with Daffodil Daydream. Along the way to the mountaintop, they had killed many monsters and had collected many sets of Ice Weaver set equipment. Sun Xinu, 100 Shot, and Zhang distributed all the equipment to the party. All but Sun Xinu and Zhang had received a set each. It was not that they did not want to take them, they were lacking a few important parts that would make the set whole. However, since the 2 top DPS units in the team had S-class inheritances, their magic nullification rate was at 40%. Not wearing any frost resistance armor would not make a significant difference to their survivability. Everyone changed into their new set of equipment and were smiling with great confidence, sure that they will win the second attempt. Foolish human! Know that life is precious. Since you have forsaken them for the greed of victory, I shall be the one to teach you a lesson. Antoine groaned, as the party, led by Zhang approached the boss again, for the second time. Without delay, the battle started with Antoine blasting Zhang with a frost arrow. The cold blue arrow whistled through the air and immediately sublimated in the air when it made contact with Zhang. Resist. That was the effect of the inheritance transformation magic nullification in effect. Magic nullification is unlike magic resistance, where the damage taken will be reduced. Magic nullification will completely negate all magic damage dealt by a magic attack for that instance. S-class inheritance has 40% magic nullification rate. If one is kissed by the goddess of luck, having 100% chance to nullify all incoming magic attack was not an impossible dream. Still, it would not be happening anytime soon. As soon as the attack count reaches a certain amount, be it unnullified or nullified, the pseudo-RNG will kick in to make adjustments. Cold to the bone. On the second run, Zhang was not able to nullify the skill, since the magic skill inflicted on him was not counted as an attack, but a debuff. Only when the dot starts ticking on him, would Zhang have a chance to nullify each tick. After Zhang was inflicted by Cold to the Bone, the party rushed into the fight and started to attack. Without recovery skills to restore his HP, the boss HP drops much faster than before. Pest! Be gone! The boss roared with fury as he cast, cold to the bone, on many players. Since the ticking dot had to pass through two obstacles, one being the frost resistance set effect, and second being the magic nullification of each player, part of the damage was absorbed and the other part would depend on the luck of the player. Even though being frozen was inevitable, with 50% frost resistance and the magic nullification helping, the party was able to last longer and better than before. All the healers, including Han Shui, were having a relaxed time healing everyone. It was mostly due to the HP boost provided by the transformation skill. Even the weakest player there had over 15 million HP. There would not be a case where players will be killed instantly for being frozen. This is nice. I never knew that having magic resistance armor would ease the battle this much, cried Endless Starlight. Oh, shut up. It's not like you're doing much damage anyway. Look. Not even little Yen Air is making noise. It's not your turn yet, cried Daffodil Daydream as she still bore some hatred for the perverted man. Say what now, cried Wei Yen Air when she heard her name being called out. Nothing. Everyone else laughed at the comical scene. While he was fighting rhythmically, Zhang Yang had a sudden thought. Perhaps killing the bosses of the quest had something to do with the monsters surrounding the area. For example, defeating the fire boss was all thanks to the monsters that had dropped the bombs. On the other hand, to defeat the ice boss, the party had relied on equipment that had been dropped by the monsters. Could it a coincidence, or was it perhaps by design? Still, thanks to the 50% frost resistance set effect, the team had no need to use their transformation for the second attempt. All it did was to increase the DPS power and reduce the time taken to kill the boss. As for survivability, having just the frost resistance armor would do fine. What an interesting plan, Zhang Yang thought to himself. Perhaps it would be the same for the remaining two mountains. After taking so much damage from the party despite having cast so many, cold of the bone, the boss started to show signs of being defeated. Then, even though the boss had high HP, the party would, theoretically, require another 40 minutes more to kill the boss. Before they knew it, Zhang Yang's luck that fight was rather good. Not only was his transformation magic nullification skill able to nullify many frost attacks, even the glare of the death god was effective on the boss. Naturally, due to the trouble of being frozen from time to time, the team was not able to maximize their DPS to their full potential. Hence, they had taken 50 minutes to reach 20% HP, and another 10 minutes to kill the boss. The victory was rather awkward for the party, since they had suffered greatly from the first attempt and won the second attempt without much effort. However, in less than a second, that bad feeling was gone when Wei Yen Air jumped for the pile of loot. Antoine had dropped a total of 9 ascended tier equipment and 8 holy tier equipment, as well as countless random items. After a turn of rolling, Zhang Yang had not obtained any single equipment but managed to haul in his skill book. Rock Solid, level 1 upon activation, stand in the same position to gain 10% defense and 2% damage reduction passive for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. To test the skill's growth rate, Zhang Yang had added 1 skill point on the skill and found that the defense gain went up to 20% while the passive damage reduction was increased to 4%. If Zhang Yang maximizes the skill to level 10, he would gain 100% defense and 20% damage reduction. It was a powerful defensive skill, if only it could last longer than 10 seconds. However, if the skill is paired with the G God of War shield, Zhang Yang's damage reduction would go up to 60%, which is almost the same as the shield wall damage reduction effect. Zhang Yang could not help but try and have the skill enhanced via the Book of Revelation. Rock Solid, enhance, level 2 upon activation, stand in the same position to gain 30% defense and 6% damage reduction passive for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. A 50% boost, At that point in time, Zhang Yang had used all 3 upgrade slot of the Book of Revelation for Block, Shield Wall, and Rock Solid. He had removed the upgrade effect on Gates of Hell until further required. Since the Book of Revelation upgrade slot change had a 24 hours cooldown duration, Zhang Yang could charge 3 different skills a day if he wanted. The boss had also dropped a skill book called Frost Aura, which was given to Cheng Shui Yao. The Aura skill was speedily leveled up to the maximum, which made Zhang Yang and the other core party member feel a little disgruntled. Back then, increasing their Aura skill from level 1 to level 10 had taken them more than 3 years to do so. Frostbite Aura, level 10 deals 80,800 frost damage every 10 seconds to all targets within 30 meters of the user. Damage will increase, according to the level of the player and skill. Reduces the movement speed of all targets in the effective range by 50%. You can only have one active aura effect in one instance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 815, Shadow Lord Margular. Chapter 815, Shadow Lord Margular. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The downside of the Yi Frostbite aura was its damage being weaker than Burning Aura. However, the major advantage of Frostbite aura was the additional movement speed reduction. As a spellcaster, the skill was more than helpful for Cheng Shuiyao, since the effect will be applied to all targets within the effective range. It was as similar to Zhang Yang's Thunderstrike, only that it was permanently active and can never be dispelled. Naturally, Cheng Shuiyao was so delighted with the skill that she gave Zhang Yang a blow kiss. Zhang Yang tried his best to be oblivious to it, but Fatty Han and Endless Starlight were extremely sensitive to that sort of thing. Sun Xinu and Han Shui immediately rolled their eyes at him. But then again, perhaps it was called for, since Zhang Yang had slightly played with her by pinching her cheeks when she had served him coffee at work. The woman must be trying to get the game straight with him. Zhang Yang continued his pretense and moved on with the quest after he picked up the Ice Essence Pearl. The party left the Snowy Mountain and went to the Shadow Mountain. Similar to the last two mountains, the Shadow Mountain had a similar aura effect. Ding! You have received the effect, Shadow Aura. Shadow Aura, attack reduced by 10%. Naturally, having their damage reduced, even if it is only 10%, did not please them at all, when they had to already reduce their attack in exchange for survivability. It was the sort of salt in the wound which everyone truly disliked. Just when they could finally change back to their own original gear to regain their lost damage power, the next map had them reduce their attack again. While everyone was having a rather unpleasant time, Han Shui was extremely delighted. She was a sloth. Since the aura skill was not the dot type, she would not need to move around constantly to heal everyone. It was about time for her to slack a little. Still, even though they had to bear with the damage reduction, the team proceeded on and encountered the monsters that dwelled on that blackened earth. Shadow Stalker, Elite, Elemental Being. Level, 230. HP, 115 million. Defense, 14,270. Melee attack, 98,335 to 158,335, shadow-based physical attack. Skills. Shadow Bomb, hurls a bomb to a target that explodes after 3 seconds. Deals 120,000 shadow damage to all targets within 10 meters of the initial targets. Note, loyal goons of the Shadow Lord Margular. They have been personally trained by Lord Margular himself and would trade their lives for his. As expected of their name and the environment that the party was in, the monster was completely black, yet somewhat translucent, with several floating black bits the size of tiny ping-pong balls. Their appearance was that of ghouls, a black entity that was covered with a black sheet. Similar to the other mountains, the monsters were in groups of 8. The entire party of 20 went on ahead and attacked with the 3 tanks paving the way, and the rest of the team following closely. Overall, the one thing that made the battle rather annoying was the Shadow Bomb. The skill would be cast on random targets. There were no rules that said the skill cannot be inflicted on the same target. In that case, an unlucky player could end up eating all 8 bombs and take over 1 million damage. Despite the fact that the party members have managed to haul a few Ascended Tier and Holy Tier equipment from the 2 previous boss, they were not able to put them on since they had not yet fulfilled the level requirement. Hence, those weaker players were not able to survive, for their HP was at around 1,500,000 HP, at best. Like magic nullification of inheritance transformation, taking 8 bombs in one instance would be extremely rare. On the other hand, there were the AoE explosions. If anyone receives the bomb and does not react fast enough, they would end up hurting everyone around themselves. Thankfully, everyone in the party had a certain level of prowess. If they were to stand still and allow the bomb to explode in the midst of the party, he or she will be kicked out of the party, permanently. With haste, all 8 of the monsters were dealt with. The monsters had dropped a few ETC items that were of no use to the party and will be sold to NPCs later. However, there was a rather mysterious item and piqued their interest. Shadow Orb, usable. Use, the Bane of Light. Use it to unleash the power of shadow to resist the rage of the light. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 200 seconds. Level requirement, 200. It was a random item that could be used to counter a certain skill. However, who, when, or what situation calls for it, no one had the slightest clue. Zhang Yang took the item first, since he had the most inventory space amongst all of them. Somehow, he had a good feeling that the item will be useful for the upcoming boss fight. Initially, Zhang Yang did not want to store it. Even though he had plenty of space in his inventory, he had most of them occupied with random potions. He had argued with Wei Yin Air for a long time and eventually lost to the entire team's persuasion. The team continued the hike but felt slightly annoyed. It was not just the Shadow Stalkers, but mainly the Shadow Aura that reduced the team's overall DPS. A drop of 10% DPS would directly affect their pushing speed by 10%, so to speak. Since the monsters around had the skill, Shadow Bomb, Zhang himself did not dare to kite too many monsters at a time, fearing that the team members might not able to cope with the instantaneous reaction required to bring the bombs away from the party. Along the way, the party found more Shadow Orbs, although the drop rate was not too good. 20 days later, they had all reached the peak of the mountain. By then, the party had collected more than enough of the orbs that Zhang had stuffed his inventory full with the Shadow Orbs. In the end, Zhang finally dumped piles of Shadow Orbs on the ground and made everyone take a few. 200 counts made a stack. Hence, everyone in the party carried roughly 4 stacks of Shadow Orbs on them. There were more than 16,000 counts of Shadow Orbs. For such a large haul, the team was still dubious about the use of the item. Zhang made a nonchalant comment about how the previous boss fights had required the help from monsters drops and persuaded the team to keep the orbs until they fight the final boss. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge circular altar with ceramic tiles. The boss was sitting in the middle of the altar, meditating. Its 30-meter height appearance screamed of his status as a boss. Aside from his size, his dark, void, abyssal, black appearance was haunting. His existence was that of a black hole, though he did not possess such suction power. Shadow Lord Margular, Ascended, Elemental Being. Level, 240. HP, 12 billion. Defense, 37,330. Melee attack, 360,873 to 460,873. Skills. Lullaby of Death sings a song of the end times, dealing 400,000 shadow damage to all targets within 100 meters. Shadow Claw deals 150% melee physical attack to a target. Void Tornado unleashes a large tornado to destroy everything in its path. Within 5 seconds, 5 players would have to get inside the eye to stop the tornado from exploding. Failure to do so will cause the tornado to explode and deduct 99% HP of all players within 100 meters. Players that get into the eye of the tornado will be immobilized. Requires 20 seconds to stop the power of the tornado. Shadow Blessing increases 100% attack power. Stackable. Casting time, 2 seconds. Note, the Rule of the Dark. The King of Shadow. Born from the collection of all the shadows gathered in the Shadow Essence Pearl. Everyone immediately frowned like madmen when they saw the list of complicated skills. Without a doubt, Lullaby of Death would be the boss' strongest AoE skill. In fact, it was not a huge deal for the party to see something like that. All bosses would have a similarly powerful AoE skill for that matter. The problem would be the rate of it being used. Too many in a short time would rank him at a world boss tier. Zhang did not care about the skill since the party would have to take the damage head-on. Shadow Claw will mostly be used on the tank, which would not be a problem for Zhang. Transformations would further reduce the damage. The main problem of the boss would be the Void Tornado and Shadow Blessing. Void Tornado would require players to stop attacking the boss and get into the tornado to dispel the skill. That, or everyone would have their HP reduced by 99%. Paired with Lullaby of Death, everyone would die almost instantly. Although they would have to temporarily sacrifice 5 DPS to get inside the tornado, it would be much of a problem since there were weaker level players there whose DPS would not make much difference. In the end, it was all about the Shadow Blessing. Stackable skills are always a problem. I think it can be interrupted since there's the 2-second casting time. If it can't be interrupted, might as well make it an instant cast, said 100 Shots. If the skill is going to be used repeatedly, we're better off discussing the turns we take to interrupt. Zhang pondered for a while and said, we'll have a test run first. Fight the boss without using transformation skills. If all goes well, I'll give the signal on when to use transformations. Everyone cool with that? Understood. Zhang led the party and confronted the boss. What art thee doing, Hri? Thou art not alloweth. Thou shalt slayeth thee all, cried the boss as he opened his eyes. Without any further warning speech, the boss got up to his feet and smashed Zhang with his fist. Wham! Zhang lifted his shield and blocked the oncoming fist. He then rode the momentum of the boss attack and twisted in the air for a riposte, dealing a powerful strike that made the boss retract his hand immediately. The party fanned out and surrounded the boss to attack. Thou art not worth of thine strength. Begone, said Margular as it raised his hands, ready to squash Zhang. Shadow Claw. Rock Solid. -306, 575. What that was supposed to be 550,000 damage turned out to only be 300,000 on Zhang Yang. That is how strong Zhang Yang is, as a guardian. The true defender of all physical attack. Interesting, the boss chuckled smugly. He then clapped his hands together and chanted a long stream of words in just a matter of 3 seconds. Lullaby of Death. It was a skill that was similar to Wei Yan'er's Melodies of War. However, unlike the little girl, the boss raps it so swiftly that he had only taken 3 seconds to chant it all out. A black wave burst out of the boss and blasted everyone. A shadowy, gas-like entity seeped into everyone's body and dealt 300,000 shadow damage instantly. Right as everyone was just getting back up to their feet from the blast, another blast came and struck again. At that moment, the boss had displayed its true potential as an ascended tier boss. Right after one skill is unleashed, another skill was cast again. There was practically no pause in between the attacks, besides the chanting. Again, similar to Melodies of War, Lullaby of Death, can be cast while other skills are being cast at the same time. It was chaotic beyond words. It was incredibly difficult for everyone in the team, including Zhang Yang. If he is unable to set his mind straight, then how could the others do the same? Without the HP boost of transformation, the healers were having a tough time trying their best to keep up with the healing. Ugh. Cheating boss. Report. Report. How is it possible for a boss to sing so fast? Not even Jay Chou could rap that fast, cried Wei Yan'er as she felt jealous. By then, Wei Yan'er's chanting speed had been reduced down to 18 seconds. However, how could she compare herself to the boss in human speed of 3 seconds? Little Yan'er, you might as well try and learn singing for a change. Perhaps one day, you could even rap as fast as Jay Chou. Big fatty bro. Why would I want to rap like Jay Chou? That's so unladylike. Zhang Yang figured something out and said, little brat. Talking in the game does not use your own mouth, your tongue, your lips, nor voice box. It's all in your head. As long as you can think it, you can do it. It's all in your head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 816, Switch Targets. Chapter 816, Switch Targets. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In-game, although the avatars of the players talk using their mouths, it was all but a simulation of reality. In truth, everything is interpreted by reading brainwaves. As such, the movement speed of players, the reaction rate, body movements, are all limited by the human mind. It all comes to the ability of the player to step outside the boundaries of cybergaming. In short, the faster you think, the faster you chant. Wei Yan'er had an epiphany and widened her eyes. She heeded Zhang Yang's advice and tried to outsmart her own brain. It was hard in the beginning since everyone has gotten used to talking with their own mouths since birth. Hence, unless you're a rapper like Jay Chou or Eminem, you'll be a mere mortal. To gain speed, one must train. It was that simple. Luckily for Wei Yan'er, Melodies of War only had 30 seconds of cooldown duration. She could train as much as she wanted to. That being said, the boss had no intention of allowing the team to have a good time. Darkness, heed thine power. Destroy in thy name, cried the boss as a progress bar appeared on his character. He was preparing to cast Shadow Blessing. Stop that. Since it was just a test run, everyone had not been assigned their turns of interrupting his casts. Hence, everyone in the party had used all their disrupting skills on the boss at once. Immune. 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 Completely, utterly useless. What the actual F***ck, cried Fatty Han. How could they continue the fight? Just a single cast of Shadow Blessing, and the boss shall obtain an attack power that rivals a celestial boss. In a blink of an eye, the boss had created a cloak of shadow that hovered around his character. 100% attack increment. Hopeless. That was what everyone, even Zhang Yang, thought of then. A Lullaby of Death, after getting the buff, deals more than 600,000 damage on everyone. Even though they were merely testing, all the 4 healers in the party had immediately jumped into turbo mode to heal everyone. Sadly, just 10 seconds later, the boss had once again used Shadow Blessing. This time, the cloak of shadow that hovered around him darkened. 200% attack increment is the same as a 300% basic attack bonus. His normal attacks were now the same, or perhaps even exceeded the damage dealt by Angus' normal attacks. Lullaby of Death was now dealing 900,000 per cast, which had led to Han Shui started to running low on MP while the rest of the healers had already given up on healing. When the healers slowed down, party members started to drop like flies. Worst of all, amidst their despair, Margular had used Shadow Blessing for the third time. 300% attack bonus. At the third use of Shadow Blessing, the party needed no verbal commands to start retreating. At that moment, more than half of the party member had died, and the remaining players in the field died immediately after the chained use of Lullaby of Death. By the time the boss used the fourth Shadow Blessing, Zhang was the only player left alive. -2 468 392. Zhang had taken more than 2 million damage and had died with a single use of Shadow Claw from the steroid-pumped boss. The Book of Revelation revival effect immediately kicked in, and Zhang used Shadow of the Void to immediately escape the battlefield after he got back up to his feet. Han Yngshui was greatly disgruntled as she thought that Zhang had wanted to continue the fight. At her death, she had quickly revived on the spot with her own Resurrection Monolith, and was immediately killed by the boss. Dummy! Why didn't you tell me that you have given up? Didn't I tell you that this is a test run? Gah! You always say that. Did you know that most of us had actually believed that you could take on the boss by yourself? What? Anywho. Everyone. Go back to the graveyard and revive there instead. Don't come back up. Gather at the base of the valley. Zhang flew down the mountain with haste and told the entire party to choose to revive at the graveyard, even though that would weaken everyone. Revival at the graveyard will inflict a weakened status. Although everyone was confused at his command, they did listen to him and followed his words. After everyone had gathered together, Zhang scratched his head and asked, "So, how was the boss fight? Any thoughts?" After a few seconds of solemnness, Fatty Han was the first to open his mouth. It's impossible to defeat the boss. Not only that, Shadow Blessing could not be disrupted, the cooldown of the skill is only 10 seconds. How are we supposed to fight that boss when he would only get stronger and stronger? But although his intonation and speech pattern was unrefined, everything he said was on point. Shadow Blessing would allow the boss to have attack powers that could rival that of a celestial tier boss, and perhaps even exceed that. Without a miracle like Felice suddenly going berserk, they had no chance of defeating the boss. There's no way the developers would make a boss that cannot be defeated. I'm sure there is a way that we have not seen yet, said Zhang. How? Daffodil Daydream squeaked. The boss did not even use Void Tornado once. Yet, we were all dropping like flies. Monsters, said Sun Xin softly. Monsters? You mean the shadow orbs that the monsters dropped? That's no use against Margular, said Fatty Han angrily. Lost Dream gasped in epiphany and said, Guys, are we forgetting about another certain holy-type boss? Everyone that had followed Zhang since the beginning of the guild formation was smart enough to understand that Lost Dream meant. I see what you're getting at. The drops from the shadow monsters are used to counter the light boss. That means that the monster drops in the light mountain could be used to counter the shadow boss, said 100 Shots. Aye. Zhang nodded his head. In that case, might as well give it a try then. Everyone agreed and rode their mounts towards the light mountain and momentarily forgot about Margular. Ding! You have received the effect, Holy Radiance Aura. Holy Radiance Aura takes additional 20% holy attribute damage. Compared to the other dot effect and the damage reduction aura, the party was not too disgruntled when they received the damage amplify aura. Han Yngshui, for one, was not too happy with that. Luckily, the Holy Radiance Aura was not a dot effect. At most, Han Yngshui would need to heal a few more times during a fight. Like the other mountains around, the monsters in the Light Mountain were all holy based. Those monsters that roamed around the mountain were like gigantic light bulbs. They were shaped like one, and shone brightly like one. Holy Propagator, Elite, Elemental Being. Level, 230. HP, 115 million. Defense, 14,270. Skills. Holy Smite summons the power of divinity and deals 200% holy magic damage to a target. Casting, 2 seconds. Note, the followers of the Holy Lord Dustin. Their purpose in life is to spread the teachings of Lord Dustin and to smite all that is evil. Again, they were all grouped in 8s. Due to the presence of the Holy Radiance Aura, the Propagator's attacks had dealt extra damage to the party. Even though one of them will only gain a 20% damage amplification, all 8 of them would deal the damage of 9 monsters. Furthermore, the monsters were attacking with magic. Their attacks ignored defense values and would deal powerful damage, enough to kill a single player if they were to concentrate fire. Fortunately, there were 3 tanks then, and everyone had no problem attacking the monsters. After a few quick bashes and smashes, all the monsters were killed and dropped a bunch of ETC item and that one tool that everyone had been waiting for. Holy Orb, usable. Use, unleashes the holy power within to dispel, shadow blessing. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 200 seconds. Level requirement, 200. Ha! Sister Sun was right. There was something here that we can use to fight the shadow boss. That's actually a surprise. Who would have thought that the monsters of two separate bosses would drop items that could be used to counter the other? There's one problem, guys. This has 200 cooldown duration, yet, Shadow Blessings, cooldown is only 10 seconds. Looks like we need to sit down and arrange a proper sequence for us to take turns dispelling. If my calculations are right, not a single one of us can make a mistake. If anyone misses the chance, the boss will gain its attack bonus buff. Don't forget. There's still the skill, Void Tornado, that we need to stand inside to dispel. 5 of us needs to stand inside there for 20 seconds. During that time, those who have their holy orbs on cooldown should automatically run to the tornado. Since that we have the shadow orb right now, we should just try and fight the holy boss. I'm guessing that the two shadow and light bosses will have the same meta. 1. Shadow and light are the same thing, just from two opposite ends. Before they had a chance to examine the holy orb, everyone had their own mind set on the situation. After they had managed to farm a few more orbs and examine their properties, they voiced out their opinions and started formulating their own plans before Zhang could even guide them. Zhang smiled with satisfaction, seeing that his party members were now working as team, instead of depending on him alone like old times. Since the boss fight was expected to be long, a 10-second interval dispelling rate was tough. Everyone would need to be on their toes and be ready to cast on time. 6 players, 1 minute, that's a number that required intense concentration and preparation. There was no room for any careless mistakes or they will be the first to be killed. As mentioned earlier, since they had many shadow orbs, they had all decided to try and defeat the holy boss. They had no need to worry about monsters on the Shadow Mountain respawning after they defeat the holy boss. They were in a special map and they could take their time to kill the boss, for the monsters or the boss would not respawn after being killed. The party took roughly the same amount of time as they did with other mountains to reach the peak. The boss was an exceptionally large, perhaps industrialized version of a gigantic light bulb. 30 meters high, how many watts would it take to power up that thing? Unlike normal household light bulbs, this bulb-shaped thing had a pair of hands that was wielding a long white staff. Unlike the other bosses that had a humanoid shape, the holy boss had no legs. Instead, it was floating around like a balloon. Holy Lord Dustin, Ascended, Elemental Being. Level, 240. HP, 12 billion. Defense, 37,330. Magic attack, 210,392 to 270,392. Skills. Radiance's Prayer, dedicates oneself to serving the light. Restores 1 million HP and deals 400,000 holy magic damage to all targets within 100 meters. Divine Judgment, smites a target with the power of divinity. Deals 300% holy magic attack. Casting, 2 seconds. Radiant Chain, places a mark on 3 random targets. Marked players must stand at least 40 meters away from each player. Failure will result in an explosion that will deal 400,000 holy damage every second until the distance between each marked players exceeds 40 meters. All damage dealt by the explosion will restore Dustin's HP. Rage of the Light, increases 100% attack power. Stackable. Casting, 2 seconds. Note, the Lord of Light. The one that brings salvation to all who repents. The one that smites all that is evil in the world. Born from the Holy Essence Pearl. TL Notes. 1. Meta, most effective tactic available. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 817, Lord of Light, Dustin. Chapter 817, Lord of Light, Dustin. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As expected of the Bane of Shadow, the skill set of the Lord of Light was almost, if not stronger than Margular. Perhaps, the Lord of Light was stronger in a sense that he was a magic attack type, while Margular was a physical attack type. The skill, Radiant China, should be the Lord of Light's special skill. The conditions were simple, as all 3 chosen players must run 40 meters away from each other in different directions. I think the skill, Radiant Chain, will be a little tricky. All of us would have to concentrate on using the Shadow Orb, and if anyone out of the 3 marked players are supposed to use their Shadow Orbs, how are they supposed to coordinate? There has to be a plan for this. Zhang nodded at Daffodil Daydream's comment and said, "Alright. Here's the plan. All of us should stick together during the boss fight. If any 3 players are inflicted by Radiant Chain, you should move to the clock. Those standing close to 12, 4, and 8 should move towards that direction. If there is someone among the chosen 3 who has to use their Shadow Orb, stand your ground and let the others run away. The party will take the damage. Might as well do it that way, rather than allowing the boss to get a damage buff. Hold up, said Fatty Han as he determined the direction of 12, 4, and 8 before he grunted. Okay. I got it. I think. With transformations, an ascended tier boss was not a great threat to them. However, they could not allow the boss to gain any damage buffs, or the party will face imminent danger. Their party could, at little chance, survive the boss fight after 1 buff. 2 buffs would raise the chances of failure to 100%. It was not something that anyone, not even Zhang, could hold off. Hence, the team can only fail once as a whole. I have to stress that no one in the party is allowed to die. 1 death would mean 1 less interruption in each cycle. Although we can fight against 2 more cycles, the boss fight will eventually be a failure. Understood. Remember. Failure is not an option. Unless you want to waste another 3 days. Hell no. They had been grinding on the same quest for 81 days. They had a total of 9 days, which means they could use transformations 3 times. Technically, for both the Shadow Lord and the Lord of Light boss fights, they could only afford to fail once. Based on the party's prowess and the number of Shadow Orbs in hand, the party could repeat the boss fight for 7 to 8 rounds. This was to give players multiple chances to fight the boss. However, there was still a limit to it. If they fail too many times, and all of the Shadow Orbs have been exhausted, the quest will be a failure, since there will no more Shadow Stalkers to kill. The previous arrangement was extremely fortunate. Everyone had more than enough Shadow Orbs in hand to use in that fight. If Zhang were to distribute the orbs unevenly, perhaps, there would be a situation where the cycle of interruption would run out of juice. Ready your transformations. Off we go. Everyone charged towards the boss with all sorts of appearance, both appealing and erotic, while others were disgusting or just plain funny. The light beckons all that is righteous. The light bulb-looking boss struck his staff into the ground and muttered. The boss pointed his staff at Zhang and a powerful beam of light came down from the sky to struck Zhang character. Sinners will be judged. Off you go, to hell. After divine judgment, the boss did not pause and quickly clapped his hands to chant Radiant's prayer. His mouth was moving, but the language he spoke was unknown and alien. 3 seconds later, many beams of holy light came striking down from the sky and onto everyone in the field. The boss' basic attack was around 400,000, paired with the debuff aura on everyone in the party had taken more than 480,000 damage in that instance. I'll repeat the cycle again. The first to interrupt would be me. Ice Cube is the second. Third would be Snow. Zhang repeated the entire strategy again to refresh everyone's memories. After a few rounds of Radiant's Prayer, the boss had started using the Rage of the Light. However, just as the boss opened his mouth to chant, Zhang went ahead and silenced him with Shadow Orb. Upon usage, the orb broke into nothing, releasing a large cloud of shadow smoke that enveloped the boss character. 10 seconds later, the boss tried to chant Rage of the Light again, but was stopped by Sun Xinu smoothly. Everyone else performed flawlessly and had prevented the boss from using Rage of the Light. It was made possible due to the 2-second casting duration of the skill. Perhaps anyone could have performed in the same manner. The interruption cycle was only important during the first cycle. In the first turn, everyone would have their Shadow Orbs ready to be used. Since the item had a 200-second cooldown duration, and Rage of the Light only had a 10 seconds duration, it was perfectly designed like a puzzle piece for everyone to use their own Shadow Orbs at the right time after the first cycle. There would be no need for anyone to calculate. All they would have to do is to pay attention to the countdown timer on the item and prepare for their turn when the timer runs out. After the first cycle was completed, the boss started using the skill Radiant Chain. On the first use, Wei Yin Air, Cheng Shui Yao, and Endless Starlight were the unfortunate trio. All 3 of them followed the plan and ran in different directions. Amongst the 3 of them, 2 had a class inheritances, and even though flying was prohibited in the arena, they could glide at breakneck speed. Endless Starlight even had a mythical tier mount that could run at roughly the same speed. Hence, when the 3-second timer rang, everyone had already reached the required distance and had the skill dispelled. It was fortunate that everyone had reacted swiftly, as everyone in the team had only taken 2 ticks of the DOT. The battle proceeded on smoothly and without a problem. The party had not failed to stop the boss from using Rage of the Light, and had never failed to run away when the boss used his Radiant Chain. Despite that, everyone was still worried about the Radiant Chain instead of the Rage of the Light. The battle continued on for more than 20 minutes. If the fight was just a matter of 10 minutes, they could have handled the stress and sucked it in for later. However, the fight was dragged for over 20 minutes. At that moment, the boss had over 27% HP. Everyone started to act sluggishly. The mental stress had acted up and was affecting the team. Zhang Yang had always had to remind the party member when it was their turn to dispel Rage of the Light or Radiant Chain, allowing the team to slightly make up for their own mental stress. No one was relaxed then. Not even Fatty Han, who could make jokes even when at death's door. The tension in the air was so tense that if anyone slips and made a mistake, it will only cause a chain reaction that will cause the fight to end prematurely. No one wanted to be the black sheep that causes the entire herd to be gobbled up by lions. Hence, even though they knew it was tough, everyone kept quiet and only responded to Zhang Yang's commands. 1 hour into the fight. 20%. Glare of the Death God. A shadow cloud formed on top of the boss character and grinned. Everyone screamed with joy and instantly launched their attack repeatedly, instantly hacking away 10% of the boss HP. Since it was already during the boss' vulnerable state, the team's DPS power increased by a notch and had ended the boss fight quickly and swiftly without any signs of failure. Eat my axe. Obnoxious boss. Wanna be a saint? Go to church and praise the Lord there. Wei Yenair jumped up high in the air and slammed down her killing cleave. Her 4 million damage had ended the boss with a single strike. The boss lightbulb appearance broke down and dispersed into the air. Woohoo! It's over. It's time for the loot. At $hashtag at $carat hashtag $OMG. Look at that. There are so many things, cried Fatty Han, louder than usual. Everyone had slain many ascended tier boss for the past few days, yet they had never seen such a huge pile of loot. The amount of item dropped at that moment could total up to the results of 4 or 5 ascended tier boss fights. Dustin had dropped a total of 11 ascended tier equipment, 9 holy tier equipment, and other random items. That round, Zhang Yang was lucky enough to claim 1 ascended tier necklace. Amila's necklace, ascended, necklace. Vitality, plus 11,760. Strength, plus 2060. Dexterity, plus 2060. Equip, increases maximum HP by 23,520. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 12%. Equip, absorbs 1,778 damage from attack. Use, unleash the wrath of Amila. Inflicts 1 million chaos damage and stuns a target for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 hours. Level requirement, 240. Special, level requirement reduced by 30 levels. Note, Amila was a famous and well-known jewelry craftswoman. The necklace was her one and only masterpiece that was imbued with her own power. As such, the only equipment on Zhang Yang that was not an ascended tier were 2 more accessories in his gloves. That, and the celestial tier equipment that he wore. However, after completing all the quests, he could be able to acquire an ascended tier accessory, which is the demonic seal. After he obtains that, his goal to get all equipment on him to be ascended tier would be accomplished. As expected, the boss had dropped another aura skill book that was closely related to the debuff they received. Galileo, the little boy, had managed to roll for it. Still, it would be inappropriate to call him a boy, since he was about to graduate high school and enter the big league. Holy Aura, level 1, affects all allies around 40 meters. Inflicts 1% additional damage as holy damage after an attack. Amongst the other items there was a large amount of advanced aura stones as well. Hence, when Galileo obtained the aura skill, he too was able to enjoy maxing out the aura skill in a flash. The additional damage inflicted by then was as high as 10%. It was similar to that of Strength Aura, that would directly increase the entire team's DPS. However, Strength Aura only affected physical attack class, while holy damage affected everyone, both physical attack and magic attack. It was slightly better. After distributing all the items, everyone took a break instead of rushing for the final boss. They had chosen to leave the place for a while since there were no requirements for them to finish any boss in any order. It would only take the party 1 hour to reach Shadow Mountain. However, since the party's transformations were on cooldown, there had no reason to go back to Margalar for the time being. Might as well take the time to do some rest and recreational activities. Zhong Xiuhua's news about his random activities had been suppressed greatly. In fact, when you type in any keyword concerning him, there would not be an article or blog entry about it. Everything had been deleted. However, the first domino was already pushed and the effect of it would never be stopped. Without posting anything at all, simply by word of mouth, everyone in the country now knew that the main character behind the funky piece of news was the powerful political figure's son. It has been a few days since Zhang Yang heard of Zhong Xiuhua's activity in the game. Perhaps he was being punished by his father. They say that good times create bad future. Zhong Xiuhua's father was a powerful man in the political world, and not in the bad kind of way. He was rather a famous politician for his deeds and service to the nation. If he knew about the true nature of his son, he could have him punished severely. Disowning his own son would be a far cry, still. At most, Zhong Xiuhua would be sent to some harsh camp by the countryside to be trained mentally. In better words, change his stuck-up attitude of a spoiled brat. More than half of the support of Zhong Xiuhua came from his mother. Who knows? Perhaps his mother shared the same maverick mannerisms of her son. All in all, Zhong Xiuhua would never be gone for long. Zhang Yang would expect him to appear sooner or later to stir up problems. Then again, if he does, Zhang Yang was ready for it. He had already set up traps for him. The only thing that he needed to be afraid of was Zhong Xiuhua truly changing for the better and quitting the game. Like that would ever happen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 818, Ending the Fight. Chapter 818, Ending the Fight. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Since the transformations needed time to cool down, Zhang Yang announced a day off the game. Luo Yuro was pregnant for the 7th month by then, and her belly was bulging out rather spectacularly. Her original slim waist had expanded so massively that Luo Yuro, the famous superstar who was famous for being extremely sexy, while also having a serious case of celebrity syndrome, grunted every time she laid eyes on Zhang Yang. Back before the existence of God's miracle, being pregnant would automatically take an actress out of the acting line. However, in God's miracle all that mattered was her appearance. On the plus side of recording in the game, she had no need to move around. She was literally laying down on the bed while her in-game character would run, jump, and perform many other actions that she could not perform in the real world. Zhang Yang was unwittingly roped in and soon realized that he was going to star as the villain of her movie. He was now an actor. Even though shooting the game requires users to log into the game. However, the user would require a special helmet that connects to a separate client and server. The developers had made a separated server. They were still using the same engine, but unlike God's miracle, no one besides the ones developers have authorized could enter. Those with clearance may come in during work time and go to work. Appearance adjustments have never been any easier, since all the staff could manually control everything simply by adjusting the sliders on the menu. The users can also change their entire character. That meant that they could even become a monster if required by the director. Most of the settings, backdrops, environments were adjustable as well. Since the gaming company was only meant to provide a means for shooting, they were not involved in the shooting itself. Hence, through proper arrangements, all controls, including the means of changing the environment, physics of the world, and other unexplainable and meticulous matters were handed over to Lu Yuro to control. All they asked was to limit the knowledge of the system to themselves and not leak everything out for the world to know. It was rather natural for them to do so, since other digital companies might get their hands on their engine and clone it. If Luo Yuro had no full authority over the engine, she would keep coming back to the company to adjust the settings of the world. That would happen, since her movie consisted of many kinds of scenes that required constant changes. Still, there were still parts of the movie that the developers had to be in charge of, that is, the character design. While that was handed over to the game developers, the movement of the characters were left to the director. Luo Yuro wanted to film an action film. Hence, when it comes to fighting moves, no one else besides Zhang Yang was perfect for it. As such, Zhang Yang became her co-director to assist her in directing fighting scenes. World-class players would definitely perform much more extravagantly when compared to greenhorns. Hence, after getting free help from Zhang Yang, Luo Yuro became a little greedier and had Wei Yen and Daffodil Daydream to help as well. They were both chosen to be part of the movie. The little girl could not be more excited. She had always idolized Luo Yuro and hoped to be like her one day. Her overwhelming excitement caused her to play around on the virtual set, forcing Zhang Yang to allow her to tweak her character appearance and make her boobs bigger. Naturally, Zhang Yang immediately changed her appearance back to her usual flatboard figure. At one point, he even turned her into a man. Seeing that the little Wei Yen was being energetic, Luo Yuro had created an extra character just to fit Wei Yen's personality. According to her, Wei Yen's lively character might be one of the main selling points of the movie. Hearing that, Zhang Yang became slightly excited. He could not wait to see how would Wei Yen perform in the movie, and how would the masses react to such a character. During the movie filming, Zhang Yang felt that Luo Yuro was an odd woman. While she had her way to get around Zhang Yang and have him tier fat checks for her, she would only spend that money for the movie. It was never for herself to spend. She did pay herself by setting a salary, a rather lavish one at that too, to restore her former lifestyle. Still, she did not need to do it that way. The movie studio company was given to her by Zhang Yang, yet Luo Yuro had rejected it like a bad organ. She had even made Zhang Yang the real owner of the company and had herself assigned as the director. That would only allow Zhang Yang to be the real profiteer of the movie. She would earn from it, but not as much as he would be. He was technically sitting down and being spoon-fed by the woman. What an eccentric woman. After one day in real life passed, 3 days had passed in the game as well. Wei Yenair was being a little insistent on staying by Luo Yuro's side to continue her role as the character. However, Zhang Yang told Luo Yuro to cut her out from the rest of the movie and dragged the little girl out of the movie set by pinching her nose in real life. The two of them logged out of the movie server and logged back into the gaming server. Everyone gathered together, threw jokes about Zhang Yang, Wei Yenair, and Daffodil Daydream being in the movie. After getting ready, everyone charged toward the last boss, Margular. In the holy boss fight, Radiant Chain is a skill where the boss will automatically pick 3 random souls from us all. In this fight, when the boss uses Void Tornado, we would have to fill in the blanks to stop the tornado from wiping us all out. Zhang Yang made everyone gather near the boss and started to lecture. There's 6 of you here who are all under level 210. I don't need to remind you that you are all here as backups. I cannot have you die that easily. So, if any of you have more than a 30-second cooldown for your light orbs, do not, I repeat, do not go to the tornado. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that, I do not want to create any chances for anyone to fail, especially since standing in the tornado will force you to stand there for 20 seconds. There would be an instance where one of you would have more than a 10-second gap in your light orb cooldown duration. We can't have that. Zhang Yang continued. Now, the Wind Essence Pearl is next, and we only have less than 2 days, real time, to do it. Right now, if we use our transformation skills, we could only use it after 72 hours. Hence, do the math yourself and you'll understand that we cannot afford to lose, not even by a long shot. If we fail now, we could fail the entire quest. Do you understand? Understood. All right. Buckle up. Let's win this. Everyone nodded and got to their feet. Everyone knew that if they dragged the fight too long, they would start to lose concentration and focus. Without transformations, the entire battle might be dragged even longer, thus increasing the chances of mistakes happening. If anyone misses their chance to use the light orb to cancel out the shadow blessing, they will fail the entire boss fight. Technically, the Shadow Lord fight was roughly similar to the Lord of Light. One asked you to dodge the Radiant Chain, while the other asked you to get into the Void Tornado. Complete opposites, yet one and the same. Zhang Yang activated his transformation and zoomed towards the boss, leading the attack with a loud battle cry. Insolent fools! How wasteful of you to throw away your second lives for naught! Margular got up from his throne and got into his fighting stance. Since you have no regard for the importance of life, hell welcomes the likes of you. What a lame **SS speech. Could the game designers be more creative? Fatty bro. If you're complaining that much, how about you send a mail to them and ask them to hire you instead? Please. I'd rather spend my time in bed and have my girlfriend, blowing the bagpipes, if you know what I mean. I don't mean to be rude, but bagpipes are big. I think yours might just be a small, kid-sized harmonica? Everyone laughed at the joke while Fatty Han grew mad with rage. Just as he was about to strip his pants to prove that his bagpipe was not a harmonica, Zhang Yang swooped back in his transformed state and slapped Fatty Han's back. I was only 5 inches away from starting the boss fight and you're about to strip your pants? Are you **king with me? The atmosphere immediately became serious and tense. Zhang Yang had no need to explain the rules again and moved forward. Before the boss used Shadow Blessing, everyone could spare some time for some light jokes. It was only a matter of time before the atmosphere turned tense. Darkness. Shadow. Heed thine power. I, Margular, shall dominate the land in thy name. The boss clapped his hands and started to chant a spell. Zhang Yang was the first to jump forward and used the light orb on the boss to stop the chanting of Shadow Blessing. I'm done. Next one. 10 seconds later, Sun Xin, you used her light orb. I'm done. Next. 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Eventually, after 200 seconds later, the first cycle of interruption was completed without a hitch. By then, the boss had finally used its ultimate skill, the Void Tornado. Appearing without a gust of wind, a large, 3-meter wide black tornado appeared. The dark gust formed quickly, darkening everything within the area, yet there were still some sparkles inside it, making it look like the stars in the universe were being sucked into a black hole. At that moment, Zhang Shuiyao and the rest of the new members of the party had jumped into the party without waiting for Zhang Yang's command. When they stood next to the tornado, their entire characters were immediately sucked inside like a vacuum cleaner, disappearing without a trace. 20 seconds later, the tornado slowed down hastily and spat out all 5 players. The black-colored gust died down instantly, leaving no trace of it ever being there. Very nice. Good job. Even though it was actually a simple job, Zhang Yang had praised them for their feat. He learned that adults were the same as kids, would like being praised by their bosses. As the leader of the party, and the guild master of the guild, it would be wise to take care of the emotions of his underlings. Like a certain someone had said before, take care of your employees and they will take care of your business. Zhang Yang was not a leader of a nation. He was merely a guild master. However, being the one man who was recognized by the entire world as the number 1 player, he was idolized by all. His words of praise could mean the world to his followers. Hence, besides Zhang Shuiyao alone, the rest of the 4 that had joined her in jumping into the tornado got all hyped up and happy. I'll see you really soon. My precious, said Zhang Yang to himself as he accidentally got distracted by Zhang Shuiyao's belly. Enough! You have sullied the ground of the gods. Death shall be the end of you, cried the boss. Is this all that the developers could come up with? Even I could come up with better speeches than that. Man! This is so annoying. Fatty Han grunted impatiently. Those who defy the word of the gods shall die. Die? I'll pull your tongue out and boil it over my pumpkin soup for dinner. Unlike many bosses, the party was rather vigorous and extra pumped up when facing this talkative boss. They were, as if, no longer able to endure its repetitive speech patterns and wanted to end the fight as soon as possible. Since the boss did not have any recovery skills, everyone's superpowered attack had the boss HP dropping down to 20% in less than 40 minutes. By then, the casting speed of Lullaby of Death had decreased from 3 seconds to only 2 seconds. The party's healing rate was not doing well enough to cope with the sudden burst of damage. However, it was only momentarily. When Han Shui and the other healers were startled by the sudden increase in damage, they too had burst out and had pushed themselves to spam as fast as they could, making sure that everyone always had regeneration on them and were actively casting healing spells one after another. Each time the boss loses 10% HP after the vulnerable state, the casting and usage rate of the powerful AoE skills were strengthened, forcing the party to take hits like never before. 45 minutes into the battle, the boss was left with 10% HP. At then, Lullaby of Death, casting time was reduced even further to only 1.5 seconds. Compared to his vulnerable state, it was an increase of 100% damage. The healers of the team were finally faced with a deficit of healing. One by one, the healers had used their ultimate skills to cope with the loss of HP to keep the team alive. 1 second, you'll have 80% HP, the next second, you'll have 30%, 1 second later, you'll have 75%. The rise and drop of the party's HP in total was going up and down faster than a roller coaster. Don't spare any of your skills now. Unleash your full potential, cried Zhang Yang. Players with HP recovery skill had used them non-stop when available, allowing them to cope with the healers. Everyone but Zhang Yang was facing trouble. The man had a HP bar longer than anyone there. Even though he was the boss punching bag, taking more damage than the others, he was the only one who had not used his own recovery skill, the God of War Radiance. 8%, 5%, 2%. The entire party was about to fall. Han Shui then used Milkmaid Deity's Ripple to save everyone at the very last minute. 1%, 0%. Gra, darkness beckons me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 819, Unlimited Life Works. Chapter 819, Unlimited Life Works. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After defeating the boss, everyone sat down on the floor and relaxed. It was a long trip indeed. The chained quest line had them chasing after bosses for more than a month. However, since they were tasked to kill Ascended Tier bosses and were rewarded with Ascended Tier equipment, could they be rewarded with Celestial Tier equipment after the quest is over? It was a thought that everyone shared. Zhang Yang smiled. He was thinking the same thing, but he knew that the game would not simply hand out Celestial Tier equipment that easily. That being said, there was a high chance that there would be a Celestial Tier boss for them to fight later on. The boss had dropped a total of 10 Ascended Tier equipment and 9 Holy Tier equipment.
Although having holy teardrops when everyone was expecting ascended teardrops was quite a letdown, the party could rely on Zhang Yang's tesseract to have them upgraded a little.
Having +1 holy tier equipment is definitely better than having none.
Besides, if one were to equip a +1 holy tier set, it would be the same as having an extra holy tier set piece.
10% upgrade. 10x +1 equipment equals 11 equipment.
Zhang Yang had obtained one ascended tier glove part in the role and managed to have his entire body equipped with holy tier. That, and the 2 random accessories which were holy tier. Black Despair Gauntlet, Ascended, Heavy Armor.
Defense, +1280. Vitality, +23,524. Strength, +4,120. Dexterity, +1,750. Level 8 socket. Equip, increases maximum HP by 47,040. Equip, increases damage dealt and healing rate by 12%. Equip, absorbs 3,556 damage from attacks. Level requirement, 240. Special, level requirement reduced by 30 levels. After the equipment, the next itinerary was a large amount of skill point crystals, skill books, and others, including a forbidden scroll. As expected, the boss had dropped an aura skill book which was won over by 10 Dusk. Shadow Aura, level 1 decreases damage dealt or healing rate of all hostile targets within 40 meters. You can only have one active aura effect in one instance. After maxing out the aura skill to level 10, the damage dealt and healing rate reduction was increased to 10%. Despite the menial numbers, it could cause a substantial amount of problems for a large group of monsters or players alike. Although the skill was not extremely beneficial to the party, it was a bonus to have, for those who did not own any aura skills. 1% or 10%, it was better than having no help at all. The Forbidden Scroll found was a healing type. Forbidden Scroll, Unlimited Life Works, usable. Use, restores 10% HP per second of all allies within 10 kilometers. Lasts for 30 seconds, healing amount cannot exceed 300,000 HP. Level requirement, 200. Despite the powerful healing, it could only last for 30 seconds. It would be almost useless in a world boss fight, since average boss fights would take up to an hour. 30 seconds of burst healing would not do much benefit in a boss fight. On the other hand, it would be a game changer if the scroll suddenly pops up during a group PvP fight. The one item that was dropped unexpectedly was a piece of an inheritance fragment. An A-class Shadow Meister inheritance. Sadly, everyone in the party already had their own inheritances. All the C-class inheritance players had slapped themselves in the face for not being patient enough to hunt for A-class inheritances. However, if they had waited, they would not have been invited by Zhang Yang to join the party. Little did they know that the main objective of Zhang Yang recruiting them was to increase the party limit to 20 players. That, and the possibility of the quest awarding players with an accessory. It's an ascended tier equipment. A extremely rare equipment that not even level 300 players could farm for. Zhang Yang kept the inheritance fragment and would wait for potential players to earn it rightfully. There will only be 6 S-class inheritance in the world. Even though a class was 1 tier below that, it was still an incredibly rare inheritance. Why is there only 1 inheritance fragment? Could it be that this shadow boss was the strongest amongst all? Asked Endless Starlight. I don't think that's the reason. I think it's about which boss is the last to be slain. If we had chosen the fire boss to be the last, that boss would be the one dropping the inheritance fragment, said Zhang Yang, although he was not too sure. All right. All done here? Let's get out of this wretched place. I don't know about you guys, but I'm quite sick of this place already, said Zhang Yang. Everyone nodded and got down the mountain to talk to Baljil. Brilliant. Wind, ice, fire, light, and shadow. Truly brilliant. Bloody well done. All elements have been gathered. Wonderful. The holy formation shall be finished soon enough, cried Baljil happily. Ding. You have completed the quest for elemental pearls. Obtained 200 million experience points. Ding. You have obtained an item, Demonic Seal. Although Zhang Yang thought that the Demonic Seal was powerful, it could only buff Zhang Yang in his offensive power and not provide an anti-status effect. Hence, Zhang Yang had traded it for Helena's Charm instead. For now, he wore the Medal of Bravery and Demonic Seal. Even though the Medal of Bravery was a mythical level 130 accessory which was supposed to provide a 10-second window of invulnerability, Zhang Yang was already level 210, thus, the effect was reduced to less than 2 seconds. It was only useful as a means to remove a status effect applied on him. It was still better than nothing. Accessories were extremely hard to come by in the game. Right then, 90% of level 200 players were still equipping level 60 accessories due to the rarity. For the same reason, everyone would want to get their hands on an accessory when they see one. The next grade was Celestial, and a Celestial tier bosses were not easy to defeat, much less farm for a Celestial tier accessory. After everyone had obtained the quest reward, Baldur suddenly smiled. It was not a normal smile. It was the smile of a crooked man. The same smile that the bastard Lu Wei tended to hang on his face. Baldur, with great appreciation in his eyes, paired with the crooked smile, said, "Only 1 month." 1 month. Ha 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 ha. Do you fools know that you did for me? Ah. Where are my manners? I must thank you for your deeds. Crack, crack, pssssh. The old man suddenly turned himself inside out. It was as if his internals were growing, but his skin was merely an exterior wrap. The skin of the old human man tore off his body, and out came a disgusting, gory exterior of raw flesh. His hands burst out of his old skin and exposed his claws. He quickly slashed his own face and dropped the mask he was wearing to reveal his true form. He was a red, twin-horned demon. Foo! A pair of demonic bat-like wings spread out of his back and flapped, allowing the demon to hover a few feet above the ground. His pants flew off, and out came a scorpion-like tail that swung about to rid of whatever clothing that remained on him. After a quick swing and slice, Baldur roared and further expanded his body until he was 3 meters tall. Baldur the Imposter, Ascended, Demon. Level, 250. HP, 12,500,000,000. Defense, 38,545. Melee attack, 376,830 to 476,830. Skills? Note, the Master of Disguise and Deception. A loyal follower of the demon Lord Kenzak. Ha ha ha. Surprise? Baldur laughed and looked down at everyone with a demeaning glare. 1 month, in 1 month's time, the Gate of Dimension shall be completed. By then, I shall lead an army the likes of which has never been seen before, to rid this world of life. As my thanks, I shall have you live, only to serve me and the Demon Lord as our slaves. Ha 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 ha. Until we meet again. Baldur flapped his wings with such force that everyone was blown off their feet. Endless Starlight, Zhang, and other strength-based class players stood still, unfazed by the strong gust. Baldur soared to the sky and quickly disappeared into the clouds. Server announcement: Baldur the Imposter has successfully collected all the necessary materials to constructing the Dimension Gate. In 30 days, the Dimension Gate shall be completed and the demon army shall descend. Adventures: to stop the demon invasion, you must destroy Baldur the Imposter. Ding! You have received a quest, The Last Spur. The Last Spur, difficulty level, S. Description: Baldur the Imposter will construct the Dimension Gates in no time at all. When he does, a large army of demonic soldiers will march into the land and destroy all that is living and breathing. Warrior, with the last hope there, go to the Rolling Rock Canyon and find the demon camp. You will find Baldur, and kill him, which will destroy the materials needed to stop the construction of the Dimension Gate. Progress: The Heart of Baldur the Imposter, 0 out of 1. Quest reward: level +2 skill points +3. All players who were level 200 and above had received the quest and it had caused an uproar through the entire game. Everyone, players and non-players alike, had started to flood the forums to discuss the matter. Newbie tank. Let's go now and kill that old fart, said Wei Yan excitingly. Level and skill points are waiting for us. Everyone else was also fired up along with the little girl. It was understandable. At their current level, a level and skill point reward was truly hard to come by. Zhang cracked a cold laugh and said, "We have just used our transformation skill. Could we at least wait for 3 days later before we do the killing?" TCH, newbie tank. How could you forget? We still have our war chariots, cried Wei Yan. Huh, well then. Let's go and have a shot. If there's hope, we will kill that demon. But, my money is on the demon, said Zhang. From his point of view, the quest was probably the start of the demon descent patch. No matter how hard they may try, there would be no stopping the demons from flooding through the dimension gates. Hence, he had little to no hope of defeating Baldur. That and the fact that Baldur was a level 250 ascended tier boss. Only players who have reached level 220 and above could face him without being burdened by the level suppression system. However, everyone there was under level 220. Zhang, being the highest amongst them all, was only level 214. The main problem was that the quest time limit was 30 days. In that time frame, no one in the entire game could reach level 220.
Hence, it was certain that all players will face the level suppression system character degradation while facing Baljil.
Level suppression is a F***king annoying system.
Not only would the player's attack face major reduction, the damage dealt to them would only be increased. If the Ascended Tier boss AoE range is not scary enough, wait till he has the power to deal 2 to 3 times its original damage, due to the level suppression system. That being said, the game developers would never make a quest that can never be solved. Zhang felt that completing the quest would be a hassle. To properly face Baljil head-on, he would need the entire game's guilds to hand out all their forbidden scrolls that could reduce attacks or to weaken the boss in any way possible to compensate for the level suppression system.
With that, lay another problem.
No one would be willing to hand out their forbidden scrolls without expecting a reward. Not when using one would guarantee them the right to claim all of the boss drops in the first place, and be the ones to complete the quest.
It would ultimately be handing over the last parachute.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 820, Equipment Upgrade System. Chapter 820, Equipment Upgrade System. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The Rolling Rock Canyon was in the Pinkst Flatland, a level 240 to level 270 map. The next tier would be the last, which will be the level 270, level 300 maps. Zhang and the majority of his party member had only managed to enter the level 210, level 240 map, yet they were all expected to infiltrate into a level 240, level 270 map. It was either the system wanting the quest to be extremely difficult, or that the system had no intention of allowing players to even finish the quest in the first place. Naturally, in a higher level map where all the monsters are at a much higher level than you, it would be impossible to escape a tough battle. As such, even if Zhang party is the strongest party in the entire game, they cannot escape the fate of being killed repeatedly. In fact, at one point, the party was taking turns, dying and reviving. The map was designed in a way that it was not suitable for a large party to train in. That or, they would all be killed before they could even touch the final boss. It would probably take the party close to 1 month to reach the boss at their current rate. The problem was the fact that a world boss would require a massive number of players to fight it. It was no longer a raid. At then, they had the disadvantage of numbers and the level suppression system. At then, it was more like a torture session from the boss instead. When everyone finally made the hurdle over the field of monsters and made their way to the Rolling Rocks Canyon, everyone stood at the peak of the canyon, staring downward with absolute despair when they saw what lay before them. In the canyons, all monsters there were level 250 elite tier demons. Some even had their levels marked with 3 question marks. They were obviously much higher than the 30 level gap, at around level 260 or level 270, even. Due to the annoying level suppression system acting up, a single elite tier level 240 monster would be at the same difficulty as an ascended tier boss. The wider the level gap, the further it would be for the monster to be able to detect the players. Zhang party could not help but attract the attention of 7 to 8 monsters at a time, 10 to 20 even. The party could make it easy with their transformation skill, but there's the case of time and the massive area of coverage.
That, and the difficulty of the monsters.
The canyon's massive size, coupled with more than 10,000 counts of monsters, will absolutely make the entire killing spree long and draggy. Yes, it would be easy for them to handle the monsters via transformation, but in 30 days, they would only be able to activate their transformation skill 10 times.
That's only a total of 20 hours of active transformation time. In that 20 hours of supercharged mode, how far could they make it to? Zhang sighed eventually. He knew that it would be demoralizing for his party to see the leader having a bad time before the killing even starts. He could not help it. The system was playing God with them, as if they were ants trying to kill an elephant. It could be possible if there were 1 million of them. Finally, after considering all the negative factor, Zhang turned his back away from the canyon and said, "We're done. Let's go home."
Before even waiting for a response, Zhang took out a teleportation scroll and used it. There was not even chance for them to try. It does not need to take Einstein to calculate the probability of their failure. Without a word of protest, everyone followed Zhang and went back to the holy city. The devil side of Zhang prevailed as he told everyone in the party to keep quiet about the difficulty of the canyon. He wanted everyone else to experience what they had seen. Let the fools try it themselves and experience the pain firsthand. Even though they were fools, they should know that a level 240, level 270 map is not something that a normal player could try. However, why would such a quest still attract ambitious players to venture into the abyss? It was due to the reward. Only when they hit a snag, they would obediently nodded their heads and turned back to shore. In fact, the next 4 to 5 days, all guilds from all corners of the world had given it a try themselves, and all of them, not a single one, did not fail to turn back after venturing into the canyon. The level 200 dungeon, the Elemental Nest, was a 50-man dungeon. There were 6 bosses in total. As the dungeon name implied, the bosses were all elemental types: wind, water, earth, fire, shadow, and light.
It was almost the same as the elemental bosses that Zhang Yang's party had just slain back then.
Due to the difficulty of the hardcore mode of the dungeon, Zhang Yang had initially intended to skip the dungeon. However, since they had obtained many upgrades in the past month, they were all technically ready to tackle the dungeon. They had amassed a total of 40 ascended tier equipment, at 2 counts of equipment per person on average. Even the holy tier equipment had over 30 counts as well. Coupled with several newly maxed aura skills, the party's strength was upgraded to make hardcore look like hard mode. No matter how difficult the Elemental Nest is, the bosses inside were all merely holy tiers.
Those who equipped holy tier equipment should not have much problem fighting a similar tier boss. Moreover, some of them even had level 240 ascended and holy tier equipment.
Hence, when Zhang Yang and his core party members decided to join the exploration team of the dungeon, they had taken less than 10 days to conquer the dungeon and obtain the first clear achievement. In the midst of their achievement, the bastard Zhong Xiuhua had appeared from thin air. In the past, he had made a mistake and someone had managed to capture his in-game ID tag through the forums.
Hence, many social justice warriors had decided to publicly tag him as the STD Prince.
As such, the guild, Eternal Flame, had been branded as the Red Light District. Their fame and popularity had fallen to a point that not even one of their members dared to reveal themselves in public, since all of China was practically laughing at them. Weirdly enough, even though they were the laughingstock of China, many players were still crying for a spot in the guild. The reason was actually rather simple.
Flowers that grow nearer to the sun get the light.
Their main motive was to get close to Zhong Xiuhua in his time of need to get friendship points and reap the benefits later. Zhong Xiuhua had a ton of problems needed to be solved, hence he was unable to find any spare time to whip out malicious plans and schemes to sabotage Zhang Yang in Lone Desert Smoke. So, Zhang Yang was rather relaxed for a few days. He took the tranquility of peace and grinded his level to his heart's content and crafted potions.
On other news, Luo Yuro's ever-growing womb was sending Zhang Yang over the edge. As days passed on, the anxiety kept on growing until Luo Yuro herself had to calm Zhang Yang down when he had a panic attack. At the same time, Luo Yuro's self-directed movie Star Wars was completed and was ready to be aired worldwide, both in the game and in the cinemas.
As per agreed, for Luo Yuro to have accessibility to the God's Miracles engine to make the movie, DreamTech would want 1 gold coin per ticket, both physical and digital tickets sold. It was a fair deal, considering the fact that almost both non-players and players would enjoy the movie. Players would have a more fulfilling immersion of the movie since they could log into their gaming helmets to watch the movie with a true 360-degree view. It was far better than whatever level of immersion any cinema in the world could offer. As such, with the launching of Star Wars, many other movie companies had started to shift their production into God's Miracle. God's Miracle was now the keystone of several major studios. The most famous player in God's Miracle, Zhenyu name, was tagged as a guest cast in the movie Star Wars, and it became one selling point of the movie. A miracle was born and the movie had managed to give birth to a bunch of die-hard fans. It was a major success, since Luo Yuro was in the movie herself. Her acting skills, paired with her utterly sexy poses and daring shots, made everyone who worked with her be her slaves. Instead of her acting ability, Zhang Yang was more profoundly surprised at the flaming popularity of the movie. Even though physical ticket sales were only limited in China, the digital ticket and in-game movie viewers had reached as high as 2,200,000,000. All critics who had readied their pens and paper threw them in disgust.
They could not even write anything that was wrong with it. Luo Yuro, or Daybreak Phoenix, had instantly become an overnight phenomenon. Her fame and popularity had skyrocketed to the entire world. It was not a surprise. Her sexiness, elegance, style, appearance, was the combination of the purity of an angel and the lustful seduction of the devil. Obviously, not many knew about her carrying the offspring of Zhang Yang. Every time she felt a strong kick in her womb, she would transfer all the pain that she endures by biting Zhang Yang during their lovey-dovey session in bed. Although he was in pain every time she did that, Zhang Yang felt that it was a fair trade. Besides, as a woman, her bites were nothing but nibbles on his iron-like skin. When the game patches the new Demon Descent event, the producers of Star Wars, Yang Yang Movies has made a total of 11,800,000,000 gold coins profit. In reality, their profits were not as high as the world's highest profit, although they were still amongst the top 10 highest-earning movies. As the director, scriptwriter, and even an actor of the movie, Luo Yuro was highly sought after by many of the other major movie companies in the world.
However, since Luo Yuro had not created a real in-game character, no one was able to really make contact with her besides emailing Yang Yang movies. With the popularity of the first movie, Luo Yuro had gotten all hyped up and had voiced out her intention to start preparing for the second movie. She believed with the heat of the first production, her second movie will receive a better profit than her first. She believed that the numbers would go up as long as her movie quality would keep their edge.
Back to the game.
Since Baljila the imposter could not be defeated, the demon's descent will inevitably launch at the given time.
1 month later.
Server announcement: Baljila the imposter has successfully created a fully functioning teleportation gate.
Impending doom approaches.
Warriors.
The world shall face the greatest threat we have ever known. The first attack wave of Demon Soldier, led by Demon Lord Kenzak, will arrive in the Pinkst Flatland.
This is but the first step to their large-scale invasion. Server announcement: to aid warriors against the incoming demonic army, the great weaponsmith, Maza Maza, will open his weapon upgrade service to all players. For more information, please head to the Holy City Anthalor and talk to Maza Maza. Server announcement: the demon army will soon attack all major cities in the world.
Warriors, please make haste with your preparation.
Once the stream of server announcement had ended, Zhang Yang had finally realized that the system was going to start using the weapon upgrade system to earn money. As such, when he had made his way to Anthalor and talked to the greenish goblin, Zhang Yang had found that each upgrade would cost 100 gold coins. Furthermore, all equipment that was upgraded would not gain any tiers.
To put in comparison, Maza Maza's equipment upgrade service does not have cooldown.
Players can continue to upgrade their equipment provided that they had enough gold coins and equipment. On the other hand, the Tesseract that Zhang Yang owned had an hour-long cooldown time in between upgrades. Despite that, there was still a chance to allow lower-tier equipment to gain tiers. The system had made the Tesseract having a cooldown system to prevent players from making a large profit from it. All in all, Zhang Yang felt that the developers were smart enough to introduce the equipment upgrade service at that time. It was a means of earning money, as well as controlling the economy of the game. The system will discard older equipment as well as take in the in-game currency back into the game. Naturally, when the system had first introduced the weapon upgrade mechanism, countless players had flocked over to the NPC to try it out.
Since Maza Maza was an NPC, he could talk to all players at the same time without a problem.
Players could interact with him even though there were countless of other players around, simply by standing close enough to him. Zhang Yang gave it a try as well and found out that the mechanism of upgrading equipment were the same as the Tesseract. However, there was a minor difference which Zhang Yang felt a little annoyed. The Tesseract had a 10% higher success rate. During the +1 or +2 phases, it would not affect those chances much. However, after the +4, +5 phases, 10% chance was extremely high, but that, and the fact that the Tesseract had an hour-long cooldown. Zhang Yang sighed at the fact that he could not make much gold from that. Still, it was just a chance that had slipped by. It was not that he was not earning enough. In fact, he had so much money that he could not find a place to spend them. Besides letting the girls go off to a shopping spree, that is. In the end, it would not matter since the Tesseract was good enough to allow him and his teammates to enjoy it. Although the system had promoted the equipment upgraded system by encouraging players to get ready for the Demon Descent event, it was just merely tricking players into emptying their gold coin pouch into the pool. Even plenty of low-level players had asked professional players to upgrade their equipment for them. There were so many players that it would take more than 10 days to restore peace around Maza Maza's shop. By then, the Demon Descent event had started with the first attack from the demon army. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 821, The Start of the Invasion. Chapter 821, The Start of the Invasion. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. One giant army of demons, one giant demonic leader, one giant war. It was an inevitable conflict. The first place to be struck by the demon was Kandahar, one of the main cities in the Japan-Korea region. Many have asked Zhang Yang to initiate an attack strike on the incoming wave but was rejected immediately. A majority of players had no intention of doing so either. Players from other regions will never travel all the way to another region to fight, even if the rewards are good. The main reason was due to the lack of transportation. Players are not allowed to use teleportation to move there. The only way to travel there was to run. It would be faster if they had flying mounts, but it was still considered as a long and tiresome journey. Then again, even with flying mounts, traveling from the furthest point of origin from a region to the next would take at least 12 hours. By then, the invasion would have been over. Calculations done by the pros would never go wrong.
When the system made the announcement the incoming attack, 8 hours later, the city of Kandahar had been flipped upside down and became the playground of the demons. At the same time, all players from the Japan-Korea region were punished for their defensive failure.
All experience points earned will be reduced by 10%.
It was a harsh punishment, considering the fact that the regular grinding speed was already low. It was the same as reducing their grinding efficiency. According to the system event mechanism, the invasion of the demon will stop when the region is left with only one last city. Hence, in the worst-case scenario, players will not be left with no roof over their heads, though at the cost of 30% grinding speed. Technically, after level 100, gaining a single level would take close to 10 days in real life. Reducing their efficiency would only increase the time taken up to 1 month. Hence, the responsibility to defend the city lay with all who was within the region. The first invasion was to serve as a reminder of how strong the demons were. The next attack will launch in 3 days' time. Japan-Korea region aside, one city in all other regions will also face off with the invasion army. After the first attack, the demon army will attack one of the cities in all 8 regions every 30 days. Such an attack will last for 7 waves. After that, no more attack waves will spawn, giving players a chance to take back their cities from the demons. After all regions have removed the presence of demons within their own regions, the final boss, the Demon Lord, Celestial Tier Boss, Kenzak will appear. The ones who had it worst was the Japan-Korea region. When the announcement was made, players had no time to prioritize the attack. Perhaps if they had enough time to prepare, they might have stood a chance to foil the attack in the first place.
Sadly, when the demons invaded, most of the higher-leveled players were all in Anthalor.
Since there were no teleportation circles in the Holy City, players would have to travel to a territory and teleport back to their base from there. Since Japan-Korea players had not managed to even conquer a single territory by then, all of them had to travel back to their regions via foot. When they had returned, all of the lower-level players had perished, allowing the demon army to subdue the city easily. Now that the Japan-Korea region had made themselves a prime example of what a lack of preparation does to oneself, all other regions had started to make their preparations. Those who were still loitering in the Holy City would have to make their way back to a territory within 2 days in order to return to their city just in time to fight the incoming demon attack. Provided that there were 2 more days till the incoming attack, all players around the globe had made their way and spared no free time to have fun. Everyone was either busy grinding or killing random bosses to amass stronger weapons. Even though the minor upgrade could only provide a tiny boost to their overall stat, it was better than having no upgrade at all. The video and news about the demons attacking Japan-Korea region was enough to strike fear to everyone who was slacking off. None dared to let their guard down, for the next world war was about to descend.
3 days later. Server announcement: the demon army has moved their troops to the Andalar city. Estimated time of arrival is 1 hour. Server announcement: the demon army had moved their troops to the Crimson Sky City. Estimated time of arrival is 1 hour. A total of 7 long red lines of text popped up in the server announcement channel and alerted all players besides Japan-Korea of the oncoming army. During then, all players had started to make their way back to their own cities from where they came from. All major cities' teleportation circles kept on transporting players from all corners of the world. Within minutes after the first announcement, all had returned to their base. Zhang and everyone else had made their way back to Crimson Sky City and made their stand there. The city had 4 castle doors, where all 4 will face oncoming attacks. That was probably the only information about the war that they all had then. There was no clue as to who and what kind of monsters will there be. There was no news coming out of Japan-Korea region after the first demon attack, since they wanted the other region to face the unknown and fall as well. It would be a shame if Japan-Korea were the only ones who fall. Little Yang, did you officially become an actor?
I saw you in the movie Star Wars and was rather disappointed with your sucky acting skills.
What a boner killer,
said Fatty Han as he leaned against the castle wall and started to chat.
I hate to say this,
but Big Boss acting skills are very, how do I put it in words, rigid?
Fake? Thank God that you only had a cameo as one of those villains' grunts. Man, I cannot imagine Big Boss being the main villain. The whole movie would suck, said Endless Starlight as he criticized Zhang.
But there's one scene that even I would have to give a 2 thumbs up. That scene where you were trying to seduce the main heroine.
Holy crap. That's just Oscar-winning acting there. The woman. Not you. Don't get me wrong. That woman is the bomb. I mean, just look at her. She's got it all. The boobs, the waist, that bombardier-class butts. Man, I wish I could just shake her hands, said Fatty Han. He did not know that Luo Yuro was the actress who played the heroine in the movie.
If he knew it, he would have cleaned up his dialogue a little.
I noticed that the movie was made by Yang Movies. Could it be that Guildmaster was the owner?
A random guildmate who happened to be around them spoke up. Zhang Yang could not hide the fact and nodded awkwardly. Even though the movie company was created by Luo Yuro, she had made Zhang Yang the official owner of the company. The most shocking news was the fact that Zhang Yang had only invested over 100 million and managed to earn back 10 times the initial investment.
However, that was just the net revenue.
Out of the $10 billion he earned, 5% was paid to Dream Tech, not to mention the other actors' salaries and random expenses. Even though the ratio of cost and effort to profit earned was not as good as the territory teleportation fees, Zhang Yang could earn more if he just makes a few more movies in the future. He could even be in the Oscars, not as an actor, of course.
Hey. Gimme something here. For your next movie, I want in as well. Hook me up, yeah? Do your brother a favor and give me a perverted role.
I'll be sure to shine, said Fatty Han with a certain glint in his eyes.
Oof. I'll let you take the role of the Invincible East. 1. Hey newbie tank. What about me?
I want to act as well, said Wei Yen while doing the puppy eyes.
Little Yen has a natural talent in acting. Your vigorous and active behavior will be suitable for characters that are annoying. I'd say 9 out of 10. You might be even on par with the Daybreak Phoenix.
Wei Yen snickered happily and said, in that case, my name shall be the Ferocious Lioness. With my power in hand, I can shake the land and summon the winds at my beck and call.
Foosh.
While everyone was happily chatting, a bright red flash of light shot from nowhere. There was a long red line which was all too similar to that of the aggro range of monsters. The line stretched all the way from one end of the castle to the other end.
Ding!
The demon army has started their first wave of attack.
Ding!
The graveyard of Crimson Sky City has been temporarily locked. Upon death, you can only be revived by priests and holy knights, or by other special methods. Crimson Sky City has been locked and no one can enter nor exit the city.
From afar, Zhang Yang could see a long stretch of red little devils that were all immolating. Without binoculars, Zhang Yang could have mistook them for floating fireballs that were hovering towards the castle.
Since the little devils were little, all of them were only the size of little toddlers that were rampaging around after eating too much sugar. Like the wretched kids which Zhang Yang found annoying, the little devils had twin horns that were sticking out from their foreheads and long thin tails that swung around like leather whips.
Little devil, normal, demon. Level, 200. HP, 219,680. Defense, 8,080.
Magic attack, 30,338 to 40,338.
Skills. Fire missile, deals 200% fire magic damage to target. Range, 30 meters. Casting, 2 seconds.
Amongst the normal tier demons, 1 out of 100 of them was slightly larger than the others. They were the elite tiers.
Red Tail Little Devil, Elite, Demon. Level, 200. HP, 100 million. Defense, 12,650. Magic attack, 46,438 to 66,438. Skills. Fire missile, deals 200% fire magic damage to target. Range, 30 meters. Casting, 2 seconds.
Everyone in the party had been through hell and back, enough to know that the normal tier monsters were not weaklings, despite being the first to be dispatched. The only distinctive factor that made them strong was the fact that they were all magic attack types.
When they gang up on Zhang Yang, not even God of War could save his *SS.
Perhaps everyone in the entire city felt the same way as Zhang Yang did. When they saw the incoming blazing monsters, players started to freak out. Even though at most a few hundreds of the little devils could attack one player at a time, it would be deadly, since each of the little devils could deal over 100,000 damage per attack. Even 100 of them could deal as high as 10 million damage. No one could survive that single wave of attack without the help of their transformation skills.
That or they could rely on the war chariot. Mountain Mover.
Take control of the entire battalion.
Leave the main and secondary party to me. Much obliged.
Although Mountain Mover was not good in boss fights and dungeon raids, he was exceptionally good at being a battle strategist. He loved to conduct large-scale wars. With his every command, his entire being would scream of power and a commanding aura that could turn every soldier into an elite killing machine. With the incoming wave of devils closing in on the gates of the castle, Mountain Mover sorted out 20 Type 4 war chariots into the war zone. Type 4 war chariots are the best war chariot available for the guild members, especially when everyone in the guild has been amassing holy tier equipment from Spectre's Hidden Cavern and Elemental Nest, pushing their HP limit to at least 1 million HP per player. 50 players, cramped in one war chariot would total their HP up to at least 50 million. However, not even 50 players' combined HP would exceed Zhang Yang's 200 million HP after his transformation. That was just how tanky Zhang Yang is. Lone Desert Smoke was the first guild that charged into the battlefield. Other guild immediately followed behind with their own war chariot. There were even more players that belonged to random trash guild hiding behind the charging war chariot. Since Crimson Sky City has 4 gates in total, players were all divided into 4 directions. Lone Desert Smoke took the north side, Crimson Rage took the east, Eternal Flame took south, and Imperial Sky took the west gate. All top guilds had not discussed about it, but they had made sure that each gate had at least one strong guild defending it.
Zhang Yang smiled. Fatty bro, it's time for us to shine. Ha ha. You don't even need to say it. The two of them released their Phoenix ET and allowed the 2 legendary beasts to soar into the sky and charged head first into the sea of little devils. Hashtag at %, hashtag $, the little critters spouted some weird language and charged towards the birds. In 2 seconds, the little devils clapped their hands and cast countless of fiery missile that shot towards the phoenixes. Immune. 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 Those deadly fiery missile were deadly for players but were nothing but food for the phoenixes. Translator note. Dongfang Booby, literally Invincible East, is a fictional character in the wuxia novel The Smiling, Proud Wanderer by Jin Yong. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 822, Void Dweller, the Crosser. Chapter 822, Void Dweller, the Crosser. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 2 phoenix pets opened their mouth wide at the same instant. They began to spit their blazing flames 15 meters across the area in different directions. Minus 353,221. Minus 393,437. Minus 338,840. Each of the monsters received over 300,000 damage. The damage values popped out right on top of the monsters that were packed together. Under the bombardment of the flames, all the normal tier monsters were killed instantly. The elite tier monsters remained because they were tougher. Zhang Yang and Fatty Han stood on top of the castle wall. By blocking a part of the Phoenix Pet sight view, they were able to keep the 2 phoenixes to the task of sweeping the monsters on the ground. The gigantic birds spat their flames in an attempt to pull as much aggro as they could and hope to reduce as much stress as they could for the other players. Although tanks could allow players to have a shared HP while everyone was on board of them, however, one Model 4 tank could only stack up to a maximum HP of 50 million even though Lone Desert Smoke was known to be one of the top-notch guilds. Well, having 100 monsters attack one tank at the same instant would deal 10 million damage to the tank in an instant. Under that circumstance, 5 rounds of attacks from the combined attacks of 100 monsters would be enough to blow the tank to Kingdom Come. Therefore, it was utterly necessary to let the Phoenix Pets to get the aggro from the first wave of the monsters. Of course, tanks were not useless in the first place. The tank would be able to provide a decent AoE firepower when 40 players on board could activate their AoE skills at the same instant. Furthermore, each tank would be assigned to 10 healers on board. Even if the tank was destroyed, the players on board would still be alive at least. Well, the captain of the tank would only need to take the broken tank back to the city for repair. That process would only take a few minutes before the tank could be brought back into the battle. That was just the way the Lone Desert Smoke would do it. Zhang Yang had no idea how the other guilds would play at it. Even though the 2 phoenixes had lured away the aggro of a lot of monsters, but the number of monsters in the vicinity was just too great for them to handle. Countless monsters had swarmed the tanks at the moment. Bam! 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 The players on board of the tanks did not hesitate to use their AoE skills at the monsters. Countless fire missiles and fireballs were being thrown at the monster horde. The normal tier monsters only had approximately 300,000 HP on each of them. Under the showering of the players' AoE attacks, they were like pitiful beings dying upon a single touch from any of the attacks. On the other hand, the players were utilizing the feature of the tanks. Taking advantage of the shared life feature of the tanks, the players managed to get enough HP to tank against the monster horde's unified attacks for a couple of rounds. While the tanks had gotten the aggro of the monster horde, the remaining players standing by at the rear charged into the battlefield and launched their fiercest attacks at the monster army. Even if the players were just level 80, level 50, or even level 30, they did not falter when it was time to charge forward.
Although they could not really provide much damage power to the monsters, they were able to block the monsters for a brief moment. Well, that was because the fall of the main city would bestow everyone from the same region a penalty that no one could afford to receive. Everyone's interest would be at risk. So naturally, everyone would be willing to get together and risk their lives in defending the main city to prevent that from happening. Only the top-tier players had managed to stay alive till the very end so that they could contribute as much as they could during the battle. Well, that was the key to the final victory after all. The unity had cast aside the pride and prejudice of all players on the battlefield. Everyone learned to work together with each another for that moment. The impact of having tanks on the battlefield was obvious in a large-scale battle. The monsters could not even lay a finger on the tanks before they were blown into bits and died by the bombardment of the players' AoE attacks. Meanwhile, the tanks had been categorized into several levels, remember? For instance, a Model 1 tank could only carry 10 players. So, the tank itself could at most have a total of 10 million HP. It could be easily destroyed by the monster horde. The 10 players that got thrown out of the tank upon its destruction would look pathetic and sad. Well, that should obviously show the theory of every extra penny deserves its value. The Model 4 tanks would not be destroyed so easily. They would be much tougher than the other models. Under the support of the tanks, the morale of the players was soaring to the skies. They were harvesting the lives of the monsters without any sense of mercy. They were currently the masters of the battlefield. Although the fact that they could not run back to their dead bodies was a disadvantage that could not be ignored, at least they could just run back into the main city to get their tanks fixed once the tanks are destroyed. Well, that was one privilege that one could not enjoy on the attacking side of this battle. Therefore, everyone knew that defending would be much easier than attacking. If they could not even defend the castle against the monsters, they shouldn't even think about taking back the lost territories. Meanwhile, these demonic monsters were merely the first wave of the demon's assault army. They should naturally be the weakest and lowest tier of the demon realm. The most troublesome part about them would be their ranged attacks. If the monsters united their ranged attacks on one target, they could instantly take out their target without ease. However, the tanks and 2 Phoenix pets had succeeded in getting most of their aggro over. Because of that, the death count on the players had been minimized. Well, the number of players were not lesser than the number of monsters. Their attack power was not weak as well. Therefore, as the battle dragged on, the normal tier monsters were wiped out clean, leaving only the tens of thousands of elite tier demonic monsters behind. These elite tier monsters were able to survive for so long because they were harder to deal with. Furthermore, each of them had over 100 million HP. So it would take quite some time to take them out. However, these elite tier monsters were only level 200 monsters. As long as players are at least level 170, they would not be restricted by the level gap suppression effect of the game while taking on those monsters. They would be able to deal 100% damage to the monsters. Furthermore, there were only approximately 10,000 of them left on the battlefield. Mathematically speaking, to instantly kill these monsters, only a few hundreds of players needed to focus their attacks on one monster at the same time. With the number of players in the vicinity, they could wipe out the remaining monsters by repeating what they did for a few dozen times. If those monsters were smart enough to think, they could have pushed forward by bundling up together before pushing forward towards the city walls. Although they could not change the fact that they were losing, at least they could still increase the casualties on the player's side. Killing one would be good, killing two would be a profit. Unfortunately for them, monsters would remain monsters. They were slaughtered up by the players big time. The monsters were divided and conquered easily by the players by the end of the battle. The players did not lose much before they wiped out the monster horde entirely. Because the 2 Phoenix pets were there to reduce the casualties over the North Castle, the players at the North Castle managed to wipe out the demonic monsters in the shortest time. The moment they came out from their battle mode, the priests and the knights began to act. They tried their very best to save as many dead players from their deaths as possible. By doing so, they could maintain the number of players on the battlefield for the battles yet to come. There were a total of 200 million players in the China region itself. However, players would have to reach at least level 170 before they could become useful in such battles. Well, the number of players who attained at least level 170 were only approximately 70 million. However, it was believed that the more powerful monsters would only be spawned later in the battles. When level 210 monsters begin to appear, those level 170 players would become useless in the battle. Meanwhile, when level 220 monsters begin to spawn, the level 180 players would become useless. As the battle progresses on, the effective battle power would become weaker and weaker. Therefore, the players must reserve their best fighters until the crucial moment. Well, Resurrection had a 50-minute cooldown after it has been used. Meanwhile, that skill could not be used when the user was engaged in his or her battle mode. So if they don't do it now, they would have to save more players in the next round. A few minutes later, the East Gate, West Gate, and South Gate had also brought good news saying that they had wiped out the monster forces. However, 8 minutes later, the second wave of the monster forces had already come.
Ding!
The second wave of the demonic army's invasion has begun. Upon seeing the system notification, countless void dwellers were revealing themselves on the horizon.
They were coming strong at the main city like a blue ocean's tide.
Just like the normal monsters, these demon dwellers were categorized into normal tier and elite tier. The size of those elite tier demons was twice the size of those normal tier demons. Well, the elite tier demons also had 2 gold ED ring around each of their limbs.
Void Dweller, Normal, Demon. Level, 205. HP, 263,850. Defense, 8,080.
Melee attack, 54,447 to 64,447. Skills. Tormenting Torture causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the targets. Meanwhile, the elite tier Void Dwellers had a different name. They were called Void Crosser. Not only they had an extremely high amount of HP and attack, they also had one additional skill with them. Void Dweller, the Crosser, Elite, Demon.
Level, 205. HP, 102,500,000. Defense, 12,650.
Melee attack, 92,295 to 132,295.
Skills,
Tormenting Torture causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the targets. Void Cross, tear open the dimension of the void. The demon can appear anywhere within the area of 30-meter radius from where the demon vanished. Although these elite tier Void Dwellers were 5 levels higher than the normal tier demons, they could not really deal much of a threat to the players. However, because of that 5-level difference, there were at least 5 million players got affected by the level gap suppression effect of the game. Well, that had really bombed the players with a significant disadvantage in this battle. The Void Dwellers had no legs. They were just floating about like helium balloons, half a foot from the ground. However, they could really float fast. They floated towards the castle as if there was no gravity on them at all. Well, because none of them had any mouth on their heads, the only sound they made was the shoof sound made when they were moving at a high pace.
Kill them all.
The players by the outside of the castle were burning with murderous intent.
They were hyped over the battle that was coming at them. One after another they let out their battle cries. Some of the captains of the tanks were very excited to the point that they began to move the tanks forward. So the second wave of invasion had begun. What kind of stingy system is this? They didn't even spawn a boss out yet. Fatty Han pouted and said.
Zhang Yang could not help to laugh. Then he said, well, maybe some bosses have been spawned by the other gates of the castle. No, there's no sign of any boss at any of the gates just yet.
100 Shots shook his head and said, I've asked around.
There's no sign of any bosses at the other 3 gates. So our efforts had been wasted.
Pooey. Wei Yan Air was infuriated.
Then she patted her crimson red crow and charged down into the monster horde.
If you think that our efforts had been wasted, then why are you still putting so much effort now? Han Ningshui was worried that the little brat would get herself into trouble again. So she followed the little brat into battle. Hee. Well, I'm bored. So might as well do something then. Let's charge together then.
Zhang Yang hopped onto his phoenix pet as well. Even though these Void Dwellers had higher levels, they were just a bunch of melee-type monsters. There was no need for those who had a flying mount to worry that these monsters would swarm up to them.
Players could just put a little distance between them and the monsters. The monsters would not have any chance to touch them that way.
However, players with lower levels would eventually become food for powder. After all, they could only deal 1 damage to the monsters. However, the monsters could deal a tremendous amount of damage to them because of the level gap suppression effect of the game. Well, it might be possible that the monsters could instantly kill the players. Under the noisy sound made by the engines of the tanks, the fierce battle raged on. Countless spells were shot across the sky and landed on the monster horde. The scene was gory and spectacular at the same time. Well, the normal tier Void Dwellers would just be food for powder as well. Players with better equipment could have taken them out in a matter of seconds. However, the elite tier Void Dwellers, the Crossers, were a lot more powerful than those normal tier Void Dwellers. They were fearless in the face of getting surrounded by players because they could shift around freely. Meanwhile, these monsters were quite special. They were actually the rare monsters that were not affected by the aggro system of the game. They were called the random aggro-type monsters. Well, their objectives were obvious. They were aiming their attacks at the NPCs on the castle wall. Using their Void Cross, from time to time, players had nothing on them that could stop these elite-tier Void Dwellers from pushing forward. It did not take long for the elite-tier monsters to reach the castle walls of the castle. Then, these monsters began to launch their attacks at the NPCs on the walls.
These NPCs on the walls were not like the players.
Their attack range could reach up to 100 meters.
In other words, they could perform a long-ranged sniping attack.
Their attack power was extremely strong and deadly. However, their weakness were glaring as well.
Their defense was extremely weak and their HP amount was extremely low.
The elite-tier Void Dwellers were able to slaughter them up without taking much of their time. Zhang frowned and said, quickly,
"Get rid of these elite-tier monsters first.
If we are going to encounter some long-ranged monsters later on, we'll be doomed." Well, because the players took the initiative to launch their attacks on the monsters in the first wave of invasion, they were able to block the monster horde far away from the castle walls. So the NPCs on the walls had not had their chance to show off their usefulness.
However, Zhang believed that those NPCs must not be underestimated. Their long-range attacks would definitely be very useful in the late battle. So, he cannot afford to let the NPCs die here now.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 823, Queen of Misery Zura. Chapter 823, Queen of Misery Zura. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang and his gang quickly turned around and got back to the walls to handle the Void Dwellers that were about to breach the wall. Fortunately, not all of the Void Dwellers were at the walls. Currently, there was only approximately 1,000 of them over by the wall. Although these 1,000 elite-tier monsters were actually pretty scary and intimidating, the headquarters of the humans was just located over those walls. Therefore, it was impossible that the number of players around the vicinity to dwindle. Furthermore, the NPCs weren't just standing idle allowing the monsters to hit them. They immediately engaged those elite-tier monsters with the weapons in their hands. Because these monsters were not affected by the aggro system, Zhang had no way of luring them or to get them to follow him. So he could only focus on dealing as much damage as he could onto those monsters.
One less monster would lighten the amount of damage the NPCs would receive.
Fortunately for the players, the NPCs could be healed by healers. Upon settling with their own kind, the healers then turned their attention towards the NPCs, largely reducing the death count of the NPCs. After approximately an hour, all of the Void Dwellers were wiped out clean. Meanwhile, the players had suffered heavy casualties. Although a small number of players were resurrected, the third wave of the demonic army had arrived. Therefore, quite a number of players had to stay dead on the ground. Meanwhile, the waves of the army continued to come after they managed to survive the previous wave of attacks. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. The more waves they managed to survive, the higher the number of casualties the players had to suffer. More importantly, the lesser players the priests and the knights could resurrect. It was obvious that the battles were getting more difficult by the second.
There's still no sign of the boss yet. What a tragic day. Endless Starlight sighed.
However, Zhang said, it's actually a good news that we haven't encountered any boss so far.
Or else, I think we'll suffer much higher casualties by now. We might not have survived for so long. I wonder how many rounds left.
The official told us that there should be 10 waves. So the level of the monsters will increase by 5 levels each time a new wave comes. So I'm going to assume that the monsters will all be level 245 during the 10th wave.
Level 245.
There were only 7 members of Zhang gang, including himself, who had managed to reach beyond level 215. Only 7 of them would not be affected by the level gap suppression effect of the game. Meanwhile, looking at the entire Crimson Sky City, there should be less than 30 players who actually had reached level 215.
So how would they be able to hold their ground against the 10th wave, then?
Zhang seemed to finally understand the reason why the Japan-Korea region could not hold against the demonic monsters even though they had unbelievably strong castle walls to defend the castle.
It seemed that the 10th wave would definitely be too much for the players to handle, but
upon seeing the possibilities that lay before them, everyone revealed expressions as if they had been constipating for over a week.
Awful. Their expressions were just awful. The level gap suppression effect of the game sucks. Pooey.
The effect had increased the attack power of the monsters by 2 times while they nerfed the attack power of the players twice as well. Because of that, the attack power of the players had become 4 times weaker than the attack power of the monsters.
What's so fair about that?
Without the level gap suppression effect in the way, each player could have taken out one monster. Now, 4 players would be required to take out one monster.
Thing will eventually turn out fine. Let's roll with it first. Well, it couldn't be helped though. Low-level players could still acquire guidance from high-level players. However, the high-level players would not know who to seek guidance from. Well, they tended to grind on their own in order to acquire their current achievements. Ding! The third wave of the demonic invasion is about to begin.
Without giving the players even 1 second to catch their breath, the third wave of the demonic forces had arrived. This time, the monsters were called Queen of Misery. They were all approximately 10 meters tall. Each of them have 6 arms. Each of their arms was equipped with a shiny long blade. Although they had big boobies and big asterisk C's, their skins were grayish. There was nothing pretty about them, by the looks of it. Just like the monsters in the 2 previous waves, these monsters were categorized into normal tier and elite tier. However, the elite tier only had 4 arms equipped with blades. Their other 2 arms were equipped with a staff instead.
Queen of Misery, Normal, Demon. Level, 210. HP, 276,790. Defense, 8,440. Melee attack, 52,276 to 62,276. Skills, dot. Chaotic Slice, causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. There is a rate to trigger 1 to 5 additional attacks. Meanwhile, the elite tier Queens of Misery were powerful in both physical and magic attacks. Superior Queen of Misery, Elite, Demon. Level, 210. HP, 105 million. Defense, 13,190. Melee attack, 97,606 to 137,606. Magic attack, 59,663 to 79,663. Skills. Chaotic Slice, causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. There is a rate to trigger 1 to 3 additional attacks. Shadow Arrow Barrage unleashes countless shadow arrows into the surroundings, causing 100% magic attack of shadow damage to all targets within the range of 30 meters. These Queens of Misery had long legs. They were able to run faster than any regular pet mount. They were moving fluidly as they surrounded the entire castle from all 4 directions. It's a boss. Wei Yenair suddenly screamed as she was pointing one of her fingers at something beyond the horizon. Little brat has sharp eyes. Ha ha. Zhang Yang only noticed the existence of the boss after he looked across the battlefield at the direction where the little brat pointed at for a moment. Hee hee. Wei Yenair felt contented after being praised. As expected of an evil person. Your senses have become so sensitive to everything around you. Zhang Yang teased her in passing. You bastard. Stinky noob tank. Pooey. Wei Yenair became furious right after she heard Zhang Yang. Let's go and snatch the boss now before someone else does. Even though Mini Piglet was just a healer and she was also a girl, but she had quite a wild personality as well. She immediately revealed her desire to spill blood right on her pretty face. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, let's look at the boss skills first before deciding whether to take the boss or not. Queen of Misery Zura, Holy, Demon. Level, 210. HP, 2,100,000,000. Defense, 20,900. Melee attack, 177,324 to 237,324. Skills, dot. Tornado Cleave, causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to all targets within the battle area. Tormenting Strike, consecutively strikes 6 times at a target, causing 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. Demonic Fusion, fuse with 1 Queen of Misery or 1 Superior Queen of Misery and heals herself by 10% HP. Meanwhile, the fused monster will die instantly. Note, Zura is the capable executioner for the Demon Commander Isles. She's been renowned for her brutality and her thirst for blood. Demonic Fusion. Upon seeing that skill, everyone screamed in terror. Zhang Yang nodded and said, I wonder how long will the cooldown for this skill be? If it's not long, the boss will be invincible before the monster hordes are wiped out. Furthermore, we don't have anything to gain by killing a holy tier boss actually. Let's focus on the monsters first then. No matter how powerful is the boss would not be as strong as 1,000 monsters combined. 1,000 monsters are easier to handle than the boss. Everyone patted their flying mounts and made their way down through the walls. Then they began their onslaught on the monster horde.
Because the level of those monsters had increased by 5 more levels, approximately 5 million more players had been affected by the level gap suppression effect of the game, just because they were more than 30 levels lower than the level of the monsters. Furthermore, the total number of players that remained in battle was not as much as the number of players they had while defending the castle from the second wave of the invasion. Therefore, it was natural that the pace of killing out the monsters had reduced quite a bit. However, the tanks were still able to show their usefulness on the battlefield terrifically. With the tanks providing the players a super long *SS HP bar, the players were able to deal much more damage than they ever could before they had to retreat to heal. Well, the game was not as realistic as reality, after all. Well, as long as the players weren't dead, their damage output would not be affected at all. So the tanks were serving good in the aspect of life-saving. Zhang and the gang were keeping an eye on the boss while they were slaying the monsters around them. Although the boss's attack power was not as powerful as the attack power of 1,000 monsters, the boss's tornado cleave would be quite a deadly threat to everyone in the vicinity. If everyone was standing packed together in one spot, the boss would be able to deal quite some significant damage that no one could afford to ignore. Although Zhang and the gang did not really put their minds on the holy tier boss, there were still many other players who crave for holy tier equipment. Well, they couldn't clear the hardcore mode of the Spectre's Cavern or the Elemental Nest. Therefore, quite a number of parties went up to the boss. They were all from smaller guilds, though. Even after they noticed the boss's HP recovery skill, those players were only praying for the boss to be merciful on them with her demonic fusion. They were hoping that they could overcome the boss's HP recovery skill with their numbers. As long as their DPS is powerful enough, they would still stand a chance to defeat the boss. However, these players were about to be disappointed. The boss was incredibly strong to them. The boss's tornado cleave did not even have a cooldown. Other than the regular attacks, the boss was also whirling around causing tremendous damage to the players around her. Well, a damage value of approximately 200,000 damage would just cause an itch to Zhang skin. There was no need to fear at all. However, not everyone could be equipped with equipment that were so good as Zhang's. A player with merely a complete set of ethereal tier equipment could only have 500,000 HP. The boss could easily take them out with only 2 to 3 hits. Furthermore, the boss's demonic fusion did not have a cooldown just like her tornado cleave. Once the boss had 90% HP remaining, she would begin to grab and feed herself with her minions around her. Although the amount of HP recovery was affected by the effect of the destructive smash, the boss's speed of feeding was not affected at all. Therefore, the boss could maintain her HP at around 85%. For normal players, a holy tier boss was extremely powerful. Upon using Tornado Cleave, the boss's surrounding was filled with dead bodies. The players were taken out shortly after they arrived. Zhang could not help to feel a little shocked. This B*TCHY boss seemed to have what it takes to be deemed as a world boss. She could repeatedly spam her AoE attacks and she had a powerful HP recovery skill as well. Endless Starlight, you go ahead and kite the boss around. Meanwhile, Mini Piglet, you go with Starlight and keep him healed up. The rest, just keep yourselves away from the boss. We don't have to kill the boss. We just need to make sure the boss won't come in and slaughter the players up. We only need to keep the boss under control. Zhang commanded. Endless Starlight and Mini Piglet went up to the boss as instructed by Zhang. Well, if anyone would be so stupid to go and fight the boss, it would serve them right if they ever get themselves killed. Truth be told, if those sort of players were to survive until the very end, they would just screw things up for the other players and get everyone killed by the end of it. So, it would be better if they could just die in the early stage of the battles. In the first 2 waves, the players had the absolute advantage over the monsters. However, the advantage that the players had seemed to have faded. Everyone was in a difficult situation. The number of casualties was increasing in every passing moment. Mountain Mover was commanding the parties of the Lone Desert Smoke for the moment. At the same time, he was also screaming at the healers with low levels to stay put, or else they would only die in vain. Since they did not have powerful equipment to even contribute to healing, these low-level players could still wait for the right moment to resurrect players who were lying dead on the battlefield. Well, the skill, Resurrect, would work the same if a level 10 player or a level 200 player uses it. The skill would still resurrect the dead players. Therefore, low-level players would still serve some significant purposes on the battlefield. However, Mountain Mover was not the commander for all guilds. So his decisions might seem to be biased over the Lone Desert Smoke. When he noticed that the players from the Lone Desert Smoke were low on HP, he commanded the healers to get to the front line and heal the players up. Well, he had forgotten something very important. Those healers weren't high level enough to survive the monster's assaults. So, when the monsters gave a gentle touch to those healers, they were instantly killed on the spot. Because of that, the chance of reviving was reduced a lot. Mountain Mover was infuriated by his own mistake he made. He was so angry at himself that his entire body was trembling. However, Zhang calmly told him to calm down first, don't worry about it. The time interval between waves will only get shorter and shorter later on. There will not even be time for the healers to resurrect the fallen ones. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 824, Demonic Pearl. Chapter 824, Demonic Pearl. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
After Endless Starlight managed to get the boss to follow him, a large number of players from other guild began to lurk in the shadows. They kept sending their men to poke the boss from the side. However, all of them ended up in a tragic death, of course. Truth to be told, the boss was using her tornado cleave so frequently that anyone who got near enough would get themselves killed on the spot. Well, kiting the boss could only do good in preventing the boss from running around, taking the innocent lives of the players. Meanwhile, Zhang did not put any expectations on killing the boss either. He let Endless Starlight be in charge of pulling the boss from the more populated area of the battlefield. After the monsters were cleared out from the battlefield, then only Zhang and the others would focus their attention on the boss. Countless bloodshed had finally taught the players from the other guilds to be obedient. They had no choice but to give up on dying pointlessly and let Endless Starlight focus on kiting the boss. Well, because even if Endless Starlight manages to kite the boss far away from the battlefield, Zura's demonic fusion would still suck a monster from afar to recover her own HP bar. Well, the boss was basically invincible for the moment. Upon sacrificing over 3 to 4 million players, the monsters outside the castle were finally wiped out cleanly. The boss was the only enemy left in the vicinity. Everyone turned their attention towards the boss now. They immediately charged towards the boss and started their ferocious attacks on the booze. Although the boss had quite a high amount of HP on her and all players in the vicinity could not attack the boss at the same time due to the limitation of space and rage, only approximately thousands of players managed to land their attacks on the boss at the same instant. However, even if each of the players could only deal 10,000 damage, one round of attacks from so many players at the same instant would deal about 10 million damage. Therefore, 21 rounds of attacks should be enough for the players to take out the boss once and for all. However, even though the boss did not have her HP recovery skill to use anymore, it did not mean that her attack power was weakened. With one whirl of her tornado cleave, countless gleaming of the blades swung across the battlefield, and countless players found themselves dead under the brutality of the boss's attacks. Their dead bodies collapsed to the ground the moment the boss was done whirling her blades in her arms. However, the players at the rear were still making their way to the boss. Well, the main reason was because they could acquire the qualification to pick up the loots that the boss would drop upon her death. Therefore, everyone was excited over it. They no longer got held back by their fear of death. Hey! Why would they put so much effort over a few pieces of holy tier equipment? Is it really worth it? Fatty Han said sarcastically. Zhang laughed out loud and said, well, we're just a few steps from getting a full set of ascended tier equipment now. Of course, we won't even have the interest to look at them holy tier equipment. However, for most people in the game, holy tier equipment are like celestial tier equipment at the current stage of the game. Are you saying you don't want to get a celestial tier equipment for real? What? Celestial tier equipment? Of course, I want to get them. Unfortunately, we have not met another celestial tier boss anymore ever since then. Fatty Han sighed heavily. Actually, we're about to meet one, Demon Lord Kenzak. That's a celestial tier boss for sure. However, we'll have no idea what level the boss will be at. Humph. No matter how strong the boss turns out to be, I'll just slice and dice and slash the boss. The boss will die before me. Wei Yan shamelessly told everyone. Ha ha. Everyone was laughing at the little brat. Meanwhile, under the bombardment of the players' attacks, the boss finally collapsed with an empty HP bar. The moment when the loots were rolling across the ground, the players around the boss began to snatch about like their lives were depending on what they could get. Nearly 20 pieces of equipment were swept clean off the ground within one split second. Well, it seemed that everyone was extremely quick to pick things up from the ground. Boss! Boss! Something nice came out. Endless Starlight hopped onto his flying mount and made his way back to the castle wall. While there was still little time, everyone was taking the opportunity to heal themselves up. The healer-type players began to run across the battlefield to resurrect as many players as they could. Oh, so what's so nice about that thing you said?
Zhang Yang did not show much enthusiasm about Starlight's discovery.
Up to the current point, even the celestial tier boss were spawned just to get everyone hyped without leaving anything behind.
So what good stuff could a holy tier boss offer then? See? Endless Starlight showed the items to everyone.
There were 3 pearl-like beads of the size of a small pill.
Well, they were basically translucent.
They were radiating with a layer of vague light around them.
So what are these? Everyone asked. He. You're going to be shocked to see what they are. Endless Starlight quickly posted the description of the items on the party channel. Lesser Demonic Pearl, consumable.
Use, increase the success rate of the fusion of 2 equipment by 20%.
The effect cannot stack even if you have more than one of this item. Required level, 200.
Everyone looked at each other as they revealed joyous expressions on their faces.
Well, the most popular and demanded thing in the game currently would be the fusion of 2 equipment. Unlike rune weapons, the enhancement effect on an equipment would be much better in the sense of power level.
It was already very common for players to have a +2 or +3 equipment. However, there were only a few number of players who managed to get +4 and +5 equipment. Well, it was mostly because the success rate for enhancing the equipment to +4 was only 17%, the fusion and enhancement service that the NPCs provide over enhancing an equipment to +1 is only 80%.
Meanwhile, the Tesseract offers 90% success rate for the same service.
The success rate for enhancing the equipment to +5 would drop to 7% only. Only the rich could afford so many equipment to try out their luck. Normally, normal players would stop when they succeeded in enhancing their equipment up to +3 equipment. Well, it was mostly because they could no longer afford to spend more money to risk losing their equipment in case the enhancement fails. However, by using the Lesser Demonic Pearl, players could increase the success rate for enhancing an equipment to +4 up to 50%. Compared to the initial success rate of 17%, the players would most likely 300% more to succeed in enhancing their equipment. Furthermore, the existence of Lesser Demonic Pearl had confirmed the existence of higher grade pearls like Normal Demonic Pearl and Greater Demonic Pearl. Even if each enhancement could only have additional 10% success rate, as long as the players had enough amount of Greater Demonic Pearls in their possessions, well, at least when their equipment is enhanced to +3, they would have 100% success rate for the enhancement process.
That would be risk-free. Currently, the dungeons would drop holy tier equipment. So the top-tier guilds would not mind passing on the opportunity to get the equipment dropped by the boss.
However, only world bosses in the open world map would drop ascended tier and celestial tier equipment.
The number of equipment of those tiers was just pathetically rare.
Therefore, no one would even dare to try enhancing their equipment up to +1 even if the fail rate was only 20%, so let alone the +4 enhancement which only had 17% success rate. In case the enhancement turns out to be a failure, 2 pieces of ascended tier equipment would be destroyed. The players who attempt that would definitely cry in misery for years. Well, there's the celestial tier equipment as well. Who would be willing to risk the 20% fail rate to fuse or enhance their celestial tier equipment then? Well, this is indeed some good stuff. Zhang Yang nodded. After all, his Tesseract would have an additional 10% success rate for both the fusion and enhancement process of equipment.
Hence, the existence of these demonic pearls seemed to be much more valuable than he could imagine. Unfortunately, there's only 3 here.
Wei Yenair immediately became greedy and started complaining like a little bee *tch. Endless Starlight smiled bitterly and said, "The boss only dropped 3, that's it. I've managed to snatch all of them."
Everyone laughed. Well, they had slain countless bosses ever since then.
Their eyes and reflexes had been sharpened. Normal players would aim for the equipment, middle-tier players would aim for the skill books while top-tier players such as themselves would aim for those strange-looking things. If my assumption is correct, the holy tier bosses would only drop lesser demonic pearls. The ascended tier bosses would only drop middle demonic pearls, while the celestial tier bosses would drop greater demonic pearls. Zhang Yang smiled and took the 3 pearls from Endless Starlight's hands.
Well, it was obvious that Zhang Yang should be the one to keep the pearls.
Since his Tesseract could provide an additional 10% success rate to all fusion and enhancement processes, the others could just ask Zhang Yang to fuse or enhance their equipment for them. Furthermore, asking the NPCs to fuse and enhance their equipment would require them paying a large sum of gold coins.
How would Wei Yenair and Han Shui be able to accept that, huh? We've killed so many holy tier and ascended tier bosses, how come we've never seen these sort of items before? Wei Yenair immediately began to ask pointless questions again.
Silly little brat, that's because these pearls only existed after the equipment fusion system was introduced into the game. Han Shui smiled at the little brat and rubbed her flat chest. Then Han Shui sighed heavily and said,
brainless brat without a pair of proper boobies, huh? Kaboom, dot. Wei Yenair immediately got infuriated to the point that she looked like a barrel of TNT being set off. She instantly jumped around in rage, cursing and screaming. She even made a promise to rub someone's boobies into a pile of meat pie after signing out of the game. Ding! The fourth wave of the demonic invasion is about to begin. 2. Heavy footsteps that trembled across the ground each time they stomped the ground, as loud as the thunder. Instantly, players could see that there were countless small mountains moving towards the castle at a slow pace. Those who have sharp eyes would have been able to spot that those mountain-looking things was actually an army of giant turtles. However, these turtles were all as tall as a 5-story building. Countless demons with a bow in their hands were sitting on top of the turtles. These demons were approximately 3 meters tall. Their bodies were entirely crimson red in color. Other than that, there were other demons that looked similar to those that were sitting on the turtles. They were following behind the army of gigantic turtles while pushing forward towards the castle. Abyss Demonic Turtle, Elite Demon. Level 215. HP 1 billion. Defense 30,000. Melee attack 97,665 to 137,665. Skills. Trample stomps the ground with its gigantic turtle foot and causes 100,000 physical damage to all targets within the range of 10 by 10 meters. Hammerhead strikes the castle walls with its rock-hard turtle head. No matter how strong the defenses are, nothing can stop the turtle head from penetrating through the defense. Upon seeing the description for the skill, the men revealed a perverted smile on their faces. Fatty Han could not help to think that the designer of this skill must be in the same league as he is. He felt like as if he had met someone that would understand him well. Unfortunately, that was just him. He would never get the chance to meet the designer of that skill in person. However, the demon on the demonic turtle turned out to be very weak though. Turtle Surfing Demonic Servant, Normal, Demon. Level 215. HP 277,030. Ranged attack 52,324 to 72,324. Skills. Precise shot, shoot upon aiming the target. The attack cannot be dodged nor avoided. Causes 120% ranged attack of physical damage to the target. Wow, this turtle is really rock hard, man. Zhang Yang was shocked. 30,000 defense. Well, that amount of defense that was nearly as powerful as the defense of an ascended tier boss. Meanwhile, a total of 1 billion HP was far more than the HP amount of an elite tier monster. Didn't you read the description of that skill? If it's not rock hard enough, how would it be able to break that, huh? Fatty Han patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and scanned his eyes across the bodies of Sun Xianyu and Han Shui. Well, he was trying to imply something to Zhang Yang. Crunchak! Crunchak! Sun Xianyu and Han Shui swung out their fist in their full strength at Fatty Han and landed their fists on Fatty Han's sides. That fatty fell onto the ground with his face facing down. Fortunately, there weren't much of them here. However, even though the attack power of these demonic turtle is not really powerful, but their HP amounts were a little high and their defense is a little too thick, don't you think? They'll be able to break the castle walls if they charge in at this rate. We must stop them from getting nearer to the castle walls then. Let's charge out and kill them all. The players in the castle let out their battle cries once more. Then they opened up the castle gate and walked towards the turtle army. 2. Although the movement of the demonic turtles seemed extremely slow, their movement speed in walking forward wasn't slow at all. Well, it was mostly because they were too huge. Their one step was equal to a normal player's 100 steps. Following the loud and trembling footsteps of the turtle army, thousands of demonic turtle were approaching the front line of the players. With ease, they stepped and broke the defense line that the players formed and arrived at the bottom of the castle wall. Well, the demonic turtles were basically stepping on the players while they began to use their heads, which were full of sharp thorns, to bang the castle wall. Boom! Even though the demonic turtles seemed to move very slow, however, the speed of their heads stretching in and out was impressively fast. Instantly, the impacts of their headbutts were so powerful that they left holes in the castle walls. That had really shown how powerful their headbutts were. Meanwhile, the demons riding on top of the demonic turtles began to shoot their arrows upon their enemies. Instantly, the sky was clouded by the presence of the arrows that were shot by the demons. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 825, The Fifth Wave, Flames of Fire. Chapter 825, The Fifth Wave, Flames of Fire. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. We can't afford to let those turtles destroy our castle walls. We must kill those demonic turtles first. Zhang patted the head of the phoenix pet. The blazing big bird instantly turned into a stream of blazing light and shot towards one of the gigantic turtles. The demonic servants right on top of the turtles immediately opened fire on Zhang. -0. -0. -132. Right before the absolute defense of Zhang, all physical attacks of the normal tier monsters would find it almost impossible to penetrate Zhang's defense alone. With tens of arrows landing on Zhang, only 1/3 of the arrows managed to penetrate Zhang's defense. More pathetically, all of their attacks only dealt about 2,000 damage to Zhang. Zhang laughed for a brief moment. Then, he swung his axe across the air and instantly ended a demonic servant's life. He quickly followed with a horizontal sweep. The demonic servants screamed miserably and fell off the back of the demonic turtles. Well, that swept the demonic servants clean off the table. However, Zhang's true targets were not the demonic servants. He was actually aiming for the demonic turtles. As he kept whirling his axe, the demonic turtles were afflicted by tremendous damage. Zhang had enhanced his eagle eye to level 10 earlier on. So, he could just ignore 95% defense of all his enemies. He did not even need to use his crippled defense now. However, with his current additional damage, his normal attacks could deal up to 500,000 damage now. Even the reflective damage of his block had reached up to 170,000 damage now. Monsters without defense penetration attributes would not be able to affect Zhang much on the battlefield now. Charge up strike, God of War Devastation. -4, 724, 073. God of War Battle Axe. -1, 498, 203. Force Strike. -529, 982. -1, 048, 340. Without holding back at all, Zhang threw out 3 of his best skills which could deal the most damage on the monsters. He managed to deal over 7 million damage on the monsters within 4 seconds. Lost Dream and the others dropped their jaws the moment they saw the amount of damage values that popped up right on top of the monsters. Boss! You're getting even better now. Holy sh**t. Endless Starlight could not catch his breath as he screamed in shock. In terms of defense, he could still catch up with Zhang by relying on his equipment. However, he would never be able to catch up with Zhang in terms of offense, even if he spends his entire life boosting his attack. While everyone was so shocked that they lost their ability to talk, they landed on the back of a demonic turtle and started their attacks on that turtle. Even though there were still a large number of demonic servants on the back of the demonic turtles, they were just normal tier monsters, after all. After a wave of insanely powerful bombardment, the surroundings became peaceful and quiet. The giant turtle was the only monster left now. It continued to stomp on the players on the ground while hammering the walls with its powerful head swings. Obviously, the demonic turtles were not restricted by the aggro system of the game as well. Or perhaps, the castle walls had been set as the #1 priority on the aggro list of the turtles. Therefore, no matter how hard Zhang and his gang tried, the turtles would never switch their targets at all. Well, that was a bad news. The HP of the players could be healed with healing skills, however, the HP of the castle walls would never be recovered once they are gone. They would only be able to recover after the entire war is over. Although the walls did not have their own offensive power, they could still fend against the assaults of the demonic army. When the number of players is reduced to a certain number, the walls would serve their great purpose. Give it everything you've got. Zhang cried out loud. Other than his inheritance transformation in his Gate of Hell, Zhang had activated every single skill that he could spare. Although the demonic turtle had quite a high defense, to begin with, Zhang and his gang's attack power combined was even simply overwhelming. Even with 1 billion HP, the demonic turtle could not escape death. Within 4 minutes, the gigantic creature collapsed heavily onto the ground and shattered into a few pieces of broken turtle shell. Zhang immediately patted Phoenix Pet and made his way to the second demonic turtle. With a wave of his hand, he threw his Glare of the Death God straight on the giant turtle. Although that skill had a ridiculously low rate of success on a boss, the skill would always work on monsters. Basically, monsters would not have the ability to resist the effects of the skill. Immediately, a dark skull immediately formed right on top of the gigantic turtle. Upon throwing a few attacks on the demonic turtle, Zhang managed to trigger the special effect of the Glare of the Death God. The dark skull opened its mouth wide and swallowed the entire giant turtle. It was an instant kill.
Even though the HP bar of the turtle did not reduce even by a bit, it was still killed instantly, right before the mighty effect of the glare of the death god. It was just an elite tier monster, after all. Even if it has over 100 billion HP, the monster would still be engulfed by the goofy dark skull and die instantly. Other than the Lone Desert Smoke, there were also other top-tier guilds such as Rolling Rocks and Sunset Amber which were operating on their own in the surroundings. Although they were not as powerful as Lone Desert Smoke, they were also one of the China region's top-tier guilds. Furthermore, the guild masters of those guilds were each capable individuals, able to analyze a situation and act accordingly. Therefore, they commanded their air forces to focus their assaults on the demonic turtles as well. Because there were countless demonic servants standing right on the back of those turtles, shooting arrows right at anyone who got near the turtles, the players could only play it out in two ways. The players could descend onto the back of the demonic turtles in order to start their attacks on the hordes. Or, they could just climb up the back of the demonic turtles through the gigantic legs of the monsters. Obviously, with the monsters stomping the ground constantly, it would not be a good idea to go up by climbing. Therefore, the players used their flying mounts to get on top of the turtles. The moment players began to occupy the space on the back of the turtles, the players began their slaughtering on the demonic servants. Meanwhile, on the surface of the ground, the players were doing their very best to fend off the demonic turtles' assaults on the walls by relying on the tanks. They were able to surround the demonic turtles, one after another. The battle was getting more intense than ever. After seeing most of the players switching their priority to taking out the demonic turtles, Zhang finally felt a little more relieved. So, he turned his attention towards wiping out the demonic archers on top of the turtles' backs. By sweeping his axe across the back of the turtles, countless demonic servants were seen falling off the backs of the turtles. Well, though the demonic servants were just normal tier monsters, they could still deal quite a lot of damage to regular players if they ever fire their arrows at a target together. So it would be wise to wipe them out as soon as possible before focusing on the demonic turtles. By doing so, the players could also reduce the pressure on the tanks. After all, the demonic servants would shoot at the tanks as well. Actually, there were three types of defenses on the battlefield. The first one would be the players flying in the air on their flying mounts wiping off the demonic servants. The second one would be the players on the tanks, fending off the assaults from the demonic turtles. The third one would be the players on the ground, getting engaged with the demonic servants on the ground. Figuratively speaking, the number of the demonic servants on the ground would be the highest. However, they were only able to be a nuisance to the players. Well, that's because they were merely normal tier monsters. Kill them all. Kill. For experience points. For the equipment. For the queen. Players were shouting their own slogans while they were engaging the demonic army. Although there wouldn't be any real deaths in real life, however, the scene on the battlefield was gory and bloody. Blood was everywhere. The surroundings looked like a real battlefield. After 2 long hours of fierce fighting, the demonic army had finally been wiped out completely. However, the players had suffered quite a number of casualties as well. The castle walls were filled with holes all over them, as well. The scene was horrifying to look at. Meanwhile, that was just the northern gate of the castle. They had no idea what the other players over the other 3 gates did, yet. Things just keep getting badder and badder, boss. Reports are coming in, saying that the demonic armies by the other 3 gates are not wiped out yet. 100 Shots shouted in the party chat after receiving the news. He was very worried now. We shall aid them, then. Ding. The 5th wave of the demonic invasion is about to begin. Before the gang could react, the 5th wave of the invasion began. What the F***CK? Do they even wish to see us alive by the end of all this crap? Fatty Han whined in misery. Everyone gazed into the distance. Countless hellfires began to march towards the castle from over the horizon. These hellfire were all green. They were basically made of blazing rocks. The green flames flickered brightly all over their bodies. They were about 5 meters tall. Their appearances were intimidating. Hellfire, normal, demon. Level, 220. HP, 289,930. Defense, 8,800. Melee attack, 55,141 to 75,141. Skills, Burning Aura, causes 60,000 fire damage to all targets within the range of 30 meters once every 3 seconds. Effect of the same type will not stack. Molten Hand, incinerates the target with a burning hand and causes 100% melee attack of fire damage to the target. Other than the normal tier monsters, it was natural to also have the elite tier monsters support them. Compared to the previous waves of armies, these monsters were marching in a very organized formation.
1,000 Hellfires would be led by one Hellfire demon. Because of that, there were countless formations being shaped up on the battlefield. Their formations looked just like the formations of the tanks. Hellfire Demon, Elite Demon. Level, 220. HP, 110 million. Defense, 13,730. Melee attack, 92,970 to 152,970. Skills. Burning Aura, causes 120,000 fire damage to all targets within the range of 30 meters once every 3 seconds. Effects of the same type will not stack. Flame of Fury, spits a stream of flame, filled with rage and fury, torching up all targets within the conical area in front of it and causes 200,000 fire damage to all targets. These elite tier monsters seem to be about 10 meters tall. Truth be told, they were a rather spectacular sight. These demons were not lightweight at all. Every single step shook the ground like a heavy metallic ball crashing into the ground. The entire land was trembling as they marched forth. Countless Hellfire demons let out their roars by opening up their rocky mouths. Afterwards, they began to spit out a long and endless stream of flames. The Hellfire monsters began to make their move. The demonic army started to move forward. Under the leadership of the Hellfire demons, the Hellfire army charged straight towards the castle wall. Tanks in front. Mountain Mover shouted as loud as he could. Fortunately, they were battling right outside their main cities. Even if the tanks are destroyed, the players could just run back into the city to get their tanks repaired. As long as the main city does not fall, the players could keep doing that in order to keep their tanks on the battlefield. The other guilds such as Rolling Rocks and Sunset Amber had already followed the command of Mountain Mover earlier on. They now had full respect for his abilities and would obey his every word, as if he was one of their own. They had already given permission to Mountain Mover to use their tanks as part of his tactics. With tankers blocking the front line, the players managed to form a defensive line and stop the monsters from charging through. The impact of the monsters crashing into the defensive line had almost knocked over some of the tanks. However, they managed to stop the demonic army from breaching their first defensive line. Players on board the tanks unleashed everything they had onto the monsters before them. Upon one full round of their AoE attacks, countless monsters were killed. A new slaughter party had begun. Blood and death was spilled all over the place. Countless players and monsters were slain in every passing second. Heads and limbs were sent flying across the battlefield. In a large-scale battle such as this one, anyone would become insignificant. So, all they could do was to kill endlessly until they get themselves killed. A demon lesser was a great help to everyone. The gory bloodshed went on for 3 long hours. Finally, the number of the demons was reduced, bit by bit. The players had managed to gain the upper hand in the battle, at last. Players who were still alive had managed to gain a tremendous amount of experience points. However, the number of players remaining on the battlefield had been reduced from 50 million to 25 million. They still had half their numbers, but the monsters that had yet to come would only be stronger and stronger in each coming wave. The number of casualties would definitely increase in every coming wave. Based on that logic, everyone would be all dead when the 9th wave hits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826, Amor Mage Caption Heafy. Chapter 826, Amor Mage Caption Heafy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. The 4th wave of the demonic invasion is about to begin. This time, countless Amor mages were seen, appearing on the horizon.
Amor mages were all deemed to be demons of higher tier. Not only did they have 2 horns on their heads, they also had the tails of lizards trailing behind them. They even had a pair of wings right on their backs. That should be enough to symbolize them to be one of the higher tier demons in the realm of hell. Well, players would pay no mind to the statues of those demons. The one thing they cared about was that these monsters could fly. With so many of them flying around, they could easily form a deadly formation in the air and cause massive destruction to the players on the ground. The tanks were massive. So, they would be attacked by approximately 100 monsters at the same time. Well, the other monsters would not be able to get themselves close enough to hit the tanks anymore after each tank is surrounded by 100 monsters. However, if the monsters could get into the air, the number of monsters that could hit a tank at the same time would increase up to 1,000. Meanwhile, once the players lose their tanks, the number of casualties would become tremendous. Although the monsters would die faster than any regular player on the battlefield, however, players would need to take on another 4 waves of demonic forces that had yet to come. After all, the interval of each wave coming in was decreasing. There was no time for the healers to heal or resurrect the fallen at all.
Amor Mage, Normal, Demon. Level, 225. HP, 290,120. Defense, 8,800. Magic Attack, 33,823 to 43,823. Skills. Fire Missile, causes 200% magic attack of fire damage to the target. Also causes 10,000 fire damage to all friendlies of the targets and the target's surroundings. The one thing that everyone was happy about this wave was that there were no signs of any elite tier monsters. All the monsters in the vicinity were just normal tier monsters. Well, a monster composed of a combination of flying type and magic type is deadly enough, I guess. If there are a bunch of elite tier monsters in the vicinity, the players would really need to cry and die. However, there was a boss in this wave. Judging by the fact that there was a boss in the third wave, players could deduce that a boss would be spawned once every 3 waves. Amor Mage Caption Heafy. Level, 225. HP, 2,250,000,000. Defense, 21,710. Magic Attack, 107,608 to 147,608. Skills. Fiery Volcano, summons a fiery volcano within the range of 40 meters. The volcano will erupt randomly. Each eruption will cause 240,000 fire damage to all targets that are caught in the eruption. Lava will splash out from the targets and causes 50,000 fire damage to the players around the targets. Flare Star summons meteors from the sky and causes 200,000 damage to all targets within the area of 30 by 30 meters. Demonic Fusion fuses with an Amor Mage's soul and recovers 10% HP. The monsters that are fused will die immediately. Note, even though Heafy is the subordinate of the Demon Commander Isles, Heafy appears to be very proud. He has committed insubordination multiple times over. Boss. Everyone was extremely excited upon the sighting of a boss. Even though they were no longer interested in holy tier equipment dropped by holy tier bosses, they were still very keen to acquire the demonic pearls. Those were some really good stuff, after all. Calm down, man. This boss also has demonic fusion. We must start with the little ones first. 100 Shots said. Let's go. They're just normal tier monsters. It should be easy. However, you have to take care of yourselves. After all, these monsters can use magic attacks and they can fly as well. If too many of them are onto you, you'll still be as good as dead. Roger. Starlight, we're using the same old trick. You're going to kite the boss as well. Mini Piglet, you'll be healing endless Starlight. The boss is all yours for the moment. Stop the boss from slaughtering innocent players. Roger. Zhang was only able to command his party, which was relatively small. He would become confused if he has to command a large number of players in the battlefield. Fortunately, he had Mountain Mover to aid him in large-scale commandeering. Zhang did not have to kill his brain to do that. Undoubtedly, these flying Mother Asterisk Curs were really annoying as F asterisk CK. Although they were all normal tier monsters, their attack power was quite powerful. Normally, level 200 players with a complete set of ethereal equipment would only have approximately 500,000 HP. If 10 of these flying Mother Asterisk Curs shoot their attacks on such a player at the same time, they could instantly kill the player. Meanwhile, ethereal tier equipment was currently the most common equipment that everyone wore right now. After all, holy tier equipment in the dungeons were 2F asterisk king difficult to acquire. Meanwhile, the fusion system provided by the NPCs could only enhance the equipment, not increase their tier. Therefore, holy tier equipment was deemed to be one of those luxury items that only top-tier players from top-tier guilds could enjoy. Even though there were not many of those normal tier Mother Asterisk Curs and they are easily taken out, however, they are able to take out the players in a brief period of time as well. Fortunately, the worst enemy on the field was currently taken on by Endless Starlight. Although there were also some idiotic players who went and got themselves killed by the boss, however, all in all, the boss did not kill more than a few players. The flying Mother Asterisk Curs were the ones who were slaughtering the players up. That's why there wasn't any sign of any elite tier monsters. Monsters that could fly are really annoying and deadly. Another 3 hours passed. The players managed to clear out most of those flying Mother Asterisk Curs. Everyone began to turn their attention towards the boss. As holy tier equipment was still very appealing to most of the players in the game, many of them could not help but charge towards the boss. However, they were tormented by the boss, Fiery Volcano, and Flare Star. When the flying Mother Asterisk Curs were almost wiped out, Zhang and the gang had also joined the boss fight. Well, they had no intention of getting any of the holy tier equipment. However, they were very eager to get the demonic pearls that might be dropped from the boss.
Who knows if the boss would drop them upon death? Zhang Yang and the gang were in standby mode for the moment. The boss was quite ferocious. It was spamming its flare star as if the skill did not have any cooldown. The players were bombarded by the deadly meteors that were showering from the sky. Meanwhile, the fiery volcano was also causing more chaos by throwing out blazing attacks at the players. Not only could the skill spit fire upon the players would also get splashed by lava. The lava had even formed into a river near the boss. Whoever who touches it would be struck by 50,000 fire damage. Fortunately, the fiery volcano was not as big as a real one. It was just as small as a giant boulder. If the volcano turns out to be as large as the real one, then the players should just quit the game and forget about it. Well, the entire Crimson Sky City would have been devoured by the lava coming out from the volcano. Skills with such an attack range would definitely be fatal to the players. However, top-tier players like Zhang Yang himself could definitely handle the impact without having anything to worry about. Well, with Zhang Yang's current defense, even if he walks straight into the lava and dips himself in, he would only receive about 4,000 damage. That amount of damage would not even give him an itch. Meanwhile, the normal tier monsters were completely being wiped out. The boss had lost its ability to recover HP. After being F***ed up hard by the players, the boss had finally collapsed onto the ground with a miserable scream and died. Upon its death, the boss dropped quite a number of loots across the ground. Zhang Yang was quick. Before anyone could react, he already picked up the 4 pearls from the ground. Having a closer look at them, the 4 pearls were indeed the lesser demonic pearls. Zhan Yu, what are those? Judging from your reaction, those must have been extremely valuable. Coincidentally, Greensleeves Prince was right beside Zhang Yang when he snatched the pearls from the ground. He had reflexively attempted to follow, but was much slower than Zhang Yang. Therefore, he did not manage to pick up anything. He was very curious about it. He knew that Zhang Yang was no longer interested in holy tier equipment, but he did notice that Zhang Yang was very keen to get those pearls. So he asked Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang gave it some thought. Then, he decided to tell Greensleeves Prince about the pearls. Well, he won't be able to keep the secret for long, anyway. Sooner or later, someone is going to find out about these pearls through other way. Meanwhile, the Sunset Amber was also one of Lone Desert Smoke's allies. It would make Zhang Yang look bad if he ever tries to keep secrets from his friends. I see. I had no idea that such a thing existed in the game. Greensleeves Prince laughed out loud and said, well, the next time another boss appears, we will not be courteous about it. We'll be snatching those from you. Zhang Yang smiled. Well, he was no worried at all though. Snatching loots from the ground would require knowledge. Meanwhile, he had Wei Yenair and Han Yngshui in his party. Those 2 money grubbers would definitely have become experts in such a field by now. Didn't you see the little brat smiling with 4 pieces of holy tier equipment in her hands now? Well, the situation would only be similar to a discounted sale in a hypermarket. Women will gain explosive power when it comes to snatching goods. They would be much more powerful than men could ever be in such regards. Giving no quarter to the players to even heal themselves and resurrect their fallen comrades, the bells of the 7th wave started tolling. This time, the monsters were known as Evil Eye. These monsters appeared like an octopus. They had a gigantic eye right in the middle of their bodies and 8 tentacles all around their bodies. That's it. There were no other features on them. Their gigantic eyes were radiating some eerie light. They were spooky, creepy creatures. Evil Eye, Normal, Demon. Level, 230. HP, 252,630. Defense, 9,160. Magic attack, 35,526 to 45,526. Skills. Eye of Death, fires a beam of deadly laser and causes 200% magic attack of shadow damage to the target. Unlike the previous wave, although there were no signs of any bosses in this wave, there were tens of thousands of elite tier Evil Eyes in the vicinity. The attack power of Evil Eyes in such numbers would definitely be much higher than the attack power of a boss. However, because these monsters had no flying ability, they did not pose as much of a threat as the Amor mages did. Well, that made perfect sense as well. The most powerful thing about range-type monsters was that they could focus fire on one target at a time and instantly kill the target. Although they may seem very weak on their own, well, when they come in numbers, the situation would change a little. Players would definitely not be able to afford fighting them in bulk. The use of the castle walls had finally been revealed. Mountain Mover was currently commanding the players to retreat into the city. There, the players began to use the wall to block the eyesight of the monsters. By doing so, they were able to divide the monster army. As long as players are not instantly killed, they would be able to recover their HP through healing skills. Instantly, the death toll of the players became under control. Zhang and his gang flew out of the castle on their flying mounts and began their assaults on the monsters. They threw their attacks on the monsters as intensely as they could. Well, because the monsters could not fly, whenever Zhang and the gang got a little low on HP, all they needed to do was to fly higher a little and get themselves healed up before charging back into the battlefield. However, the castle walls had received some damage during the fourth wave of the demonic invasion. There were many holes left by the attacks from the demonic turtles. Even though players may not be able to go through those holes, the evil eyes could slip through any small hole. Well, they were basically octopuses. They began to enter the castle through any holes they could find on the wall. The fiercest battle throughout the entire war was about to begin. The casualties of the players were high as F***CK. However, this wave ended pretty quickly. It only took up 2 hours before the monsters were wiped out. The players had really taken a hit. The number of players remaining on the battlefield had been reduced to only 12 million. Well, even though the number was now lower, the power level of the players remaining were all top-notch. From that moment onwards, none of the players remaining were below level 190. Meanwhile, everyone could see that the monsters in the 8th wave would be level 235. Therefore, players below level 205 would be affected by the level gap suppression effect of the game. The situation became worse than everyone could ever anticipate. We're doing fine at this gate, however, the players by the south gate have suffered the most losses. Currently, they barely have 6 million players on the battlefield. Even if they could limp through this wave, they would never stand a chance in the 9th wave of the demonic invasion. 100 shot side heavily. Although the situation at the East Gate and the West Gate are a little better, well, they are not really much better actually. According to their statistics, each gate only has approximately 9 million players remaining. Zhang gave it some thoughts and said, "Tell him this. After the 8th wave of the demonic invasion, we shall abandon all 4 gates of the city. We shall gather in our main city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 827, Tactical Retreat. Chapter 827, Tactical Retreat. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. The 8th wave of the demonic invasion is about to begin.
The monsters from the 8th wave was a large number of Cerberuses.
They were as huge as male lions. Their entire bodies were black.
They were drooling from their slightly open mouths, where their white sharp teeth were revealed. They looked horrifically wretched and scary. Cerberuses were known to be deadly to spell-type players. Well, they were equipped with 2 extremely brutal and annoying skills, Mana Incineration, Spell Rebound. Fortunately, these countless Cerberuses were mostly normal tier monsters. The elite tier 3-headed Cerberuses were just the minority.
Cerberus, Normal, Demon. Level, 235. HP, 303,390. Defense, 9,160.
Melee attack, 58,071 to 78,071.
Skills. Mana Incineration, reduces 30,000 MP of the target.
Causes 60,000 chaos damage to the target as well. Spell Rebound, interrupts the target's casting, causing the target to not able to use spell attacks. The differences between the elite tier Cerberus and normal tier Cerberus were their HP amounts and their attack powers. Naturally, the elite tier monsters would have higher HP and higher attack power. They had the same skill set as the normal tier Cerberus. Well, they had 3 heads, after all. So, it would make sense, even if their skills would cool down faster. Truth be told, any monster would not be able to create too much of a threat to the players if they are alone, of course. That would only apply under the circumstance of the number of players and the number of monsters being about the same. However, if all the different types of monsters from all 8 waves appear in the same wave, under the circumstance that the number of all monster types would be reduced by 1/8 of their total numbers, the damage that they could deal on the players would definitely be much higher than the players could ever anticipate. Well, even though the Cerberuses were the worst enemies of the spell-type players, they also had the same obvious weakness. They would not pose much of a threat to the melee-type players. Players could just send their warriors, thieves and hunters to the front line while keeping their spell-type players at the rear. The tanks were at the front lines to tank against the monsters, as usual. Countless skills were spammed across the battlefield, causing a large wave of impact to the monsters right before the tanks, causing a tremendous amount of damage to the monsters at the same time. Under the circumstances where no player activates their inheritance transformation, the tanks were the toughest existence with the highest HP on the battlefield. Although their movement speed was extremely slow, however, with hundreds of tanks lining up in a straight horizontal line that was pushing forward, they would basically become unstoppable. Meanwhile, even though these monsters were not difficult to kill, their numbers were far more abundant than the number of monsters in the previous waves. It was true that the Cerberuses could not pose much threat to the melee-type players like they could to the spell-type players. However, they had the advantage in their numbers. Players might get overthrown by them if healers could not heal up the players on the front line. Just imagine this. Tens of Cerberuses biting one poor player at the same time. That player would die very easily. Furthermore, the spell-type players would have to stay at the rear to prevent themselves from being torn apart by the sharp teeth of the Cerberuses. Because they were basically staying too far from the front line, it would be pointless for them to run all the way to the front line as well. When the healers are close enough to heal, they would be entering the effective range of the monsters, mana incineration, and spell rebound. Not only would they not be able to heal, they would take tremendous amount of damage as well. Not everyone is built from metal. Even if the player only receives 1 damage each time they are hit, the HP of the player would deplete sooner or later without receiving any healing. Under the concentrated attacks of the monsters, countless players were dying one after another. Even the tanks were beginning to get destroyed, one after another. The players on board could not even get their legs to run before the Cerberuses tore them to bits and left them to die. Many players were forced to activate their inheritance transformations so that they could simply survive. Based on everyone's knowledge, inheritance transformation should be retained until the final boss demon Commander Isles arrives. Those who used their inheritance transformations now would become useless for the final battle. However, the situation was so dangerous that they had to activate their inheritance transformations to prevent themselves from dying. Upon seeing the endless attacks from the Cerberuses coming at them, they had no reason to retain their inheritance transformations anymore. Well, it was obvious that they would not have time to save or resurrect anyone on the battlefield currently. It would be a waste to not activate their inheritance transformations. Players began to retreat back to the castle walls. They were relying on the NPC archers to provide them fire support. Some of them even used the NPCs as their human shields to tank against the attacks of the monsters. Well, since that they would be retreating back to the main city after this wave, they might as well utilize the NPCs to aid them in battle. Without the players staying behind to support them, the NPCs would definitely be wiped out clean when the 9th wave arrives. They would not be able to block or delay the monsters by the 9th wave at all. Therefore, it would be wise for the players to use the NPCs to their own advantage to increase the survival of the players. This was the worst battle so far. Countless players were dead. The number of remaining players was reduced from 12 million to only 2 million. The losses were too great to be imagined. The only good news out of the battle was that the players finally managed to wipe out the entire wave of the monsters. However, even worse news came in later after the battle was over. The total remaining players by the East Gate, West Gate and South Gate that survived the onslaught of the Cerberuses was only 140,000. Zhang took a deep breath and said, "We're retreating back to the main city now. We'll defend from there." Roger. Well, the monsters would be invading from all 4 directions if they were to stay and defend in this castle. Even if Zhang and his gang survived the onslaught of the 9th wave, the players at the other 3 gates would not survive. By then, the humongous demonic army would gush into the main city immediately. The system would decide whether a main city falls or stands based on whether the king or queen of the main city is still alive. But China region was special. All 8 main cities had been united by Queen Serena. Therefore, other than the White Jade Castle, the initial kings of the other 7 main cities had been taken over by barons. Therefore, it would be pointless even if Zhang and his gang die trying to defend the gate. That would not be the key to claiming victory. The key to claiming victory would be by defending the life of Imosan, the baron of the castle. Actually, before Zhang declared to retreat, the other players by the other 3 gates had made their move to retreat back to the main city. Looking at the number of players remaining, it would be suicide to place 60,000 players in the castle against the demonic army of the 9th wave. However, the other 3 gates only had about 140,000 players remaining while the North Gate still had over 2 million players remained. The players could not help but be shocked at the difference in the numbers. Initially, the number of players were approximately the same on all 4 sites of the gates. Each gate had over 50 million players. The total attack power of the players on each site should be similar as well. Therefore, the only thing or person that could cause such difference would be the commander in charge. Undoubtedly, the combined forces would be commanded by Mountain Mover for the remaining waves of the demonic invasion. Actually, the commanders on the other sites were not up to standard, to be honest. They only managed to keep 140,000 players by the end of the 8th wave. So they had no authority whatsoever to voice out.
Ding! The ninth wave of the demonic invasion is about to begin. Zhang did not immediately get back to the main city.
Instead, he hopped onto his phoenix pet and took a stroll across the battlefield that they were going to leave behind. Well, he wanted to at least know what they were going to go up against on the ninth wave. That should give them some ideas on how to get themselves ready for the coming wave. However, he drew in a deep cold breath the moment he laid his eyes across the army that was flying towards the castle. They appeared like a bunch of clouds that covered the entire sky. It was another wave of Mother Asterisk curs that knew how to fly. Batman, normal, demon. Level, 240. HP, 316,330. Defense, 9,520. Range attack, 60,900 to 80,900. Skills. Fatal Toss, causes 100% ranged attack and physical damage to the target. The target will have an additional 10% chance to receive critical damage upon being hit for the next 5 seconds. The monsters only had one skill equipped. That one skill was enough to cause a hell lot of trouble for all the players. The only good thing that came out of this was that there was no sign of any elite tier monsters. However, it was unfortunate that there was a boss in this wave. Batman Adija, Holy, Demon. Level, 240. HP, 2,400,000,000. Defense, 23330. Range attack, 205,248 to 275,248. Skills. Blazing Blasting Toss, causes 150% range attack of physical damage to the target. The target will then explode and cause 200,000 fire damage to all targets within the range of 10 meters from the explosion. Demonic Fusion, fuses a Batman soul and recover 10% HP. The fused monster will die immediately. Ultrasonic, emits out a high-frequency ultrasonic and causes 240,000 physical damage to all targets within the range of 40 meters. Note, Adija is one of the leaders of the Batmen. He's renowned for his skills in battle. Before that, the players on each gate would only need to take on one boss. However, now that everyone was gathered at the main city, the players had to face 4 bosses at the same time. However, holy tier bosses would just be as powerful as holy tier bosses should be. Well, the players could only kill the bosses after they clear out the monsters, because of the boss's demonic fusion. However, the players could just send 4 of their best tankers and kite the 4 bosses away from the monsters. Then, the bosses would no longer be able to bother the players while they focus on wiping out the monsters. Zhang immediately flew back to the main city. That would be the last defense of the players. Not only was the city occupied by all of the players, the place was also filled with elite tier NPCs as their defensive forces. Well, it was annoying to think about this. The Crimson Sky City was supposed to be one of the 8 main cities in China region, and this place would have a massive army of NPCs to defend the city. However, imminent dangers were just by their doorsteps. There was no sign of any massive army. There were only tens of thousands of NPCs in the castle. Even if the officials want the players to handle the battles, they should have at least make up a good story about this. They could just say that the army of the castle has marched into the lair of the demons or something. Endless Starlight began to whine in misery. The worst part about it is that the king of this city used to be an ascended tier boss. And now, the baron of this city has become an elite tier NPC. Are the officials kidding? You should be happy that the baron has not lost his mind and charged into battle, trying to kill the monsters himself. If the baron does that, we'll definitely lose the battle. Everyone was making fun out of their own misery. They began to laugh out loud. Well, they did not pay much hope on surviving the 9th wave anyway. So they did not even pay their minds on defeat the final boss on the 10th wave. The sky was suddenly darkened. It was like countless dark clouds covering the entire sky above the Crimson Sky City. Well, those were definitely not dark clouds though. They were all Batmen. They were descending upon the castle as we speak. These Batmen immediately aimed their javelins at the players and threw them at the players. By the end of the javelins, there was a thick metal chain tied to it. With a powerful pull, the javelins immediately returned back to the monsters' hands. Stinky monsters! Come down and face me! Wei Yan'er was a melee-type player. Even if she had a weapon that could reach 2 meters, she would not be able to touch any of the monsters that were flying 10 meters above her. After getting hit by a few javelins, she instantly got infuriated. So she grabbed on to one of the javelins that had embedded itself in her body. With a powerful pull, the Batman was instantly pulled right out of the sky by the little brat by force. After that, the little brat ended the life of that Batman with one single swing from her axe. Because the number of the monsters were so abundant, no one was daring enough to risk using their flying mounts to fly in the sky. 99% of the players in the current stage of the game would be dead if hundreds of monsters attacked them at the same time in the middle of the sky. Everyone made their way into the buildings around the area by using the terrain of the surroundings to their advantage. Well, they needed to lose themselves from the aggro of the monsters first before they could plan out their next move. The battle for the new wave has begun, for real. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 828, Gate of Hell activated. Chapter 828, Gate of Hell activated. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang had contacted Snowseeker, One Sword Stroke, and the others. They sent their own powerful tankers and healers over to handle the bosses.
Zhang Yang did not contact Eternal Flame at all.
Instead, he just sent 2 of his best tankers, Endless Starlight and Ten Dusk. Truth to be told, the bosses were not too difficult to handle. The might of these bosses would only become obvious when standing among players. Well, their AoE skills were extremely powerful. However, once they are kited away from the players, they would not be able to cause much trouble to anyone. Well, their attack power would be similar or slightly stronger than the attack power of an elite tier monster. Using the terrain of the surroundings to restrict the aggro range of the monsters, the players managed to force the Batmen to descend to the ground, one after another. Well, the monsters had to be on the ground before they could launch a limited number of attacks on the players. It seemed that something good would come from having lesser players around as well. Well, if there are 20 million players in the vicinity, there wouldn't be enough buildings to hide so many players. However, even if that is the case, it would only reduce the number of casualties of the players by a tiny bit. Their players would not be able to slay the monsters without suffering any casualties. After all, even though the monsters were only coming down to the ground from the sky, it did not mean that they are not able to attack. 1,900,000. 1,800,000. 1,700,000. The number of surviving players was getting lesser by the second. However, players who managed to stay alive up till this point would be considered as one of the best players in the entire China region. Their power levels were impressive. As long as each of them could find themselves one healer to pair up with them, they could definitely take on hundreds of monsters at the same time. 1 hour later, the number of surviving players had been steeply reduced to 240,000. Should we activate out inheritance transformations now? It's futile. With so many monsters surrounding us, it will not help us much, even after we activate our inheritance transformations. Zhang Yang shook his head. How about using a forbidden scroll? Zhang Yang shook his head as well, then he said, we still have 1 wave left after this. Furthermore, we only have 2 forbidden scrolls that can deal AoE damage. It's still too early to use them now. But we're outnumbered now. We're about to lose. Just a little longer. I'm activating my Gate of Hell, Zhang Yang said. Then, he assigned the enhancement effect of his Book of Revelation on his Gate of Hell. Well, he would have to wait for 24 hours before he could assign that enhancement effect on his other skills after that. He threw his Gate of Hell in one of the buildings and said, protect the Gate of Hell from getting destroyed by the monsters. You can count on me. Fatty Han thumped his chest and voiced out in confidence. I'll definitely protect the gate like the wives of my brothers. Zhang Yang charged out of the building and instantly became the target of the monsters in the sky and on the ground. God of War Shield, activated. -0. -0. -0. Countless javelins were thrown at Zhang Yang. However, none of them were able to deal a single damage to Zhang Yang. Upon activating his God of War Shield, the monsters would need to deal at least 95,000 damage before they could penetrate his basic defense. Unfortunately, each of these monsters only could deal a maximum damage of 80,000 to their targets. They would have no definite way of penetrating Zhang Yang's basic defense. However, Fatal Toss would afflict players with a negative effect an additional 10% rate of receiving a critical hit. Once the players receive a critical hit, even a minimum attack of 120,000 damage would be enough to penetrate Zhang Yang's defense. Although the 10% rate seemed to be insignificant, there were hundreds of monsters launching their attacks at Zhang Yang at the moment. Because of that, every single hit with additional 10% critical rate would cause quite a tremendous amount of damage to Zhang Yang. Therefore, he has to hustle up and get the job done. Horizontal Sweep. Zhang Yang dealt over 1,000,000 damage to each of the monsters within the effective area of his attack range. The remaining Batmen were instantly killed and their souls were sucked into the Gate of Hell. Instantly, tens of elite demons charged right out of the gate and joined into the battle to aid Zhang Yang, but let slaughtering begin.
In order for the AoE attacks to cover the most area of the battlefield, Zhang Yang did not hop onto the Phoenix Pet. Instead, he stayed on the ground, unleashing his Thunderstrike and his Blast Wave. He was spamming his skills the moment the cooldowns were over with the intention of killing as many monsters as he could during the effective period of the Gate of Hell. 10. 20. 100. 1000. The surroundings of the building where Zhang Yang stood beside has become the breeding ground of the demons. Although they were from the same root as the Batmen, they were currently Zhang Yang's minions. Therefore, the demons were battling the Batmen without showing them any quarter. However, the demons were elite tier, after all. So when their number reaches a certain level, they would become a deadly force that are not to be reckoned with. Well, each of these level 140 summoned demons had over 120 million HP. Their current HP amount was as abundant as the HP amount of Sun Xinu after she activates her inheritance transformation. Each of their HP amount could be compared to the maximum HP of each Model 4.0 tank. Even if they were focus fired by 100 monsters at the same instant, the demons could tank against the monsters' focused fire for more than 10 times. Meanwhile, these 1,000 demons had reached the numbers where they were powerful enough to oppress the monsters in the vicinity. Instantly, countless Batmen were charging towards the Gate of Hell. They were targeting the gate as their priority target, like moths trying to charge into the flames like their lives no longer mattered. It seemed that they were ready to sacrifice millions of monsters just to take down one of Zhang Yang's demon. However, summoning the demons did not cost Zhang Yang a single dime. Meanwhile, because the demons could not leave the Gate of Hell further than 1,000 meters, letting the moths get drawn to the flame would be a good thing. Actually, Zhang Yang was worried that he might not get a spot to stand within that area, when there are too many demons being summoned into the vicinity. So be it. Let the monsters come and kill one or two of his demons. Well, he could have killed the monsters much faster than the rate of demons being summoned to the battlefield. The number of his demons would only increase. It was constantly increasing from 2,000 to 5,000. Then from 5,000 to 30,000. The number of the demons was still rising. Everyone within the vicinity was stunned to witness what was going on. This skill looked like a bug to them. With the ability to summon that amount of minions, Zhang Yang could have become capable of defeating a celestial boss by the looks of it. Unfortunately, that skill only worked on the dumb monsters. Players could have just sent their thieves in stealth mode and get the Gate of Hell destroyed without a problem. However, looking at the tens of thousands of demons summoned from the gate, no one could deny that the skill was indeed an oppressive existence in the game. However, Zhang Yang had finally got the chance to verify a question he had long had in mind. He noticed that the gate could only summon 50,000 demons at its maximum. After that, even though when there were many more souls were sucked into the gate, no additional demon was coming out. Well, do bear in mind that there was currently a total of 50,000 demons in the battlefield right now. They were all slaughtering the monsters for Zhang Yang and the players. Moreover, each of their HP amount was as abundant as the HP amount of a Model 4.0 tank. They could serve as extremely powerful meat shields even if they could not attack. Under the protection of the massive army of demons, the players quickly took the opportunity to strike back as hard as they could. They were slaughtering the monsters up hard in order to win the battle. Bit by bit, the players seemed to gain the upper hand over the monsters. 1 hour. 2 hours. Finally, all of the Batmen were wiped out. There were only 4 holy tier bosses remaining on the battlefield. Without having any monsters left for them to recover their HPs, the 4 bosses were like venomous snakes who have just lost their poisonous deadly fangs. Without their deadliest weapons, they were defeated within a short period of time. Upon their death, they dropped an abundant amount of loot across the ground. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang and his other gang members were only able to snatch 7 of those lesser demonic pearls. However, Eternal Flame was enraged, because 3 of the demonic pearls that Zhang Yang and his gang managed to snatch were the pearls that were dropped by the boss they were hitting. However, the boss they hit would not necessarily be the boss they slay. Truth to be told, all of the players on the battlefield had contributed in such regard. Anyone on the battlefield would have been entitled to grab the loot. There was no saying that the loot belonged to someone specifically. Furthermore, the players were able to survive so long, because Zhang Yang had activated his Gate of Hell. Without the 50,000 demons tanking the monster's attack, the players would have been wiped out entirely, within minutes. Slaying the bosses would only remain as a pipe dream. Before the 10th wave of the demonic invasion could start, Zhang Yang quickly gathered Snowseeker, one Sword Stroke and the other guildmasters from large guilds to come up with a tactical plan. So he said, "Everyone, listen up. The last wave of the demons are about to come. So it's not a good time to keep your tricks and secret weapons up in your sleeves anymore. You can just show me everything you've got now." Everyone kept silent.
Therefore, Zhang Yang took out 2 forbidden scrolls and said, "These are 2 very powerful AoE forbidden scrolls. They're called the Forbidden Scroll, Eclipse, and the Reaper's Descent." The guild masters widened their eyes. Although a forbidden scroll was extremely powerful, the chance of coming across one would be extremely low to the point that it's pathetic. It seemed that Zhang Yang was willing to use 2 precious scrolls just to get through the war. Crimson Rage only has 1 at the moment. Snowseeker took out 1 forbidden scroll and passed it to Zhang Yang. Forbidden Scroll, Virulent Plague, consumable. Use, activates a plague across the battlefield. Causes a tremendous amount of damage to all enemy targets within the range of 10 kilometers. The targets will lose 10% HP in each passing second. If the HP of the target does not exceed 150,000 HP, then the target will lose a minimum amount of 150,000 HP. However, if the target has more than 300,000 HP, the target will lose a maximum amount of 300,000 HP. Lasts for 30 seconds. Level required, 200. Imperial Sky will contribute 1 forbidden scroll as well. 1 sword stroke took out a scroll and passed it to Zhang Yang as well. Rolling Rocks will contribute 1 forbidden scroll as well. Sunset Amber will contribute 1 forbidden scroll as well. After making some calculations, the guild masters managed to gather a total of 10 forbidden scrolls. Judging by that, everyone was able to see how resourceful each guild was. Although Eternal Flame was deemed to be one of the 4 most powerful guilds in the entire China region, they were not able to provide even 1 forbidden scroll. Because of that, Zhong Xiuhua felt so embarrassed that he could not even show his face in front of the other guildmasters. Very good, if the monsters in the 10th wave are only normal tier monsters, Lone Desert Smoke, will use the first forbidden scroll on the approaching monsters. Then, the rest of you should decide who will be using their forbidden scrolls after us. If it's necessary, I'll use a second forbidden scroll. Although everyone was not willing to use their forbidden scrolls, who would be so shameless to let Zhang Yang use a second forbidden scroll, then? That would only make them look weak. Upon rolling to decide the sequence of using the forbidden scrolls on the upcoming wave of the war, Zhang Yang said, "If the final wave has an army of elite tier monsters, then we shall throw all 10 scrolls out at the same time. That'll be the only way, it seems. Let's hope it won't come to that. We'll let the gods decide." Fortunately, the summoned demons could survive up to 4 hours. Although the Gate of Hell had vanished, the 40,000 plus demons would still stick around for another 2 hours plus. They would be able to tank the attacks of the monsters in the 10th wave for the players, even if just for a bit. Ding! The 10th wave of the demonic invasion is about to begin. Players with flying mounts began to launch themselves up into the sky. They extended their sights far out at the horizon. A loud and clear horn sound was heard. A large army of demons marched right up to the horizon. That would be the final wave of the demon army, the Death Emissaries, but Death Emissary, Elite, Demon. Level, 245. HP, 12,250,000,000. Defense, 14,810. Melee attack, 103,759 to 163,759. Skills. Death Strike causes 100% melee attack of physical damage to the target. There is a 1% chance to cause a fatal wound to the target, causing the target to lose 50% of his HP. Maximum HP lost will not exceed 500,000 HP. Note, Death Emissaries are the special guards of the Demon Commander Isles. They are extremely powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.